All right, here we go. A very good morning to you from the circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. It's round 4 of the FIM CEV Repsol, and as you can see, everybody is in that party atmosphere as we're heading into our summer. As you can see, the Moto3 Junior World Championship is the first race of the day up. For us, 18 laps for these guys, a 4-kilometre long circuit, anti-clockwise of course, so more left-hand turns than we've got right, 9 left and 5 right in total. Let me just run you through the order of the day. We've got 2 Moto3 races for you, 2 Moto2, and in the middle of those 2 classes we have the European Talent Cup. And as you can see, the teams and the riders already heading out on their sighting lap before the race set to get underway. Beautifully hot conditions here this weekend in Valencia. Over 30 degrees worth of heat we've had today, up to 34 we're expecting at around lunchtime, so around about 3 hours or so. My name is Tom Brooks. Alongside me for this round is Dakota Momola. Dakota, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again, and great to have you along.
Hey Tom, thanks for having me. It's good. It's always good to come back here at Circuito de Ricardo Tormo. Great racetrack. You know, it looks like it's going to be another hot day today, like yesterday, and hopefully the wind, you know, dials down and it's not so strong as yesterday. But I'm sure there's going to be some great races happening today, and yeah, let's see the start of this one.
Absolutely, we're going to give you an onboard lap of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in just a few moments' time, so we'll guide you round the track that the riders are going to be taking on today. As we said, 18 laps for these Moto3 riders. The fans are flocking in. Of course, the beautiful thing about the FIM CEV Repsol is that, of course, it's completely free entry to come along, so everybody's come down here, they get complete access into the paddock, they get a pit lane walk as well, and they get the chance to enjoy some absolutely wonderful racing. And as you can see,
sunbathe.
Absolutely, you can. So we can't because we're stuck here in a commentary box, but everybody else can sunbathe. I just wish I'd packed my shorts because I've been wearing jeans for the last 2 days, and boy am I regretting that decision now. So as you can see, beautifully sunny conditions here at Valencia. One of the hottest days, if not the hottest day that we've had so far this season. It was pretty hot last time out just 3 weeks ago in Catalonia, but this weekend it's looking to be pretty warm as well. So it's going to make tyre choices and of course the longevity over the course of that race for said tyres very interesting. We'll talk more about that later on, but we're going to guide you through an onboard lap in just a couple of moments' time and see exactly what the Circuit Ricardo Tormo is all about. Just whilst the riders line up on the grid. As I said, after that we'll talk you through the qualifying order, run you through the grid, the who's here, who's not here, etc, etc, and then we'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting during the course of the day. As we said, 2 Moto3 races for you, 2 in Moto2 and 1 in the middle in the form of the European Talent Cup to give you as well. So 5 races over the course of the next 5 hours or so. There is the man who's going to start the race from pole position. His name is Vicente Perez, a Reale Avintia Academy rider, of course, so he's in with a very good shout of taking his first ever victory. 1 pole position he's taken so far, as you can see on the right-hand side there. 3 sixth positions in a row and a 10th place at the opening round in Albacete. So he's a man that's got a good amount of experience and some good consistent results, lining up in his first ever pole position. He's looked quick this weekend, and even in warm-up this morning he was 2nd fastest, which is very interesting to note. Didn't quite match the time he set during qualifying yesterday. And just in case you aren't aware, the FIM CEV Repsol, they have 2 qualifying sessions effectively. So they have 1 Q1 session in the morning and another qualifying session in the afternoon. And the times set in the morning were a lot quicker, mainly due to the fact that the track was a lot cooler there, Dakota. So we saw quicker times in the morning, and likewise we saw some quick times coming out today.
Yeah, definitely, and it really makes a difference, especially the wind. Yesterday, you know, speaking to a few mechanics, and they said that the wind was basically going one direction, and in the afternoon it was going completely the other way, and that can really make a difference on setup of the bike, tire wear, everything. And you know, you could see in the timesheets that in qualifying 1, 98% of the kids went quicker than in the afternoon. But the ones that did go quicker in qualifying 2, I have a feeling will be doing better. Will be doing better in the second race.
Absolutely, yeah, we're going to see how that gets on. We should say a very good day for the Asia Talent riders, not necessarily the Asia Talent team as such. We'll talk more about that later on. Here is one of the Asia Talent riders, Andy Farid. We'll go for an onboard lap then, shall we, of the Valencia circuit. Shifting up the box then into 4th gear, into 5th, nearly touching 200 kilometres an hour, just over as we come over the timing line into the slipstream and then heading into that turn 1 corner. It's so deceptive, this corner. I actually had the pleasure of doing a track walk yesterday afternoon, and that first corner, it looks so tight on entry, but there's a lot of runoff, and it's very positively cambered, as are the first 3 turns. Turn number 2, taking a late apex into Dewan, and then we go into turn 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, it's very interesting this, because note how the bike doesn't really sit up at all throughout these corners. It's a very fast and flowing section, almost hooking up turns 2 to 6 as 1 corner effectively through there. Second gear we're going through now, on the exit of the corner, over to the right-hand side of the track, into Nieto. This is where the lap gets very interesting indeed. They've all been positively cambered so far, these corners. Beautiful they are for these riders. But then we go into turn number 7, this quick kink here, and then turn number 8 of Martinez. Into this left-hander, it's an off-camber corner. We see the riders going very tentatively in there. So keep an eye out for a few front-enders, because it upsets the balance of the bike. And this is one of my favourite corners on the circuit. Turn 11, hard on the brakes for this one, using the front end, really muscling the bike over. First gear through there, just over 80 kilometres an hour, and we're coming in towards the final part of the lap. This is another corner, turn number 12. Of Herreros through there, very quick corner that one. Doesn't necessarily look as fast as we just come up against some lap traffic with Andy Farid. This was during qualifying yesterday, and turn 13, so deceptive this corner. One of the most deceptive turns in racing, hard on the brakes, but you plummet down the hill into there as well. It's so hard to hold on to the front end through there. Shifting up the box once again, over 4th gear, then into 5th gear, and over the timing line. And that lap was, at the end of the day, good enough for 3rd position on the grid for Andy Farid. So a brilliant qualifying for the Asia Talent team riders. As we said, Kazuki Misaki starting in 2nd place. Andy Farid, who we just saw on board, starting on the outside of the front row in 3rd position. We should mention that the Asia Talent team are actually 2 riders down this weekend. They're missing Ayagura and they're missing Somkiat Chantra. If you tuned into Barcelona last time, then you'll of course known that Somkiat Chantra didn't race there due to an accident in practice, which he's still recovering from. But Ayagura actually crashed in the opening race, and unfortunately he's suffering from a bit of injury, so he won't be here. Here's a man though that's doing quite well, Jeremy Alcoba. Unfortunately failed to finish the 2nd race in Catalonia, but he's been consistent, been quick, and that first race we had in Barcelona, Dakota, he looked like he was on for the win, and then he got shoved out wide at the first corner on the brakes, and that was his race coming undone. So starting from the head of the 2nd row, he's going to be seeking revenge.
Oh yeah, 100%. And he's got, you know, his 2 teammates that are not so far away from him, 2 rows behind him, and you know, this track's really tricky. We got some tricky corners like turn 4, an easy corner to crash in, because it's the first right-hander before turn 12 that you hit, and you need to really, you know, concentrate and get heat in the tire the first laps, you know, with a new tire, and but yeah, I mean, he's consistent like you said, and you know, I have no doubt that he'll be able to, you know, stand with the front guys.
Well, we just saw Dennis Foggia, I want to say one of the most unlucky men this season, because he's had victory snatched from him 2 races in succession. If you did tune into Catalonia 3 weeks ago, you'll have seen that he effectively took the race victory on the line at the first race for Moto3, but then was demoted to 9th position overall after running off track and being deemed to have gained an advantage. Therefore, the victory was given to Alonso Lopez. And then in the 2nd race, he was just pipped to the line by 66 hundredths of a second. So he'll be out to seek revenge as well. Meanwhile, this man, he's quick. He's not necessarily been that good at staying on the motorcycle, though. Raul Fernandez for the Aspar Mahindra team took his first ever victory in the Moto3 Junior World Championship here last year at the final race of the 2016 season. Has failed to finish a race in the ones that we've had so far this year.
I think he didn't do too bad in the wild card in Barcelona.
No, he's been quick in the World Championship.
He's a fast kid. He just needs to pull it together.
He does. Needs to hold on to the motorcycle. He's been having some real bad luck there. So we'll see how Raul Fernandez gets on as well. Here's Aaron Palenko. Started, of course, in pole position in Le Mans. That, of course, qualifying was wet, however, and then he dropped back to 12th position. Had a bit of a difficult time out in Barcelona. Failed to finish the first race. Finished 9th in the second on the Leopard Racing team. And, of course, it's a great shot window. And it's a great team to be involved with Leopard because, of course, there's a connection to the World Championship.
Yeah, just like the the Mistral team from Moto2.
Tech 3.
Tech 3, yeah, with the Mistrals. That's a great. It's exactly what you said. Or also the Estrella Galicia team. It's a good team to be in because you have a good chance of going to the World Championship, and it's a good start for them. And yeah, I mean, hopefully, these kids can get a good start and be safe.
There's Aleix Vieux, who has been competing in the Red Bull Rookies. If you were watching the Saxon Ring just last week, currently sitting second in the championship on 93 points, was leading it up until he ended up having a bit of a blunder in the first race. Hasn't had that much success, unfortunately, in the Junior Moto3 World Championship. As you saw there, he's only finished one race so far this season. This man, on the other hand, Alonso Lopez, qualified a bit further down the order than perhaps we were expecting. Just 15 years of age, but has 2 victories and 2 podiums, of course, with those 2 victories. Failed to finish 2 of the races out of the 4 that we've run so far this season, so a 50% finishing rate for him. He'll be looking to improve on that, but starting a bit further down the order in 9th place. I mean, we've seen Dakota, of course, in Moto3. Anything can happen, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with Alonso Lopez. Here's the grid, however. Vicente Perez, Kazuki Misaki and Andy Farid on the front row. Row number 2 headed by Jeremy Alcoba, Dennis Foggia and Raul Fernandez. Then row 3 is Aaron Palenko, Aleix Vieux and Alonso Lopez, so a Spanish trio on the 3rd row of the grid. And then as we head further down the order, here's where things get interesting. Sergio Garcia, of course, who took his first victory in the second race, lines up at the head of row 4 with Makar Yuchenko and the podium man as well, Jaume Masia, finished on the podium, of course, in Catalonia as well. Lorenzo Petracca, Yuki Cooney for the Asia Talent team, and then the British rider Rory Skinner on row 5 with Jacinto Garcia, Ricardo Rossi, and then Charlie Nesbitt rounding out row 6. Eduardo Sintoni, Yari Montella, Stefano Neppa on row 7, Bruno Palesi, Iron Archie, then Gabriel Martinez Abrego, Nicola Guerrero, new rider for this weekend. More of that in a moment. Celestino Vietti Ramos, Daniel Jones, and Alex Ruiz on row 9. Further back down the order, we'd see Gerard Riou, Mateo Casadei, of course, who was fighting for that podium but crashed out in race 2 last time. Andy Bourdois, Angel Lorente, Cavalieri, Florido, Gadini, Faber, and Kasmayudin on row number 12. You'd think we're finished, but we're not even close to being done yet. Filippo Fellini, Matthias Megel, then comes Josh Owens, Ivan Moraes, Ryan van der Laagmaert, Sconza, then comes De Pasquire and Clement Rouge, rounding out the 44 rider strong grid for the Junior Moto3 World Championship. And we've just had the tyre confirmation coming through there, Dakota. What does it say for us?
Basically, the two Estrella Galicia, Alcoba and Lopez are running the soft rear, and the rest of them are just medium compound front and rear. So
very interesting choice.
Very interesting. And what's interesting is their teammates. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm sure at the beginning of the race they'll be able to do some good lap times, but it'll be interesting to see if that tire can actually run through the whole race.
I don't know if we've mentioned it about 5 times already, but it is mightily hot here, so it's going to be interesting.
Not yet.
Yeah, well, it's getting pretty warm
it's getting there.
As the riders head off on their formation lap then, so they'll complete the warm-up lap, and then they'll have a chance to, of course, get this race underway. So we should just run you through a bit of housekeeping before we get this race good to go. We're missing a few riders, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast. Ayagura and Somkiet Chanstra, unfortunately, out due to injury. Filip Salak, the Czech rider, unfortunately is not here this weekend. Reasons not 100% sure why on that. We'll try and find out for you in due course. However, also to note, the rider that's missing, Apiwat Wongtananon of the VR46 Mastercamp team, is actually suffering a bit of sickness, as I understand. I was talking to one of the team members very briefly yesterday during qualifying, and he's not feeling too well at all, so isn't here this weekend in Valencia. He's going to be resting up and hoping to get out for Estoril in 2 weeks' time. So the riders then on their formation lap. anything can happen in Moto3. It usually does as well. We're getting very excited for the start of this race. And you don't really see, actually, as I was walking this track yesterday, Dakota, you don't really see how undulating it is in some areas, and the camber, especially of some corners.
No, definitely, Tom. I mean, this is the reason why, in my years of racing, every time I had to learn a new track, my dad was making me walk the track on a Thursday, because you could see it online, you could see it on a PlayStation, like many people, many kids do now, just play the PlayStation, but you truly don't know how steep or how inclined a corner or banked a corner can be unless you walk it. And especially, it's really good walking it backwards because you see it in a different perspective. So yeah, I'm glad you got to see it, and I bet it was a real long walk.
It was a real eye-opener, I've got to say. It wasn't the easiest.
Wasn't the coolest.
No, it certainly wasn't. Again, wishing that I had those shorts on, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. We should mention, as we said earlier on, Dennis Foggia, fastest in warm-up this morning. He was fastest by over 0.2 of a second. Don't forget, of course, that he starts from the middle of the second row in position number 5, so keep an eye out for him. Here, though, is the poleman, Reali Avintia Academy's Vicente Perez. The number 63 lines up at the head of the grid. So the riders now coming to the grid. The tension is building, and we're getting ready to get this first race underway. It's an Asia talent duo in the form of Kazuki Misaki and Andy Farid on the outside of the front row. Alcoba, Foggia and Fernandez on row number 2. The crowds are ready. We're ready up here in the commentary box. We hope you're ready watching at home too. Let's get the Moto3 Junior World Championship underway. Raul Fernandez just slotting into his grid, getting a bit late to arrive, but there is the break of the poleman. He'll be ready to release that in a few moments' time. Looks to the left-hand side of your screen. Wait for the red lights to come on then. Junior Moto3 World Championship here in Valencia is underway. Who's going to get a great start? Brilliant start from the second row by Jeremy Alcoba. Looks like he got away very well indeed, but it was Vicente Perez with the jump, and Foggia also making good ground. He's been a quick starter all season, but who's going to lead into the first corner? Foggia up the inside of Jeremy Alcoba into second place, but it's Vicente Perez who holds the line. Makar Yuchenko runs it wide, as does, by the looks of things, Jaume Masia a bit further back as well. So a great start then from Perez. He's already got the whole shot into turn number 2. Everybody making it very cleanly through the opening few corners into turns number 3 and number 4. We go the double apex right-hander, and Foggia already looking to try and latch himself onto the rear end of Vicente Perez. Will he be able to find a way through? We'll have to wait and see. 18 laps await these riders, but a nice clean start there from all involved, Dakota.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I mean, especially turn 2 is always, very hairball on the first lap, especially with so many riders. Oh, there is one.
Yeah, that's Clement Rouge who's gone down. He looks like he's a bit winded as well. Hopefully he's okay. He's being tended to by the marshals. Clement Rouge unfortunately started right towards the back end of the grid. He's being seen to by the medical team now as well. I do wonder whether we'll get a red flag if he's going to be stricken on track for a little bit of time. We'll have to wait and see what happens. They come piling through now. They're all going through. There's no sign of a red flag at the moment, but now we should see that Dennis Foggia has taken over the lead at the front of this race. So it's now Foggia who leads the way from Perez, from Alcoba in third position. Kazuki Misaki's been shuffled a bit further back off the front of the grid, and likewise Andy Izdihar, who started on the outside of the front row in third place. He is way down the order, all the way down in about 9th position by now by the looks of things. So a bit of a disaster of a start there for Andy Izdihar. They come over the timeline already to complete the first lap out of 18 done, but it is Dennis Foggia, the VR46 junior rider, who leads the way. Who's going to get the lead, though, into the first corner? Well, still Foggia manages to hold on. Vicente Perez held into that slipstream for quite a significant amount of time, but still 0.2 of the advantage was going into the first corner. So it is Foggia ahead of Perez, ahead of Kazuki Misaki. And there we can see Clement Rouge just being stretched off the circuit. So good to see the marshals. Oh, big moment from second place. Vicente Perez all out of the seat at turn 2, and that's Mattia Casadei, who's gone down the road. 2 DNFs in succession. There's another rider involved there as well. One of the JHK Leglise team. Couldn't quite see who that was from this angle. We might get a replay.
Like 10-12.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that was. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Dennis Foggia, he's checking out already. They're going to need binoculars to see him by the end of this lap if he manages to hold on. Oh dear, there is the Mahindra down. That's Nicolo
turn 1
Carrero. A big shame there. That's the 3670.IT team, who are brand new in for this weekend. They've come over from the CIV, the Italian Championship, and not a good start to their campaign in the CEV so far. Meanwhile, Foggia, look at this. What an advantage he's got already on the second lap. This is unprecedented.
Yeah. Coach has really, put the hammer down, and it'll be interesting to see if he can, you know, keep a gap or create a bigger gap. But at the moment, he seems to be, you know, riding comfortably, and this track's actually doesn't have, you know, such a long straight like Barcelona and these racetracks. So it is a racetrack that you could actually, you know, create some gap and win the race by a few seconds.
The start-finish straight is 876 meters long, just to be very precise as well. So it's perhaps
not one of the longest ones out there. So
exactly, you should say a lace view there on the number 81, the Rins 42 machine. He's looking very menacing as well. He's sitting in 4th place. Here comes Masaki up the inside, and View as well, getting themselves ahead of Vicente Perez through the first corner. View runs it a bit wide though and has to slot in behind. Here comes Aaron Palanco on the outside as well as we head into turn 2. View back up the inside. Alcoba having a little bit of a look as well. So Vicente Perez, the poleman, getting hung out to dry, and Lace View pats on his backside and says, "Follow me, sunshine, because I reckon we can catch this lot if we just hold on and stop squabbling."
Foggia's last lap was a 40.8, while the rest of them, you know, are doing low 41s, which created that gap. But you see right there, View just told I don't know, maybe Masaki, to follow him, because if they keep passing each other like they're doing now, they're gonna make Foggia go away more and more, and they're gonna lose some time.
0.8 of a second already is the advantage now. Here the two Estrella Galicia bikes having a bit of a duel as well. Looks like Lopez up the inside of Jeremy Alcoba. Also, Charlie Nesbitt sitting great there as well. He's having quite a good race by the looks of things as well. It didn't qualify particularly that well, did Charlie Nesbitt. But nonetheless, I apologise actually, sorry. It's Sergio Garcia who's also in amongst them. It's not Charlie Nesbitt. The three bikes look very similar indeed. So it's actually Sergio Garcia. So the Estrella Galicia bikes lining astern as Vicente Perez goes up the inside of Kazuki Nasaki. Just speaking of Nesbitt, actually, he was actually the fastest Estrella Galicia bike in warm-up this morning. He sat in 9th position.
Down.
Indeed, we have. That's one of the the Mahindra, the Glees Mahindras. That's Gerard Ria who's gone down, and by the looks of things, one of the Aspar Mahindras as well. Is that surely it can't be Raul Fernandez who's gone down the road again? Oh, is that Palanco that's gone off at the final? That's a very strange place. He's gone very far down. Is that Palanco? It is Aaron Palanco down at the final corner. Let's have a look. Are going to get a replay at front end? Surely. Let's have a look. Wait and see what happens. Oh, he got hung out.
It's difficult to see. I think he got bumped into.
There was Jamal Messia, who was on his inside. He's not happy with Messia at all either.
I think he was going around the outside and he got bumped into. But I must say that Valencia racetrack, you know, Ricardo Tormo did a really good job on giving some more extra space on the outside. You know, on the outside of the racetracks, putting, you know, the extra green,
turf.
the AstroStar, and putting some extra green on there for safety. Because before that, you know, if you went a little bit wide, and when we used to race, you'd basically hit grass or gravel, which wasn't good. So it made you not make those mistakes. Now it seems to be a little bit easier. You can make those mistakes, but if you do make those mistakes during the race, they can actually penalize you, like we saw with Foggia.
Indeed we did. So Aleix View sits there in 2nd place. He's having his best run of the season so far, and boy does he need it. It's been one of the most difficult starts of the season for perhaps one of the most promising championship contenders. Aleix View sitting right down in the order in the championship. As we said, just one classified finish, and that was the 2nd race in Barcelona. He's 18th in the championship so far, so he needs a strong result. He's, I want to say, unfortunately, pretty much out of the championship contention, but anything can happen in motorcycle racing, and it usually does. We should remind you that the top 5 riders in the Moto3 Junior World Championship separated by just 13 points. Garcia leads the way with Foggia in 2nd. Jaume Messia is holding on to 3rd place in the championship, with Gonzalez and Alcoba bookmarking the top 5. So a very interesting set of developments, and it could be all set to change here with this race. But Foggia checking out, trying to take that first ever win in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and trying to do it in very good style as well, as here comes Lopez diving his way up the inside into turn 2 of Vicente Perez, and Jeremy Alcoba has a bit of a look as well. Oh, is that View who's gone wide? I was just singing his praises, and the commentator's curse unfortunately strikes on lap 5 out of 18 for the Rins Pro Acasa machine, and onto his backside taps the number 52 of Jeremy Alcoba, sorry, Alonso Lopez, I should say, the number 21 rather, and says to his teammate, just follow me, we can hold on and we can try and catch the number 71 of Dennis Foggia.
Who just, you know, last lap just did the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 40.3, while the rest of them are basically running 0.2 of a lap slower. It'll be interesting to see now if both Estrella Galicia, you know, boys can help each other out and close that gap, because the gap right now is 1.4. It was won the last lap. So yeah, this is the time where they need to start pushing, because then, you know, tire wear starts to come, and it's a bit harder to gain some time. You'll start going slower and slower.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go then with Alonso Lopez. He's doing a great job there on the Estrella Lethia Honda. See how he can get on and see if they are able to latch onto the back of Dennis Foggia. 1.4 seconds was the advantage the last time over the timing line. Let's see whether he is able to hold on. Dennis Foggia, you can see the advantage he's got. They come thundering past our commentary position in towards the first corner. Lap 6 out of 18 we're on already, and there's going to be some bumping and barging going on surely here as Jeremy Alcoba gets himself up into second place. So it's ahead of his teammate now. So the two Estrella Lethia Hondas sitting in second and third place, but here comes Perez trying to find his way through around the outside into turn number 2. Doesn't quite manage it at the moment, holding on very nicely to that final podium position he is. But Perez at the moment in 4th place as well, with Aleix View in P number 5. View just needs to get those finishes, get that consistency and get that race experience as well, because that's what he's been lacking, having not staying on board that motorcycle. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. But lap 6 out of 18 we're on here in Valencia. What a race this is shaping up to be in the Junior Moto3 World Championship. But look at the riders lining astern there as well. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders all in amongst the mix. Some great inroads also for Yuki Kuni. He started in the middle of the 5th row. So it'll be interesting to see how Yuki Kuni is able to get on. Jacito Garcia, likewise, also making a good start. He started at the head of row number 6, did Garcia. He was quite far down the order, actually, was the Spanish rider for the FAL 55 racing team in 16th position. But he'll be looking to try and make some inroads in this race. But already, running a little bit wide, goes Jeremy Alcoba through that corner there. And that's not a place you want to be running wide at all.
No. And it's one of the quickest chicanes ever around this racetrack. And but this is a little bit like cycling. I mean, I'm a really big cycling fanatic, and it's
you know,
the breakaway exactly, and the breakaway right here with Foggia, but the peloton's right behind, and they're not too far away. I mean, the gap now is 2.5, so it's increasing. Foggia doing a 40.6 the last lap, and the rest of them basically doing the same lap time, so it's just going to stay the same. And if these boys keep passing each other and, you know, messing each other up, you know, they ain't going to catch the leader.
Yeah, we haven't seen this at all in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. We haven't had a breakaway leader so far, but nonetheless, all rough and tumble further back as well in 2nd and 3rd position. Alonso Lopez is now up into P2 with Vicente Perez also, who had a look into turn 1 but didn't quite manage to make it stick. Let's have a look at this gap then, live timing. As we see, it was 2.5 seconds at the last time. As we go through into the next split, we'll have to wait and see whether that gap does indeed increase or decrease into that fearsome turn number 8, Martinez corner. Very, very close. It is between the duo, and there is the leader, Dennis Foggia. There is Alonso Lopez, Jeremy Alcoba just behind him, Vicente Perez also holding on in there as well. Everybody having a good race so far. Some good progress a bit further down as well in 13th place from Jari Montella. Started a bit further down the order than perhaps he would have liked in the middle of the 7th row, did Montella. He was in 20th place on the grid and has already made his way up into P number 13, which is no mean feat on these Moto3 machines. So we'll have to wait and see how these guys get on. But Foggia romping away with it. There he is, the number 71, trying to take his first ever victory in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. And of course, this is a position that Foggia has not been in before, Dakota, as well. He's not led a race this comfortably. So how difficult is it to get your focus and keep your mojo going more than anything?
Well, especially the pit board, you know, when you see plus 2.5, you can't make any mistakes, because one mistake can cost you a second and then they're right behind you again. So focus is key, especially when you're leading the group like that. And this is why everyone trains. You know, everyone goes and has a discipline, trains 3 or 4 hours, because it keeps that focus. And that's the reason why we train motocross in this, for reasons like this, in situations like this. And at the moment, Foggia just looks like he's comfortable and just is doing what he has to do, and he has to keep doing what he has to do, and do the lap times he's doing. He's just doing, you know, 40s comfortably, like he's been doing all weekend.
Getting very close further back as well. 8 riders involved in this scrap. 3rd down to 11th position, occupied by just over a second or so. It's incredibly close, nose to tail running, as Vicente Perez has managed to get the better of the two Estrella Lethia machines. through into the final sector of the lap we're about to come now. Be interested to see how these riders are able to get on. But Vicente Perez, of course, started from that pole position with Sergio Garcia now just behind him, and Alonso Lopez with Jeremy Alcoba bookmarking that. Through the quick right-hander they go and in towards that final turn at number 13. Of course, Aaron Palenko was involved in this mix until a few laps ago when he ended up going down at the final corner after contact with another rider. I have to say, I was expecting Jaume Masia to make some more inroads than this. He's sitting in that group. You can see there the white helmet with the number 5. He's in the Cunha de Campeones team, but he's not making perhaps the progress that we thought we would see. Here we go then, down the straight. Let's see what overtakes we'll see into the first corner. Into turn number 1 we go. Here comes View on the inside. That was a late move.
That was a cheeky one.
Nice little lunge there from the Spanish rider. He means business. Here comes Masia as well, right on cue. Try to have a look at the inside of the Estrella Galicia trio. All running like astern at the moment as they go through turn number 2 and into the left and then the right-hander, but no way through for the time being, so it's anybody's guess who's going to be on the podium at the moment. We're already at half distance in this first Moto3 race. There is Dennis Foggia, who's got a 3.2 second advantage.
Like I said, you know, they're you know, these little passes and little, you know, shoves, it costs time, and they're basically running now. They just lost 0.4 that last lap, and to keep doing it, you know, at the moment it looks like Foggia is comfortable where he's at, and this second group's big, so anyone has a chance to be on that second and third place podium.
Well, I remember the last time I was in a motorcycle race, it was a very similar sort of instance. Unfortunately, my racing was on the MotoGP video game. Oh dear. There's Montella and Skinner that have gone down. Oh dear, oh dear. Jari Montella and Rory Skinner have gone down the road. We can't quite see where that is at the moment, but nonetheless, that's a big shame for both of those riders. They were sitting in a good position. They were in 13th and 14th, respectively, so inside the points. We'll have to wait and see whether they get a replay.
I don't know if it's turn 11.
It's difficult to say from that angle, isn't it? It's a very interesting...
Or turn 6. It's one of the two.
It could be either or, couldn't it? It looked like it could have been left-hander, so turn 6 might not be a bad shout through there. We might see on the highlights reel after this race. Here we go then, Slipstream City. There are the Realia Vincia Academy team just watching on, trying to see if Vicente Perez will hold on to second place. Big moment there for the Estrella Galicia rider. Was that... Alonso Lopez. It was. It looks like it is. Yeah, he just went in very hot indeed, and now he's right towards the back end of that group. Unfortunately, he's got some significant ground to make up. But Alex View now sits in second place with, it wasn't Lopez, I apologise, with Jeremy Alcoba. So that's the second time in as many weekends that he has had an incident in the first corner. Now he sits right at the tail end of that group, down in around about a 12th position so far. So Lopez, I should say Alcoba has got some significant ground to make up over the next 8 laps or 7.5 laps or so. But now it is Aleix View with that second place, and here comes Vicente Perez looking up the inside of Lopez into the left-hander. Can't quite find his way through there as they go past into turn number... that was turn number 8, I should say, of Martinez, and then into this quick right-hand kick, and then hard on the brakes into the hairpin of turn number 8 of Martinez. Holding on very nicely his View there, runs it a little bit wide onto that AstroTurf, but nonetheless managing to hold on to second place so far. Be interested to see whether he's able to make a gap to these riders, but of course given how hard they're pushing as well, and given the similarity that we've seen in lap times over these guys as well, you wouldn't expect that to be the case at all. Into turn 13 we go, ready to come over the timing line once again. That's Kasmar Udine, who's unfortunately retired from the race. The Malaysian rider is out, unfortunately. A big shame there for him. He was not necessarily running inside the points, but nonetheless getting some good experience on board his motorcycle, and it's all gone wrong for him. Here comes Perez having a look up the inside of Alcoba. Is that Alcoba that's made all that ground over the last straight?
It was Garcia.
It was Garcia.
It was Garcia that went straight, because now Garcia's back into 12th.
Absolutely. Exactly. That makes a lot more sense. So it was Garcia, unfortunately, who made that blunder. Apologies for the error. But nonetheless, so it is now the two Estrella Galicia bikes in 3rd and 5th position, respectively, in the form of Lopez and Alcoba. And then it's Garcia right at the tail end of that group. There, though, is the breakaway leader.
4 seconds.
Absolute domination from Dennis Foggia this. We wanted to see him take his first ever victory. He thoroughly deserves it, and he's doing it in no better style than to romp away out in front.
No, 100%. And this group of 10 riders is going to be great for the last 4 or 5 laps. And basically, you know, now it's just to see who's faster in which section of the racetrack, and see where's the best place to pass. Last corner is always a good pass, but you need to be careful because then you can square it up and pass them on slipstream like we've seen a few times.
Quietly over the last few laps as well, the Asia Talent team riders have made their ground significantly, because they're lying in 7th, 8th and 9th respectively, with Yuki Cooney, who's made some great inroads there on the number 33, just ahead of Kazuki Misaki and Andy Izdihar, who are in 8th and 9th place respectively. So looking forward to seeing how they get on in the latter half of this race. I saw them actually in practice. They were all using the slipstream, using their teammates to their advantage. They were lining very, very close on track. And
yeah, that's the advantage these teams have, you know, that have quick riders, all three of them. They can use each other to pull each other forward and make better lap times for qualifying, because qualifying is an important key for the start of the races, and especially 2 races like they have this weekend. But I was speaking earlier with Aoyama, who's helping, you know, the three kids out of the Asian team, and he said that they're really fast with the new tire, but as soon as the tire starts to wear out a bit, their rhythm starts, you know, becoming slower and slower. But it seems to, like here in this race, that they're running better and better, because they've come from pretty far back, a couple of them. I think Yuki came back from 14th or something, and now he's running in 7th. So might be different conditions. Maybe they suffer more in the heat, like in this afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see the difference.
A nice view there in 2nd place, the Estrella Galicia machine just behind. Very close is Jeremy Alcoba, and those two making a bit of daylight between themselves and Vicente Perez. Here comes Alcoba though up the inside. That's not what they want to be doing if they're going to make that daylight though, because they're going to be battling, and as we alluded to just a few moments ago, losing that time.
Paris just looked around his shoulder to see who was behind him, and he saw about 8 riders, so there's no time to relax.
I think Andrea Cavalieri
has
having some problems. Here comes View up the inside to 10-13. That is a mighty corner. You don't quite see it on the TV, the drop down that corner has, but you're pushing so hard on the front end. Everything's compressed, everything's crossed up, and it's just so easy to lose that front end into that corner.
Yeah, and it's kind of blind if you can ride it on a motorcycle. It's kind of blind, and you don't see where the brake marker is. So it's a really tricky one, like you said.
It was amazing to see how they were pulling over. There is Yari Montella, who was unfortunately involved in that incident with Rory Skinner.
Not a good team for sick.
No, not a good day for 650 racing so far. Big disappointment there for Yari Montella. That's, of course, he retired in the first race in Catalonia. Sorry, the second race in Catalonia, actually. That was the crash fest that we had, didn't we? We had such a race of attrition in that one, and he ended up involved in an incident with, I believe, Alonso Lopez. Is that View who's run off? No, surely View not with another technical problem. Oh, disaster for Aleix View. When will the Spaniard's luck change? He's slotted right back to the group. Oh, you can see the frustration on the Rins rider's face and his body language, and he is going to be devastated with that. It's such a shame.
And I must say, he was one of the quicker ones out of this group, you know, doing those passes. And I must say, though, about 5 laps into the race, out of turn 2, he sat up already once and then went back in the group. So I'm not sure if already then he started having some issues on the bike, and now just the bike just basically gave up.
Well, that's the second technical problem he's had in 2 races. Sorry, not in 2 races, I should say, rather, in 2 rounds this year, because he had a problem, of course, if you remember, in the opening round in Albacete, which unfortunately caused the demise of Ayagura as well into the first corner when View sat up with a technical problem, and Agura was just unsighted into the first corner. So big shame there for Aleix View. He's tumbling back down the order. We'll see whether he's able to regroup. No, he's just falling down the order. He's pulling it a bit late.
Desperately trying to hope that that bike keeps, you know, running, but
5 laps to the finish as well. He's going to have a hard task, and all that does is allow the likes of Jaume Masia and Yuki Cooney to come into play as well, because they're sitting right in the pound seats now as well. And also Sergio Garcia on the number 14. We mentioned he had to regroup and gain some ground. He's now sitting just behind Yuki Cooney, so he is now in 8th position. Is Sergio Garcia, is the 14-year-old Spaniard. He'll be looking to try and get himself in and amongst that podium contention. It would be a great recovery for the one-time victor in the FIM CEV Repsol. There's your leader, Dennis Foggia.
5-second lead.
My goodness, we haven't seen this at all in Moto3,
With
let alone the World Championship. We haven't seen it at all in, say,
No.
the CEV this year.
No, the only thing I've seen, you know, is a four-way group where the front four go, but it's really difficult to lead the race and create a gap and, you know, win it, and especially in this class here. Like you said, it's we haven't seen it yet. So, but yeah, he's basically, you know, running 0.5 seconds quicker than them. Than that second group, so it'll be
big moment for that's the second moment he's had actually in this race. He had a big one in the opening stages when he was sitting in second place, lost some significant ground. He's now sitting in 5th position and is going to be set to lose more ground if he keeps up that sort of impact he's having on the race. There's Alonso Lopez, second position for the number 21. Runs it a bit hot though into turn 13. Is that a wider line he's taking through there, do we reckon?
You know, what's good about 13 is you can take various lines, especially in Moto2. I know that you can just, you know, you can run a little bit wider than others. The quickest line is going to be, you know, the tighter line, but it also depends, you know, how you feel around the corner. How you did turn 12 is also a factor. So it's good to see the Asia Talent Cup, all three of them, you know, in the back of that group. And both, you know, Estrella Galicia's.
Shout out also to Dan Jones as well. He's made some good inroads in this race. He's sitting in 16th position so far, just outside of the points by over 1/10 of a second. So Dan Jones having a good race on the number 11. He's the other Racing Steps Foundation rider. Of course, we saw Rory Skinner unfortunately going down earlier on. So it'll be good to see if Dan Jones is able to get his first points in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. First year, of course, in the class, like so many in this category. Meanwhile, there is Jaume Masia having a little bit of a sneaky look into Martinez. Can't quite find his way ahead of the Realia Vintia Academy rider of Vicente Perez. But nonetheless, be a good race for Jaume Masia. See if he is able to get himself on to that rostrum once again this season. Of course, he finished on the rostrum in the opening race in Barcelona last time out, and also finished on the rostrum in the second race in Barcelona as well. Finished second in the first race and third in the second race. Meanwhile, he's now sitting in P number 4 at the moment, looking at great guns out there. Just having a look at the timing screen to see if anybody's making some significant inroads or anybody...
You know who I cannot see is Nesbitt.
Charlie Nesbitt, that is a very good point actually. Where has Nesbitt gone from our timing screens? We can't see that at the moment. We'll have to give you an update on that if we
because he's just come back from that big injury on his wrist, remember?
He did, yeah. He had a really nasty crash in practice in Catalonia as Jaume Masia gets himself up into podium contention as well into the first corner. Here's Perez in second place. Masia getting swamped by the Estrella Galicia duo. One goes one way, one goes the other way, and also Garcia coming into the foray as well. So this has been a masterful recovery from the 14-year-old Spaniard, riding like he's been in Moto3 for the last 3 seasons or so. But now Perez with the advantage there, the VR46 junior team watching on their man, the Italian Dennis Foggia, looking to try and take his first victory, just 2.5 laps from home for him in what will have been a dominant performance and a memorable first win in Valencia. What a way to do it for him, as Perez getting all sorts of shapes out of that corner. Closer behind is Alonso Lopez with Masia not too far in tow either. Into the left-hander we go. Everybody holding on very nicely so far.
Yeah, these are the laps where we'll start seeing many aggressive passes, and these riders have to think where I can pass for the last for the last laps, especially last lap. And I must say the View hasn't gave up yet. He's sitting there in 11th place, so it'll be interesting to see what happened.
Perhaps just biding his time a little bit more than some other riders, and just trying to just wait and see what happens, playing it out, because of course these riders all squabbling with each other. As here we go, as that looks like it was Alcoba who went up the inside.
I wouldn't want to be the team owner of Estrella Galicia with all 3 of them in that pack.
They must have more grey hairs than when they started the season, surely.
And the problem is they're every weekend in the front, and...
no fingernails. Here is a time penalty for rider number 76. That's Makar Yuchenko. That's to be added after the race. He's in 10th place, is the Kazakhstani rider. That is for repeatedly exceeding track limits. Yes, indeed. So,
see, that's what I said to you. You need to be careful. We've seen it with, Foggia in Barcelona, and they keep running on it, and they will penalize you, no doubt about it.
Alcoba on the inside of his teammate as well. The three Estrella Galicia riders all going hammer and tong at the moment. Who is going to get themselves onto the rostrum? Well, there's only 2 spots up for grabs, boys, unless anything happens to Foggia out in front. Will it be the Estrella Galicia duo on the podium, or 2 out of 3? As Meatloaf said, that ain't bad at all. Or will we see Perez or Messia, or perhaps even Aleix View, sorry, not View, rather, I should say, perhaps Yuki Cooney getting in and amongst the mix. There is Makar Yuchenko with the rider to have a 5-second time penalty, and he's after this race.
Yeah, and he's got a 7-second gap between the guy behind him, so he can't relax too much.
He's going to have to be a bit careful, isn't he? Not
he doesn't want, if you want to lose another position, you better keep it at 7. He's had
an interesting season as Makar Yuchenko as well. He was really quick in the opening couple of rounds, but then in Catalonia it didn't strike for him at all. He just didn't manage to hit it at all. Likewise the round before that in Le Mans, and he just seems to be perhaps a little bit off the top ultimate pace of these riders, so I have to wait and see whether he can turn things around. Speaking of riders who have had a bit of a disappointing time out there so far, is Raul Fernandez, started from the outside of row number 2 as we come on to the final lap, but is now down in 13th position, set for just a handful of points. Everybody making it very close. Here we are then on to the final lap. Here we go with the number 21 of Alonso Lopez in second place. Just behind him is his teammate Sergio Garcia, who was right at the back of this gaggle after running on at the first corner. Who is going to get the final position on the rostrum? Here comes the number 14 of Garcia up the inside of his more experienced teammate. Oh my goodness me, that was very close indeed. Lopez holding on to second place with Garcia now in third place. Alcoba in fourth position, and also Perez looking to try and make some inroads as well. Looks like Foggia has got this race done and dusted. There he is, the number 71, but who is going to get the final 2 positions on the rostrum? It's still Lopez ahead of Garcia at the moment. There, though, is the leader, Dennis Foggia. What a race it's been from him. We'll talk more about him as he comes over the timeline in around about half a lap or so's time. But here's the battle going on for the podium. Will Garcia be able to find a way through against number 21? Oh, no. Down goes Garcia at turn number 8. Disaster for the 14-year-old Spaniard. He is absolutely apocalyptically cross with that. He looks like he was okay, but nonetheless, I think he's just frustrated lying there in the gravel. Dennis Foggia has a big long look behind him, and now just 2 more corners from home. Big bump on the entry there. Don't duff it up now, Dennis, because you're going for your first ever victory in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and what a way to do it.
And well deserved, especially after, you know, Barcelona. I actually think he deserved a Barcelona win, but happy to see to win, and there's not a better way of winning than like this, you know, dominating a race like that by 4 seconds. So.
The trials and tribulations for Dennis Foggia all come undone now as he takes his first ever victory in the Junior Moto3 World Championship. It was Alonso Lopez and Jeremy Alcoba who take the final spots on the rostrum, so some consolidation for the Estrella Galicia team. But Dennis Foggia, what a race from the 16-year-old from Rome in Italy. A great race. His best finish up until this point had been a second place. He had second last time out. He lost the race on the line, but he makes amends for that now. His first ever win in the Junior Moto3. Oh my goodness, what on earth has gone wrong there? I can't see who that is from this angle.
I have to say that's after the finish line, and I bet you is, you know,
is that Martinez Abrego's? But let's have a look. Let's see what happens. Here we oh goodness me! Unbelievable. That's View, and View, we know View was slow the last couple of laps because he's had that technical problem. So was it Martinez Abrego? I think
Martin,
was.
I don't think he was, you know, he wasn't looking ahead. He was looking down.
Behind.
No, he was looking down at something or at his dashboard or something, and as soon as he lifted his head up, View was there, probably going really slow, and he ran in the back of him.
Oh dear, oh dear. We've seen things about riders cruising in qualifying.
Yeah.
And after the race, you don't expect anything like that to happen, but it's just one of those unfortunate incidents. Hopefully,
nobody's hurt.
Martinez Abrego is okay. We hope that he is. We'll give you some updates as soon as we can receive them, and we hope that his team can manage to fix the bike, of course, before that second race. But there is Dennis Foggia wheeling his way. There's no doubt in his mind, and no doubt in ours here in the comms box as well, that he's taken his first victory in dominant fashion. What a race it's been for the Italian rider. A significant advantage. He really backed off on that last lap, actually. His advantage going into the last lap was over 5 seconds. He finished just 3.8 seconds ahead of this man, Alonso Lopez. And what a race it's been for the Spaniard. A great race for Alonso Lopez. Brilliant way to continue on his good form. Of course, finished in a brilliant first position in the opening race in Catalonia last time out. Didn't manage to make the finish last time due to that incident he had with Jari Montella. There we see the riders coming back into pit lane, and this man, Jeremy Alcoba, as well. What a great race it's been for Jeremy Alcoba. Third position for him. Didn't finish on the podium at all in Barcelona, but managed to make amends for that and got himself onto the top step, onto the final step on the rostrum. He'll be pleased with that, I reckon. Doesn't seem to be too disgruntled with it. I'm sure he was hoping for a better finish, perhaps maybe even second place, but nonetheless, he says, what could I do? Lopez was just that little bit too quick. He's back there in Parc Ferme. He actually looks a little bit disgruntled, if you ask me, but there we are. I'm sure he's not going to be too unhappy with that. They'll be spraying the Casera on the podium. Of course, because these riders are too young to be spraying the champagne. Of course, we'll run you through the highlights of this race in a few moments' time. We'll, before that, though, be talking to the race winner. He'll be down there with Dakota, Dennis Foggia, in just a few moments' time. But what a race it was. Dennis Foggia taking that almighty victory. Final classification of results coming up very shortly as well. Actually, Raul Fernandez on that last lap managed to get himself up into 10th place. Just wondering where Makar Yuchenko finished. He finished 9th position. So, yes, Yuchenko, of course, those riders all benefiting from Garcia going down, of course, on that final lap incident. So, Yuchenko in 9th place. Raul Fernandez finishing inside the top 10. So, made some amends as well after being down there in and amongst the 13th position. Aleix View, unfortunately, with that technical problem, whatever went wrong with his motorcycle, caused him to finish down in 12th position, just ahead of the other VR46 rider, Celestino Vietti Ramos. Unfortunately, in 13th place for him. Martinez Abrega, who came over the line and had that unfortunate coming together with Aleix View, in 14th place, and Dan Jones getting his first ever point in the Moto3 Junior World Championship in 15th position. A great finish there for Dan Jones. He'll be very pleased with that, and something of a bit of consolidation for the KRP RSF Racing Steps Foundation team on the KTM. Brand new bike for them this season, so a good points finish for them. Just missing out was Stefano Nepa and Bruno Ardarci. We'll talk you through the final race order in a few moments' time. Let's talk to Dennis, though.
5-second lead. Lonely race for you, but I bet you're happy, especially for your first win.
Yeah, race very long. But I'm very happy because in the last part of the race, the tire wasn't good. But I don't know. I'm really, really happy. Thank you to my team, to Carlos.
Thank you. And now in Italian?
Sì, sono molto contento della gara. È stata una gara molto lunga, però sapevamo che all'inizio potevamo andare via perché avevamo un buon passo. E niente, alla fine ce l'abbiamo fatta. Poi all'ultimo un po' ho amministrato, ho tenuto, perché con il consumo delle gomme avevo paura di fare una cavolata, però adesso pensiamo a gara 2.
A great race there for Dennis Foggia. Here's some highlights then. Away from the lights, it was Vincente Perez on pole position with the two Asia Talent Team riders of Masaki alongside him, with Andy Istihar, of course, rounding out that front row. Into the first corner, though, it was Perez who led the way, but a great start from Dennis Foggia from the second row of the grid. Saw him catapulting himself up to second place as Makar Yuchenko ran wide at the first corner. Meanwhile, big crash we saw for Clement Rouge, unfortunately for the Frenchman. He ended up going down the road, was stretched off the track. We await further news on him. Hopefully he is okay. Meanwhile, there was Dennis Foggia hitting the front, and that is where he would stay until the end of the race. A dominant race for the Italian. Meanwhile, Perez came under all sorts of pressure as Masaki and View found their way through into turn number 1. It looks like a slow corner then as you look at it, but it's very quick indeed. Meanwhile, Dennis Foggia led the way as Arapalenko went down the road after contact with Jaume Masia at the final corner, and he was absolutely apoplectic after that race, ending in the gravel trap for the Leopard racing rider. A disappointing way to conclude the first race here at Valencia for the Spaniard. Meanwhile, Alonso Lopez made some good ground against Vincente Perez, and likewise Garcia and Alcoba made their way through as Aleix View ran wide. This is where we thought, the start of the technical problems for the Spanish Rins rider. Hopefully they can get it sorted for the second race. Of course, it all came undone later on. Here was Rory Skinner at the aftermath of the crash between himself and Jari Montella. We didn't see what happened on the screen, so we'll have to wait and see if we can find out from Rory perhaps later on as to what happened in that race. Meanwhile, wasn't too bad at all out in front as Alace Few held on to second position. There was Dennis Foggia, then there was his advantage, and this is where it all went wrong for the Rins Pro Takata 42 machine. He sat up a technical problem for the number 81, ending his race. Sliding right down the order. I say ending his race, he did manage to hold on and claim a few points positions, but nonetheless at a significant power disadvantage. Meanwhile, onto the final few laps, it was Perez who led this little gaggle in second position, just ahead of the Australian leading bikes. There his team watched on in anticipation, with Alonso Lopez just ahead of Garcia and Alcoba, but Garcia went down from third position. A rostrum snatched from him right at the very end of that race, and that left Dennis Foggia to come over the timeline. The 16-year-old took his first ever win in the Moto3 Junior World Championship with Lopez and Alcoba completing the podium, as Vicente Perez just missed out. But a great race it was for the number 71, Dennis Foggia, taking his first ever win in the Moto3 Junior World Championship here in Valencia at the circuit. Ricardo Tormo, what a way to do it.
He said he had, you know, his rear tire was getting really used up, but I mean, he did a great race to have those.
Still setting a quicker pace as well compared to some of the other riders.
Yeah.
In some instances, a bit slower on that last lap, of course, as he
Yeah,
backed off.
Don Aurelio Martín en representación.
Here we go
de
then. Here
Repsol,
is the podium. Dennis
entregará
Foggia,
el trofeo al jefe de equipo,
Alonso Lopez and
vencedor
Jeremy
Carlos
Alcoba.
Batalla.
A great race for all those riders. And we'll wait for them to be presented with their trophies, of course. They'll be spraying the Caseta all night long, I'm sure, in the VR46 junior team. There we get the team's trophy presented to the round of applause of the crowd. The first ever trophy being presented to the VR46 junior team this season in the FIM CEV Repsol. Then we'll get the trophy presented to the third place man, Jeremy Alcoba. Another podium for the Spanish rider, makes up for not finishing on the rostrum in Catalunya just 3 weeks ago.
Alonso Lopez.
But here's the man, of course, who took 2 podiums in 2 races, Alonso Lopez. That was last time out in Catalunya, and a third podium in succession for the Spanish rider. A great race for him. Too unhappy with that one at all, but I'm sure the man whose smile will be grinning from ear to ear is this man. It's Dennis Foggia taking his first ever win in the FIM CEV Repsol, presented with his trophy. Absolute delight on his face as well. So now we wait for the Italian national anthem to ring out here in Valencia. Just before that, though, he's presented with his gas card. Many congratulations for that. I don't think he'll be old enough to be able to use that in his car yet, but nonetheless.
Escuchamos en honor del vencedor de esta carrera, el himno de
Absolutely, well, you wouldn't turn it
Italia.
down, would you?
Un aplauso para ese cuadro de honor.
Dennis Foggia, the winner of the first race here in the
Alonso Lopez
FIM
segundo, Jeremy Alcoba y la
CEV Repsol,
fotografía
the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Don't forget, of course, we've got another race coming up. That'll be the penultimate race before the end of the day, so we look forward to that. That's approximately just before the Moto2 race, of course, so we should be expecting that one to take place around about.
Y después de las fotografías llegará el momento de la celebración
at 2 p.m. local time. So here are the final results then of the Moto3 Junior World Championship Race 1. It's Dennis Foggia ahead of Alonso Lopez and Jeremy Alcoba. Vicente Perez in 4th and Kazuki Misaki, a great result for the Japanese rider in the top 5. Masia in 6th, Andy Farrad in 7th. Yuki Kuni was 8th place after looking strong in that race, and Raul Fernandez managed to recover into 9th position, albeit quite a way down. There's Lorenzo Petraka in 10th place. Then comes Makar Yuchenko, the Kazakhstani rider who of course was awarded that time penalty. Alace Few, who was involved in that incident with Martinez Abrego in 12th place, Vietti Ramos, Martinez Abrego and Dan Jones running up the top 15. And then in 16th place it was Stefano Neppa with Bruno Iannacci, Andy Verdois, and then Jason De Pasquale in 19th place with Jacinto Garcia. Here's the championship though. This is where it gets interesting, because now Dennis Foggia is leading the championship. 86 points to Alonso Lopez's 70. The gap increases at the front of this weekend. So 20 points separated the top 3, 24 points now separated the top 5, as opposed to the 14 that it was going into this round. Vincente Perez there in 6th place. A good little battle going on as well for 8th position, with Yuchenko and Cooney lying astern on points as well. And there is Rory Skinner on 25 points. Just behind him is Akiwat Montananon. Both riders not finishing that first race. Akiwat Montananon, of course, not starting it due to being ill and not here this weekend. So Rory Skinner not getting any more points on the board. Andy Farid there started from the front row in 12th place. Lorenzo Petrarca, Aaron Palenko and Vietti Ramos rounding out the top 15, with Aleix Viu, rather, I should say, in 16th position after claiming those final few points. So that was Moto 3 then. Up next is the first race of the day for Moto 2. Welcome back to the 2017 FIM CEV Repsol. We're live here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. It's round 4. As Bon Jovi once said, we're halfway there. Not quite sure about living on a prayer, however, but nonetheless, it's Moto 2 up next. Here are the crowds waiting. Look at that. Where else do you get the atmosphere other than in Valencia? They love their motorcycle racing here. A circuit that is essentially an amphitheatre. Any grandstand you can see pretty much the whole circuit from. It's 4 kilometres long, 9 left-hand turns, 5 right, of course, owing to the anti-clockwise layout that it's running. 19 corners, not a particularly undulating track from what you would see on the television, but nonetheless, if you go and walk it, I'm sure you'll say differently, especially that final corner where it drops away from you at turns 13 into turn number 14. So a cracking race we had in the Moto 3 Junior World Championship just a few moments ago, but up next, it's Moto 2, and boy, are we excited for this one, Dakota. We love a bit of Moto 2 here in the commentary box, and this one is set to be an exciting weekend after Ricky Cardouse dominated it last time out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first racetrack
Odd choice of headwear, just to interrupt there, sorry, but...
Hey, listen, he's just keeping his head cool.
Absolutely, mind you, that's not the most odd choice of headwear. I saw Romano Finati in the Saxon ring. He had a cap with a spinny propeller on the top of it. Yeah.
Oh,
He looked like he was just on a day out somewhere.
No, like I was saying, this was the first ever racetrack I tested on a Moto 2 bike, and it's a great track on a 600. It's fun. There, like you said, you know, there's all types of corners here. There's uphill, downhills, like the last section, flat areas, and like you said, it's a great racetrack for the fans to come and see, because you could be on the top of the roof of the front straight and see about 95% of the racetrack, and you don't get that in many other racetracks in the world. So it's great. It's starting to get warm now. You know, nearly 12 o'clock, and but race 1's always going to be cooler for these boys than race 2, because their second race is at 3, and boy, that's going to be a hot one.
And quite conversely to what we saw actually earlier on, yesterday I should say rather, in qualifying, because most riders who were setting qualifying lap times were quicker in the morning, where the temperatures were cooler, therefore the tyres were working better. However, in the afternoon, the times were quicker in Moto 2, as we noted just before the broadcast started. We were getting together and comparing notes, and we just had a look at it. And as you noted there, Dakota, times were quicker in the afternoon than the morning, which is very strange.
Yes. I don't think you notice the difference so much on the bigger bikes. You know, even in World Championship, it's the same thing happens, you know, in qualifying. And like Barcelona, everyone thought, oh, in qualifying, you know, at 1 o'clock in the middle of the day, everyone won't be able to go quicker. But for some reason, they do end up going quicker. So it is a mixture of just adrenaline and, you know, qualifying. And but yeah, this man right here, Eric Granado, boy, he's quick around here.
He really is. He was very quick here last year in Valencia, and now he's just gone and done that one better. He's on pole position for this weekend in the FIM CEV Repsol in the Moto 2 class. The Brazilian rider has had a bit of an interesting start to the season, I think is probably the best way we can put it. Perhaps not lit up the world as much as we thought he would do. Finished on the podium in the first race last time out in Barcelona, which was, I think, his first podium of the year, if memory serves me correctly. I'll have to just have a look at the championship standings in a moment. But nonetheless, we expected him to be perhaps fighting a bit amongst the sharp end. He ended up having a bit of a difficult time out in Albacete, and of course this was only the second round. This is only the third round for the Moto2 and the European Talent Cup classes, whereas in Moto3, of course, we had the second round in Le Mans, so therefore they're on their fourth round of the championship. So they're a round behind, effectively, in the Moto2 and European Talent Cup championships. But nonetheless, it's been a bit of an interesting start to the season, as we said, for Granado, and this is really his chance to try and turn things around.
Yeah, and especially a racetrack that he feels comfortable in. You know, like you said already last year, he was fast. He had his podium here, or his first podium, like I think you said. And you know, why not do it again this year? He's got the pace. He's comfortable. You know, he was quickest again in warm up, and did nearly the same lap time he did in qualifying yesterday. And he seems to be comfortable here. And you know, my money's going to be on him today if he did, and I hope he don't have any crashes or anything. But I must say also the ones to watch will be Odendaal and Carduce, because you know they might have not. Well, Carduce, you know, qualified
third position outside of the
so,
front row for the Spaniard.
Yeah, and Steven's fifth. So, you know, I wouldn't, you know, take them away, because in warm up they've actually gone quicker, 0.3 quicker than what they did in qualifying yesterday. So and this race is going to be cooler. So I think they might be doing a better race this one than race 2.
Exactly. You can see the shorts there. Everybody in shorts, as you would begin to imagine. Over 30 degrees worth of heat, aside from the riders who, of course, are in their leather outfits. Here's a man who set the world on fire in qualifying in the Saxon Ring last weekend in the World Championship. He was replacing Xavi Vierge, and he did himself an absolutely perfect job in qualifying. Qualified in 5th position in the wet in the Saxon Ring. It was a difficult race for Hector Garzo. He's qualified well. He's qualified in 2nd position at every race so far this season. So consistent, very consistent from the Spanish rider. But qualified in 5th position in the Saxon Ring. He was running very well in the race in the opening stages, but unfortunately failed to finish after crashing out very spectacularly. But nonetheless, I think he's done himself absolutely no harm at all by going competing in the World Championship at the Saxon Ring.
I think that gave him a big boost of confidence, especially to come back here in the Spanish Championship, knowing he can run in the front in the World Championship. Just gives you more confidence when you ride. And as we see, you know, second, I think he's also another one to watch for sure during the race. Unfortunately, he had a bad race in Germany. But again, that's not the important part. The important part that he was there, people saw him, he was quick.
Got the consistency,
and, yeah,
the experience.
It don't matter what, you know, what conditions the racetrack was, wet or dry. And no, definitely he's a talented rider, you know, and he's a new one here in this championship in Moto2. And here's Carmelo. It's always good to see Carmelo here helping out.
Yeah, Carmelo Morales on the left there, being the brolly dolly. As it were. He does it well.
That's it. He's finished racing and he's now gone to Brawley Dolly.
He does it well. He's doing a good job there. David Sanchis, his best qualifying of the season so far. He's on the easy race Suter. Of course, Carmelo Morales, multiple Superbike champion, of course, in the FIM CEV Repsol he was last year as well. Before that was moved off the bill for the 2017 season. But David Sanchis on that Suter machine, doing a great job there. Starting in 4th position on the grid, inside of the second row. There is Stephen Odendaal, who's got a new fairing on his bike for this weekend, so it's not perhaps what we're used to. I think it's one that the team have mocked up and tested. I don't think he crashed yesterday, so I don't think he's gone down, but he's been consistent as well. Fourth in the races. Yeah, not a podium.
But he's eager for that podium, I bet. You know, in Barcelona, you could tell after the race he was really angry because he knew that that podium was right there and he just missed out on it. And
fans are watching on as well. They're getting the suntan in as well. I wonder what's going on there. But yeah, Stephen Odendaal starting from 5th position on the grid. He was just over 0.8 of a second adrift. Here's the man, though, that took his first ever podium in Barcelona last time out, the Catalunya circuit. Third position in the opening race. And a great result there for the Indonesian rider, Dimas Eki, 24 years of age. As you can see, finished 5th in the second race and 6th in the opening round in Albacete back in April. So a good result it has been. A good season it's been for Dimas Eki as well. And he is actually on 37 points and not sitting too far away from the likes of Joe Roberts and Stephen Odendaal. He's only 3 points away from either of those riders.
Yeah, I mean, he's been also consistent. So it'll be interesting to see what he has today. Foligny is actually another rider I was speaking to you about earlier, who's made a big, a good forward step. He's improved. As you can see, 9.76. So he's gone quicker and quicker. And I think the experience he's getting in the World Championship is definitely a factor and is helping him out to do better here in the Spanish Championship.
Yeah, he's been wildcarding, of course, in a couple of rounds. Wildcarded in Mugello and Barcelona, and then actually replaced Lorenzo Baldassari last time out in the Sachsenring, because Lorenzo, of course, had a huge crash in Assen the week beforehand. So good news to see that also Lorenzo is on the recovery. There is Lukas Tolovic, the other forward racing junior rider, the German, of course. He unfortunately ended up going down the road in Barcelona last time out. 17 years of age he is, though, so a rider who is relatively young, but nonetheless getting those results and lines up in a career best third row start for Lukas Tolovic as well. He'll be looking to try and make some good progress there from 8th on the grid. So we'll see how he gets on. As you can see, the fans there watching on. The sun is out and shining. I was actually watching from this point yesterday where these fans are standing at the moment.
You were just trying to get into them, right? Knowing what they feel.
Absolutely. I was trying to get an idea as to how it is. We'll come back to that in a moment, because here's a man I want to talk about, Joe Roberts, the American rider. What a weekend he had in Barcelona, in Catalonia. Second position in that second race. His first ever podium in the Moto2 European Championship. A great race for him, and we're hoping he'll do the same this weekend. We would like to see him take another podium, but he's starting a bit further down the order, and he's also, as we understand, battling some illness as well. Yeah,
he's been really sick, I know, all weekend, especially from Thursday, and he's just started antibiotics, so he's not, it makes a big difference when you're feeling sick. He's got strep throat, and it's just not helpful, especially when you're in such hot conditions like these, and having to do like 19 laps around here is not easy. So hopefully he can, just finish. I told him just try to do the best he can also. So here's his teammate, Jason, who had a big one in Barcelona.
Goodness, that was a very, very nasty incident there for Jason Uribe. Fortunately, he was okay, but he had a fractured nose and eye socket after that crash, and a sprained knee as well, just to add insult to injury.
Thomas, it's Uribe.
Is it Uribe?
Uribe.
Somebody told me it was Uribe.
No.
Are you sure it's Uribe?
You
probably know better than I. Yeah, you're American. Exactly. I've got no hope.
I couldn't quite understand what you meant, and then I looked at his second. I'm like, no, it's Uribe.
I'm sure I heard somebody pronouncing it as Uribe, but there we go.
I must say, you can say a lot better the Indonesian names from the kids than me, so I'll give that to you.
Thank you very much. Well, there is Mark Luna, the other Tech 3 rider. Qualifying for him in 11th position, Mark Luna. We haven't really mentioned him so far this season. Sitting 19th in the championship. He's had just 2 points finishes so far, 1 point apiece in Catalonia last time out, of course. 2 1-point finishes in 15th position. So it'll be interesting to see how he can do from 11th on the grid. We should mention there are a few riders that aren't here this weekend. Thomas Sigvardsson on the Transformers machine, he's not here this weekend. Likewise, Federico Minozzi, I should say, on the Biretti Calyx machine. Diego Carbo, he was supposed to be wildcarding on the Stratos Yamaha on the stock bike. There's Corentin Polari. We'll come back to who else isn't here in a few moments. He absolutely set the world by storm. Qualified on the front row of the grid in Barcelona. Got himself up in and amongst the mix with a load of other riders, and ended up finishing in some very respectable positions, did Corentin Polari. Now sits 12th in the championship after just one round. 7 and 8 points apiece for the Transformers machine. Down in 12th position in this race, so not quite as good a qualifying from him. It looks like Hector Garzo there on the middle of the front row has had a bit of a problem starting his motorcycle. But nonetheless, Corentin Polari, keep an eye out for him, as of course he's a Endurance World Championship rider, so he's got a good amount of experience, perhaps not so much here at the Valencia circuit. Here we go then for the starting grid in the Moto2 European Championship. It's Granado, Garzo and Cardus on the front row, David Sanchis, Stephen Odendal and Dimas Ecki on row 2, and then the third row of the grid, it's the 2 forward racing junior bikes of Federico Foligny and Lukas Tolovic, with the AGR Calyx machine of Joe Roberts, fresh off of that podium in Barcelona. He lines up at the bottom of row 3. Then it's Jason Uribe, Mark Luna, Corentin Polari. Row 5 is Hiroki Ono, Xavier Cardalus and Marcel Brenner. Row 6 is Oscar Gutierrez, then Joko Maguka, Fausto Granton, who's making his debut this weekend. And then towards the back end of the grid, it's Pontus Derlin, and then the 2 stock 600 bikes of Paul Defour and Philly Legallo, rounding out the 21 riders strong crew. Just to conclude the riders who aren't here this weekend, Jamie Edwards unfortunately crashed out in Barcelona, suffering a shoulder injuries, and unfortunately they couldn't manage to get a replacement in time, so he will not be racing here this weekend. Likewise, the Nikos machine that he rides will not be here either. Very interesting motorcycle that. We've talked about it before, so we don't need to talk about it too much at the moment. But nonetheless, it's Eric Granado who starts the race from pole position with Hector Garzo and Ricky Cardus alongside him. And that first corner, Dakota, is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, first corner, I mean, they're lucky they got that extra, tarmac on the outside, for some more room. We'll probably see a couple guys go run wide there, but the scary one's turn 2. I'm telling you.
Hard on the brakes with 21 Moto2 bikes going into there.
I mean, not just for the riders, but also the ones that, on the front, just hoping nobody in the back is coming and has gone like 10 meters too deep, because he's going to collect you. So hopefully everyone, makes it through okay. And, just one by one, you'll be able to see who's going to be quick from lap 1. I think Eric's going to, be at the front for sure, and it'll be interesting to see if Ricky can stay with him. Ricky's fast. We saw that in Barcelona, so no doubt about that, and especially Garzo. Garzo now with the World Championship wildcard, he's probably got some more confidence.
Absolutely, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys get on. Some great comments coming in. If you're watching around the world, thank you for joining us here for the FIM CEV Repsol. My name's Tom Brooks. Alongside me is Dakota Momola. We're going to be guiding you through this Moto2 European Championship race in Valencia. The riders then coming to their grid, assembling in order. Be interested to see how they get on and who will get that drag down towards that first corner, and of course into that all-important hairpin of turn number 2. But there is the pole man, the fluorescent yellow and green helmet of Eric Granado on the Promo Racing Kalex. Let's see what he can do. He's taken 1 podium so far this year and is currently sitting in 3rd position in the championship. Will he be able to take the lead of the championship by the end of this race? We'll have to find out come the checkered flag after 19 laps for these Moto2 riders. Keep an eye out for David Sanchis there on the number 96 as well. He heads row number 2. But let's see how the riders get on then. The revs are rising. We wait for the red lights to come on. Lights out then, and away we go. Great start for Granado, but an equally better start by Hector Garzo, who gets the drag down. Will he lead the way in towards the first corner? He's certainly got the jump as Hector Garzo, and here comes Ricky Cardus up the inside as well. So a brilliant start for Cardus, and going down the order into 4th, nearly 5th position goes Eric Granado. He's been swamped off the start there, but it's Hector Garzo who leads the way ahead of Ricky Cardus, and then by the looks of things is that David Sanchis that's popped himself up into 3rd position. Looks like he just got muscled out a little bit there by Stephen Odendahl. Odendahl making some great inroads for the time being. Notes Odendahl in 4th place, now into 5th place as Granado gets himself ahead going into turn number 6. So into the right-hander we go with Garzo leading the way ahead of Ricky Cardus.
Yeah, these opening laps in this class are just brutal. I remember, there's no time to relax on these opening laps, because if you relax one little bit, someone's going to go right underneath you. And it's important to be at the front of these starting laps, because you don't want to start shuffling back quickly.
Absolutely. So into the final section of the lap we're already coming to now, and it's going to be an unbelievable start for Hector Garzo, who's already putting some daylight between himself and Ricky Cardus. Stephen Odendahl also looking good there as well. He's in 3rd position at the moment on the number 44. I think David Sanchis is going to be having something to say about that.
I'm going to say it looks like Batman with that black fairing on.
It's not something we're used to seeing. I wonder what the sponsors will be saying about it after this race. But nonetheless, I'm sure it's a developmental thing there. NCS machine, they're looking to bring that up to the World Championship as we understand it. So be interested to see. Oh, that's Martin Luna qualified in 11th place. We were singing his praises for qualifying so well, and unfortunately has gone down the road on the opening lap. Hopefully he can get himself. Oh, and there's somebody else out. It's going to be Cardus who's gone down. So Xavier Cardus, who's in the gravel trap there as well, and that was turn number 8 by the looks of things where he's gone down. So Xavier Cardus also in the gravel trap there. But we'll have to wait and see. He's okay. Fortunately, he's sitting up, which is the main thing. Being attended to by the marshals. Hopefully, he'll be able to make some amends for race number 2. But he doesn't want to be sitting in that gravel trap for too long, because this man's going to be coming in there very, very shortly indeed. There he is, the leader at the moment, Hector Garbo, after starting that brilliant Moto2 race from 5th position. And Odendahl getting all out of shape there, making all sorts of shapes with that motorcycle. So red flag is out, so there we go. We'll have to wait and see. I think that might just be due to the incident with Xavier Cardelus. There he is now, walking away. So Xavier Cardelus unfortunately trudging back through the gravel trap, but the red flag has been on. Now this means that we'll have the quick restart procedure. So what will happen is the riders will form up on the grid. Whether they'll form up in grid order or whether it'll be the order they finished at the end of the first lap, I believe it will probably be the latter. What they'll do is they'll line up on the grid. They'll have one member of the team to come out to attend them at their motorcycle. And then
I'd be angry if I was Garzo. After that, you know, rocking start, and you know, then now have to regroup. But it's weird because we saw this situation in Moto3 with a rider down and they didn't really pull the red flag out. So I'm not sure if it's that or there's something on the track, or
it could be oil on the track. It could be a mixture of a number of different things.
Because he seems okay, you know what I mean? But
yeah, it could be a case of he maybe had a mechanical failure and dropped some oil on the track. I mean, we saw how oil on the track certainly affects things in 100%. Moto3 in Le Mans, didn't we? That was an extreme example of it. But nonetheless, if there is oil on the track, that'll mean a clean-up operation. We'll have to wait and see whether it is a mechanical fault. I'm just trying to see for scuffs on his leathers. He was in the gravel trap. There's no denying that. So he was definitely 100%. Down the road. But is it due to contact with another rider? I don't know whether the cameras were able to catch the incident. We won't have any onboard cameras for this either, so we'll have to wait and see. And now it kind of takes, not the wind out of the sails, but it loses the momentum it gained, didn't it?
100%, you know, especially for Garzo and Cardelus, who were comfortably in first and second and had a small little gap from Steven. But, well, if I was Eric, you know, I got another shot now at it. So it'll be interesting to see who can get a good start again.
Well, we'll have to wait for notice, of course, from race direction as to when pit lane opens and the like. Then the riders, of course, will go out for their sighting lap. Then once they've had their sighting lap, we'll have the warm-up lap, and then we'll be able to get this race underway. We should probably expect, actually, due to the fact that this race has been red flag, that they'll have a shortened race distance now.
Yeah, they might shorten it 2 laps, you know, because they already did 1 lap in the race, and they might shorten it 1 more lap due to time too. So, but I truly don't think there's stuff on the racetrack, Tom. I think it was just safety reasons, because Cardelus was you know, laying on in the gravel. So. But again, he got up, so I'm not sure why they would pull the red flag out. But again, yeah, we don't know this yet, so.
No, it's a decision made by race direction. It's obviously out of our hands. We're just here to guide you guys through the racing. I've just had a quick look out the commentary box window, which actually has got one of the best views of the circuit that I think I've probably ever seen. We could pretty much see what was going on from here. But yeah, nonetheless, there's no sign of any cleanup operation taking place, so it might not be due to oil on the track. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. It might just be out of the view of, in fact, yes, it is. It's out of the view of where we are. So there's the bike that's going to be recovered back off of the lorry. So,
which is outside the track, you know, that's not part of the racetrack. That's just so people know, you know, the Ricardo Tormo has other parts of racetracks for the cars, and that's the outside of the of turn 12. So I'm not sure if there's, you know, they have to show a replay so we can have a better understanding of what happened.
There's the promo racing box. You can see the Moto3 bikes of Charlie Cooper and Heng Su in there. You see Eric Granado as well. Race direction, here we go, quick restart procedure. So yeah, we'll have the guys going to the grid, and then they'll have one member of the team on the grid to attend to them, just make sure everything's okay, no problems with the bike for too much. Pit lane will be open at 12:11, sorry, rather, I should say. So that is in 4 minutes time from now, just under. And they'll be open for 60 seconds, so a very tight window for these riders to get out on the grid.
Yeah, because it takes you 30 seconds to go from one side to the other on pit lane, so.
It's a big disadvantage for those who are at the top end of pit lane, as opposed to the bottom end.
First, so, no, it's actually okay that they've red flagged it the first lap, because imagine if you were Foggia in Moto3
exactly,
and you're leading by 4 seconds, and then they pull out the red flag, like, you know, 8 laps to go, because I think after halfway race distance, they stop the race.
After 2/3, they can stop the race.
2/3. So, yeah,
they can call a result. Yeah. So race to race, and then we see quick restart procedure. It did say on that original ticker tape there, original grid positions to be taken. I just want to make sure that that is the case, because the ticker tape has now come up again, and we'll have to wait and see. We know as much as you guys do watching at home. We thank you for tuning in. There is confirmation, 12 laps of the race. So
wow, they've really shortened up.
Really short. It's sprint race now, effectively, isn't it? It's going to be all guns blazing. And what that does mean is that tyre longevity.
Original grid positions, too.
Yeah, so Granado will start from pole, Garzo in second, Carduce in third. So it's going to have to try and be another dream start for Hector Garzo from that middle of that front row. It does give another bite of the cherry for Eric Granado as well. But as you said, original grid positions, 12 laps. So they've really shortened that race down quite significantly. And as I mentioned just a moment ago as well, it does bring the tyre longevity question into play, because we were worried about how long these guys were going to have on their tyres. All are running the same compounds, the number 2 front, which is the harder compound of front, and the number 1 rear, which is the softer compound, effectively. So
yeah, they're not going to change it. They're just going to keep it. Now that's only 12 laps to race. It'll be a quick, and there shouldn't be much tire wear or any problems with the tires. So
interesting to know how much hotter it's gotten here in Valencia as well, because just looking at the Moto3 temperature for the race, it was 36 degrees track temperature. That's now shot up for Moto2 to 42.4. So hotter track conditions. That's going to be very, very interesting, because of course after this race, after the Moto2, we've got the European Talent Cup race coming along the way very, very shortly. Just under 2 minutes, by the way, or just over a minute, I should say. Probably a better way to put it, to get pit lane open. We'll wait for the riders. I'm sure we'll see a few of them queuing up at the end of pit lane before that green light comes on. And of course, if they do end up missing the light, then that'll be it for them.
They have to start from pit lane.
Exactly. That will be a big problem for them. So hopefully all riders have been given the memo, and the teams will be ready, and then they'll be able to get themselves out on track. But as we said, the track conditions getting hotter. It's getting hotter here as well. 31.5 degrees is the ambient air temperature at the moment, which is pretty scorching. 34 degrees expected by about 1 p.m., which is in 50 minutes time or so local time. So we're going to be interested to see how that happens.
And no wind.
Exactly. No wind at all. It was nice yesterday on the track walk, actually, because I was walking down the back straight and thinking it's nice.
It's a nice breeze.
A nice breeze. It was cooling, actually, is what it was, after walking around in jeans and absolutely melting. And the good thing was that I didn't burn my legs, if nothing else.
Or your feet. I don't know. That's another thing. You can really tell how hot the ground is when you're standing on the on the racetrack. You can actually feel the heat go through your shoes and onto your feet. So 42 degrees on is hot.
Pit lane is now open, so we're waiting then for the flurry of riders to come out, so we can see a few making their way down. You can see one of the AGR bikes, looks like it's Jason Uribe, who's coming out of pit road, and all making their way out now, surely in very quick succession, you would begin to imagine. We thank you so much for joining us here for coverage of the Moto2 European Championship. Don't forget you can keep up to date with the FIM CEV Repsol on social media as well. On Facebook, go on to Facebook, facebook.com/CEV Motorcycle, or on Twitter as well, it's @CEV Motorcycle. You can follow them on there and keep up to date with all of the different variations of the championship. And if you head on to the website as well, www.fimcevrepsol.com, there's a cracking interview with Kenny Noyes as well, which I would thoroughly recommend reading.
Yeah, he's done that, trust and fund thing for him, so hopefully, they can raise that money to help him out. Such a great kid, he...
Absolutely, yeah. Kenny Noyes, just for those who aren't aware, suffered a crash in superbikes in 2015 at Aragon. Very nasty crash, and has been recovering from the incident ever since. The doctor said that he would never be able to walk and not be able to do a lot of other things. He's defying the odds, but of course he needs to continue with that rehabilitation program. And of course, unfortunately, it does cost money to be able to do
100%.
Do things like that. It's a cruel world, but that's what Kenny Noyes is doing. So I'd thoroughly recommend having a read of it, finding out a bit more about Kenny's story, because of course we do wish him all the best, and we hope that he's able to make a speedy recovery as possible. So the riders then on their sighting lap heading to the grid. That quick restart procedure will be in place. Just to remind you once again, one member of the team at the grid, and then they'll just make sure everything's okay. The flags will be waved, then we'll get the warm-up lap underway, get that crucial heat into the tyres and the brakes, and then of course racing will begin to go. And just how much, Dakota, does it unsettle these riders when you have a situation like this? You have a red flag, it's nobody else's fault, everybody knows that everybody else is okay, which is the main and important thing, but how much does it unsettle you, unnerve you, and unfocus you?
It doesn't unfocus you. Well, it depends where you were during the race. You know, if you were in the back and that happens, I must say you're happy, because then it gives you another chance to, you know, to restart and have a better start and a better start of the race. But for the guys that were at the front, that, you know, were already in their zone, went through all those nerves, and having to go through that process again is pretty fatiguing, and not easy. So there's, you know, pros and cons about it, but again, it's the same for everybody. Safety is always going to be first for everything. So anyways, these riders just have to focus, do what they have to do, and it should be the same like about 10 minutes ago.
Exactly. So Hector Garzo,
and it's a fast, you know, it's a fast restart, so there's not much time to hang around.
No, precisely. It's a quick procedure. We'll run you through that grid again. Don't forget Eric Granado on pole, Hector Garzo in second, and Ricky Carduce alongside him. David Sanchis, Stephen Odendahl, and Dimas Ecki on the second row. Federico Fellini, Lucas Tolovic, Joe Roberts on row 3. Row 4, Jason Uribe, sorry, I apologise. Mark Luna, if he will take the restart. I don't think he will because of the damage to his bike. Then Corentin Polari, Ono, Cardalus, and Brenner, Gutierrez, Mukyuvka, and Granton. And then comes Derland, Dufour, and Legallo to complete the grid. The two stock 600 bikes, of course, at the back end of the grid. But the important thing, the first two rows, Granado, Garzo, and Carduce, Sanchis, Odendahl, and Ecki, all starting from their original grid positions, which is going to be very, very interesting indeed. So place your bets. What will happen into the first corner? Last time out, it was Garzo who got the better start. He was romping away with that race up until that red flag occurred. Just 12 laps now for these riders as well. So a shorter race distance. It takes the stress out of the tyres. It takes the stress out of these riders as well, because they don't have to conserve the tyre life as much as they would do. There, though, is the number 17. That's Mark Luna, so he has made it out. So that must be an almightily quick repair by the Wimu Tectoire team. Interesting to see how they've managed to get that sorted. So it couldn't have been too big of an incident there for Mark Luna, but nonetheless, I'll have to wait and see what happens. He will take the restart then, so he will take 11th position on the grid, and that will be all of his Christmases come at once. Not many riders can say that they've crashed out of the race and then are able to start from their original grid positions. An original reference I have for that is back in Formula 1 in 1995, actually, when David Coulthard spun off on the formation lap of the race, and then they red flagged the race on the first lap, and he was able to start from pole position again for the second race, which was quite incredible. It doesn't happen very often, something like that. That's a bit of an extreme example, but nonetheless, Granado, pole position for him. And of course, the riders now getting their heat into the tyres. So will we see the Tectoire machine of Hector Garzo getting that drag down towards the first corner? Will we see Carduce from the outside of the front row, or will we see the fast starting David Sanchis or Stephen Odendahl perhaps being a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons? We'll have to wait and find out in 12 laps time as riders get themselves on the grid and ready to get this 12-lap race underway. So there is Eric Granado, the pole man, the Brazilian rider, first podium of the season in Barcelona just 3 weeks ago. He'll be looking to try and go one better than that and take his first ever win in the Moto2 European Championship. There is his promo racing Kalex machine. He does that before every start of the race. Just
religious man, always good to see.
Absolutely. So there he is, Eric Granado on pole position, Hector Garzo and Ricky Carduce alongside him. We wait then for the revs to rise. Look to the left-hand side of the screen. The lights are on. They're off now, and we're away. Who's going to get the drag down towards the first corner? It's Garzo with a great start once again, but Carduce also equally away well, and Garzo getting the drag down towards that first corner by the looks of things, and Granado's fluffing the start once again. It's a repeat of race 1 for him, but he does manage to hang out Odendahl to dry in that first corner, so Garzo gets himself into the lead of the race, and here comes the forward racing bike by the looks of things. Is that Lucas Tolovic who's made a significant inroads in the opening stages? He's up into third position on the number 3 machine. Unbelievable start from the German rider. He's now up into third position, shaking the head of that Kalex, and already Garzo with the dream start, the dream restart for the Spanish rider. Exactly what he needed to do.
Seems like the replay of race 1, to be honest.
Yeah, does somebody just stick a video on before this and not tell us about it? Because Garzo with a great start. Cardouse in second place. Lucas Tolovic on that forward racing Kalex in third position in this 12-lap sprint race now. And who's into fourth place? Well, it looks like it's still Granado at the moment. So Eric Granado holding on that Kalex at the moment, but he's made a bit of a fluffer of his start once again. This was his one chance really to rectify that situation, and it's just not gone that way at all for him.
And remember, you know, it's 12 laps, so there's not much room to be not focusing. It's gonna go down quick. So Ricky seems to be good in these conditions because he knows that 12 laps is fast, and it looks like he can, you know, stay with Garzo. And it'll be interesting to see Eric, you know, if he can, you know, pass Tulovic and catch the two front guys.
Over the timing line we go then to complete the first lap out of 12. It's Garzo from Cardouse from Tolovic who leads the way. Tolovic getting all sorts of shapes on that Kalex machine into the first corner, but likewise Granado very close behind doing a very similar sort of thing. Odendahl holding on to 6th place as well, so it's been a bit of a tough start for Odendahl there. He's on the black fairing machine. You can spot him easily though because of the white leathers with the red accents, but he got hung out to dry by Granado in the first corner. Not the first time that's happened, if you remember back in Barcelona. Those two had contact in the first corner, so there's a bit of perhaps a tiny little rivalry between them. I'm sure they've got great respect for one another. Meanwhile, there is Cardouse, who's making all sorts of movements, looking to try and bridge that gap to Gartho as well in the lead of this race. And the top two already breaking away as Granado now gets himself up into third position ahead of Lucas Tolovic into turn number 8 of Martinez we go. Looks like he managed to hold on, did Tolovic into that corner just by the skin of his teeth. Nonetheless, a great start it has been for Hector Gartho. And I have to say, one of the things I did notice actually going into that turn 8 corner is there's a huge bump on the corner entry into there. A big bump under braking that those riders will be suffering from.
Yeah, and I just read now, you know, a lot of them were complaining of the bumping in Barcelona. And Barcelona just agreed on re-asphalting it.
Oh no, that's Jason Uribe who's gone down. Uribe, sorry, thank you very much for correcting me. He's gone down the road there, unfortunately. That looks like it was exactly the same place as Cardelus and Luna we saw just 15 or so minutes ago, which brought out the red flag, of course. So a big shame there for Uribe. He'll be disappointed with that. The first DNF of the second running of this race. Meanwhile, there is Tolovic coming under some pressure now from Dimas Eki as Granado's got himself up into that final spot on the rostrum. He'll be looking to try and hunt down.
Yeah, he's coming. You can tell. And by his lap times too, he's basically doing the same lap times as Garzo and Cardouse. So.
Well, they're only half a second away from the lap times they were setting in qualifying this morning.
Yeah,
so
with a 36.4 from Garzo, which is fast.
0.3 of a second away in that case. And there we can see confirmation of that. And who's that that's gone down the road? Is that Jukka Makiuvka? It is, unfortunately. The Czech rider has failed to finish a race. A disappointment there for him. Started the race in the middle of the 6th row of the grid, down in 17th place, and it's all gone wrong for the Czech rider. Big disappointment there for Jurka. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like he's walking away with relative ease, and we'll be able to see him out in race number 2. Been a difficult start to the season for Jurka, sitting in 20th in the championship with just 1 point on the board so far, and perhaps not going the way he will have wanted to try and get some more points, crucially, on the board. So there we see Hector Gartho leading the way. 3 laps out of 12 completed here in Valencia through the quick right-hander into turn number 13 we go. That sweeping, never-ending left-hander before the final corner of turn 14. Hard on the brakes for this one.
We've lost Roberts too.
We have, yeah. Joe Roberts has gone down the road, so that's a double DNF for the AGR team. They're going to have their work cut out if indeed it is another crash for yeah, that's a big disappointment there for Roberts. He's not been feeling well all weekend, as we mentioned earlier on. He's been suffering from strep throat, has been taking antibiotics, and unfortunately really been struggling. He said before we went on air that he's just been able to get 4 laps in, and that's really been his all he's been able to manage. Feeling a bit better today, but not at 100% by any means.
You know, there's Granado at the back of Cardouse already, doing a 36.2, the quickest lap time of the race. Which was 0.4 quicker than the top 2 guys. So you could tell that he's quick around here, and he even knows it. I think that he has a good possible chance of winning here.
What this does mean, though, for the riders that have crashed out is the Stock 600 duo of Paul Dufour and Philippe Migallo, both French riders who are competing on Yamaha R6s. but with different teams, are now inside the points in 14th and 15th respectively, so they'll be getting a good points haul on the board and actually making their break into the Moto2 European Championship as well, which will be great to see. Meanwhile, crossing back to the action, here comes Granado. He's really closed up onto the back of Cardouse. He's really fighting that Calex's Cardouse as well. Looks like he's just not got the pace in the early stages to try and match the Tectois machine of
no, he's been,
at the moment.
He, like you just said, he looks like he doesn't have as fast a pace as Garzo. And Eric knows, there's only now 7 laps to go. He needs to make a move, and there it is.
He's up the inside into the quick left-hander of turn number 14, the final corner, and that is Dimas Eki that's gone down. Disaster for the Indonesian rider. He's tucked it down the road. He was sitting in a promising 5th place before that incident as well, and he is going to have to shovel that back through. That's a fast place to crash as well. Turn number 11. Is it turn number 12? Sorry. 12. Of Championeros. So he's going to be really disappointed with that. Here we go, up the inside with Granado into turn number 2. That hairpin, we've seen a few moves.
Some good motocross pass in here.
Look at that from Cardouse. He says, stay behind me, sunshine.
No, he's like, don't pass me like that, I think, because he was, I think Cardouse, what he did was he passed him on the front straight. We didn't see that. And turn 2, Eric passed him a little dirty, I must say. It was a little like motocross.
A late lunge is what that was, if by any means. What that's allowed, though, is Gado to manage to break away. Look at the advantage he's got now.
0.6.
Exactly, and he's getting closer and closer. And what he's saying, and I can imagine that Cardouse is getting frustrated as well with that overtake, because he just wants to catch up to the back of Garzo's machine.
Yeah, but I don't think he has the pace to do it. So if Ricky was smart, he'd let Granado pass and have him tow him up to Garzo.
Well, after Barcelona, we were talking to him just in the press conference room, and he was saying that the reason that he won that race in Barcelona was because of the hotter track temperatures were wearing the tyres out, but he was the only one who was able to preserve the tyres. Everybody else was spinning their rear up, whereas he was holding on. Here's that move again on the replay. Look at how late that was. It was very lucky that Cardouse actually sighted him.
It wasn't dirty or anything, it was just a different move, and there was no need for that kick. He's just getting frustrated that he keeps passing him, which is understandable. But
exactly, so
if you're faster than him, you got to pass him.
6 laps gone then here in the Moto2 European Championship. This shortened first race proving to be very exciting in the battle for 2nd and 3rd position. They're both going to get a rostrum either way, but it is the points that count for the championship. Cardouse, of course, leads the championship, but Granado also sitting there very promisingly in 3rd position.
The gap's still 0.6. They're all doing similar lap times, 36.9 and 37.0. So Garzo's not creating a bigger gap. Then again, it looks like Cardouse has, gained some ground on Garzo, so maybe
maybe they are catching each other.
Yeah, maybe Granado passing him woke him up a bit.
In terms of lap times last time around, Cardouse was just a little bit quicker than Garzo as well. He was around. He was, in fact, I say a little bit quicker. He was a lot quicker by the looks.
No,
it's 9. Sorry, apologies. The timing screen's deceiving my eyes. So he was a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Garzo. Leading the way was Ricky Cardouse, and now they're really closing onto the back. He's got the magnets on. He's latching onto the rear end of that Mistral chassis and trying to challenge his way up into the lead of this race. We could see an almighty last lap here in the Moto2 European Championship. Bit wide there for Garzo as well through turn number 12. Is that going to allow Cardouse to close up as we go into turns 13 and then hard on the brakes into turn number 14? This is very close indeed. You've raced, of course, in the Moto2 European Championship, Dakota, as well. What's it like when you're the rider chasing down and you're going for those positions that you really want to get in, the lead in this case as well? What's it like when you're chasing down those riders?
Well, it's actually, when you're trying to catch somebody, it's actually easier, when you're not so far behind. Like if you're under a second, it's not as bad. But when you have a 6-second gap, it is really difficult to chase them back down. So in this situation, it was easy for them to catch Garzo again. It was interesting to see if Garzo could.
And look at this. Here comes Granado up the inside. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dakota. Up the inside of Garzo. And now Garzo's gone from 1st down to 3rd place in the space of a couple of corners. So we didn't see the move that saw the lead being taken from Garzo. But nonetheless, that now means that Ricky Cardouse, the 29-year-old, leads the way ahead of Eric Granado with just 5 laps now remaining of this race. unbelievably close indeed. Sorry, lap 7 out of 12, I apologise. Yes, so getting very close indeed to the end of this race. And now, of course, Granado will see an opportunity to take his first win of the season. Cardoso, of course, took 2 on the bounce in Barcelona. Granado yet to take a win. Likewise, Garzo as well. He's not taken a victory either this season, so both would dearly love to be able to do so. They've been there and thereabouts, but not on the top step of the rostrum for 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. But will this allow Cardoso to break away, do we reckon?
This corner right here is the most funnest corner of this racetrack, because you're basically elbow down, knee down, rear tires coming around you, and you're just spinning the whole way around. Especially if you go out there and see MotoGP, which I had a chance of doing, you can actually see the smoke coming off the rear tire of the KTMs, which is incredible.
I want to see Johan Zarco doing that, because if you saw him at Le Mans, he was smoking that rear tyre for all it's worth. If he's able to do the same here in Valencia, that will be a sight to behold. Proper Gary McCoy style of riding. So Hector Garzo in 3rd position on the Tech 3 machine. Lap 8 out of 12 we're on here in Valencia. It's getting mightily close between the top 3. Shouts out also to David Sanchez as well. He's held on a very respectable 4th place. Had a bit of a tough start to the first race. Got muscled down into the lower half of the top 10. But has held his own in this second restart. And he's held on to 4th position in this race. Not a podium, but nonetheless good progress for him, because he struggled in Barcelona as well. He was quite far down the order. Thus, it was his first race on the Suter machine, but he's doing a good job on that bike. And also, as well, Hiroki Ono, who's made some good ground in this race, has Ono. He's inside the top 10, started inside 13th, and is now up into 8th position. So good race for him.
You know, I just want to mention something where, for example, Odendal, you know, such a strong, fast, incredible rider, you know, Moto2 champion last year here. And you can see it makes a difference which type of, you know, chassis in this category means. You know, having a Calyx last year and this year trying out the NTS. And now he's running 6th, where last year he won both. I think he won the first race and crashed in the second, but was leading at both races. So you could see it makes a really big difference in this class. You know, all Honda engines and I think that's one of the stock guys.
It is, yeah. Philippe Gallo, the rider, 59-year-old rider. I'd say that with as a matter of fact, 59 years old. He's racing in stock 600, which is just incredible.
Yeah, you said that like it was a normal thing.
I know, exactly. Like 59-year-old, like he's 19, but it's incredible. He could beat somebody's grandpa in this championship, which is probably the most.
I think he's just here to have a good time and just get away from home.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably just told the wife he's gone out for a Sunday ride, hasn't he? So, it's Ricky Cardoso that leads the way. 4 laps remaining here in Valencia. The pressure being piled on to the Spaniard by the Brazilian rider, Eric Granado, who's really closing up. Look at the way he's riding that bike, sliding the rear end into the left-hander, onto the back straight. Will he think about a move into turn 7 and turn 8? Not close enough on this occasion. This is the thing we've noticed, of course, about these Spec 600 Honda engines, is that, of course, they are going to be very closely knit in terms of performance, so it's often harder for these guys to get past on the straights.
Yes, and also it makes it. That's why it's a difference. It makes a difference when you have a good suspension set up for grip, because it means you can basically come out of the corners quicker. Which it looks like your bike's quicker, but it's really because you have more grip than the other guy, and the other guy's spinning. He can't get on the throttle as early, or he doesn't have the grip to come out, and that's where you can see sometimes the speed difference. But it looks like Cardoso has a bit on Granado on the front straightaway. So if Eric wants to win this, he's going to have to make a strong passing move, because every time they get on the straight, there's always a small gap by the end of turn 1, as you can see here.
He's going to have to fight for it. Look at how close Granado. That was a big front end moment.
You saw that?
Yeah, that was huge into that first corner. The camber on that corner is very deceptive.
Eric's got to catch on the brakes, you know, because he's losing out a bit on this front straight. So he's really pushing.
It's going to be Rostrum or Binnett, isn't it, in this case, isn't it?
And it's not going to be easy to pass Cardoso, because he knows where Granado's strong, since he followed him for a bit, and Cardoso isn't easy to pass. two times winner in Barcelona. So
no, he certainly isn't. Just want to mention that Di Masecchi did manage to get on after crashing at turn number 12 earlier on. He's now in 14th place, so it'll be a good couple of points on the board for the Indonesian rider. It's better than a non-finish, that's for sure. The gap 0.2 of a second now between Ricky Cardús and Eric Granado. Don't forget, there's another Moto2 race coming up to conclude the day here in Valencia, so this isn't all the action we're going to get. We've got 2 Moto3 races, 2 Moto2 races, and 1 European Talent Cup race that will be along the way next. More on that later, though. The battle out in front really intensifying with less than 3 laps remaining. There we see the Promo Racing team watching on, supporting their man Eric Granado. He's really going to try and have to fight his way through, isn't he, in the last stages of this race. Be interesting.
Good race from Sanchez, like you said.
Yeah, David Sanchez. There is Stephen Odendahl, the reigning...
No, that's David Sanchez.
Apologies, yeah, indeed you are right. Yeah, David Sanchez there in 4th position. So I think a good run is the number 96 on that Suter machine, the only Suter in the field, actually. And he's doing a good job on that easy race bike. Really closing up, though, on the break into turn 1. Once again was Granado. He's just biding his time nicely. Is he going to think about a late lunge up the inside of Cardús once again, like we saw a few laps ago? We'll have to wait and see what happens.
He's good at passing, we know that. So if he wants to make a move, it's got to be soon, because with 2 laps to go.
Here we go. Into turn number 4. Gets his move done. Up the inside into the right-hander. And he's now leading the way. Will he be able to hold on there, though? So 2 laps remaining here in the European Moto2 Championship. It's going to be very exciting indeed. The battle intensifies. It's going to go down to the last lap between Eric Granado and Ricky Cardús. Looks like it's going to be a surefire 3rd position for Hector Garzo. He's just lost out in the latter half of this race. And unless anything happens between these top 2 riders, we could see an almighty end to the European Moto2 Championship Race 1 here in Valencia. Biding his time, though, nicely is Ricky Cardús. This is the thing, of course, he's got experience at the World Championship level. He's perhaps one of the most experienced riders in the field. But let's not forget, Eric Granado also has experience at World Championship level. Came into Moto2's World Championship at just 16 years of age.
And I think he ran Moto3 for a bit.
He did as well, yeah, in 2012, 2013, something along the lines of that, on the Aspar KTM, I believe, at the time.
So let's see if Ricky here can get a good drive and see how close he can get to him by the end of the front straight.
Here we go then, last lap time in the European Moto2 Championship. The team watching on, the nerves are palpable. Here comes Ricky Cardús trying around the outside. Granado goes defensive into the first corner. Will Granado be able to get it stopped, though, into the first corner? There's miles and miles of runoff, and he's got a good exit out of there, importantly, as well. Here's Cardús, though. Will he think about a lunge up the inside like Granado did to him just a few laps ago? There's Garzo. He's got a good 3rd position in the bag at the moment, unless anything happens, as we said.
Oh, it looks like Ricky went a bit deep in turn 2 because he's lost the gap.
He has, yeah, that gap's really increased. We'll have to wait and see whether we can get a replay of that, but it looks like he's lost out, and that looks like it is the race going to be over, and it will be the first victory of the season for Eric Granado. And if Cardús isn't careful, he's going to have to watch out for Garzo very close behind as well. So the race then looks like it has been decided on the last lap. It's going to be Eric Granado, barring any mistakes, anything going wrong in the latter half of this race. Just wait for me to put the commentator's curse on it now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
What a race it's been from Eric Granado. He dropped back on the start. He was down in 5th position by the first corner, and has made some good progress in this shortened second race. Just 12 laps, of course. Don't forget, we've got the 17-lap race coming up very much later. The last race of the day, which we're really excited about, because, of course, it's going to bring tyre life into the foray as well. If that red flag hadn't been thrown in the first running of this race, the likelihood is that we would have seen perhaps a different result. But into the final corner comes the Brazilian, Eric Granado. What a race it has been from the number 51. Brazil's Eric Granado comes over the timing line to take the checkered flag in the European Moto2 Championship. The first win of the 2017 season for the Brazilian rider. Ricky Cardús holds on to 2nd place. A brilliant race for the Spaniard, and then Hector Garzo completes the podium in 3rd position. David Sanchez, a well-deserved 3rd place. Lucas Tolovic, who was up in amongst the top group in the early stages of the race, was 5th.
Eric's time on the last lap would have put him 2nd on the grid.
Unbelievable.
So he, like I said, you know, he felt comfortable. We all knew he was going to be fast, and he basically went out there and showed it.
Indeed, Eric Granado, a great first victory of the 2017 season for him in the Moto2 Championship. He'll be talking to Dakota later on, after these riders, of course, have completed their cool-down lap. There is the second-place man, though, Ricky Cardouse. This, of course, is going to close the championship up even tighter. It was Ricky Cardouse who led the way on 50 points, but taking over the lead will now be Eric Granado without a shadow of a doubt. Be interesting to see what happens. So Granado now coming back down pit road. There is Ricky Cardouse, though. And a great race also, as we said, for Hector Garzo. Another podium for him. He sits in third position in the championship. Consistency has really been the name of the game for this man here on the Tech 3 machine. Surely he's got to be in the shop window for a Moto2 World Championship ride in 2018. We'll have to wait and see what happens with him. I'm sure he's going to feel ready for it. He made his debut, of course, in the Saxton Ring, much to the critical acclaim of all of the riders. But the riders now going down to pit lane. So here are the final results then. It's Eric Granado, Ricky Cardouse and Hector Garzo, David Sanchis and Lucas Tolovic with their best results of the season. Bit of a difficult race in the latter half for Steven Odendaal. He dropped down to 6th place. Just behind him was Fellini, and Odendaal's teammate Hiroki Ono with Oscar Gutierrez completing the top 9. Inside the top 10 was Mark Luna. His Christmases all came at once after he crashed out in the opening race with Xavier Cardelus. Finished inside the top 10 in race number 2 with Pontus Durland. Fausto Granton pulled a 4, the first stock 600 rider home. Dimas Ecki recovered to 14th place after that crash. Philippe Legallo in 15th. Jurka Makivka, Joe Roberts and Jason Uride unfortunately failing to finish that opening I say opening race. It is the opening race of the day for the Moto2 Championship, but of course it was a restart as well. So technical about it, then we could call it the second running of the first race. But nonetheless, a very exciting time. There, though, is the race victor, Eric Granado. What a race it's been, and this is going to really spearhead his championship charge. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a seat in the World Championship in 2018. He's doing everything he can and doing everything right to be able to take that. Here we go, though. This was the move that saw the victory being taken up the inside on the penultimate lap into turn number 3. Got the move done and dusted, did Granado, and that was all he needed to take his first win of the season. You can see how much it means to him and his team as well. A brilliant race there for Eric Granado. Just going in to be weighed as well. He's going to head up to the podium very, very shortly. He'll be interviewed by Dakota in a few moments' time. Then we'll run you through some highlights of the race before we have the podium celebrations. Don't forget, of course, European Talent Cup race is along the way next. We'll guide you through that in a few moments' time, talk you through qualifying and how interesting it's been, because it's been very, very exciting over the last couple of days or so. Some unexpected names, perhaps, where you wouldn't think there would be. Some new names in the championship as well. And, of course, it's the new breed of talent in the European Talent Cup, the ages of 12 to 16. So keep an eye out for that. It'll be very exciting to see how they get on. Don't forget, of course, another Moto2 race coming up to bookend the day at around about 3 p.m. Local time, so we're very excited for that.
Unbelievable second part of the race. Looked like Ricky, was pushing too, but he didn't, he didn't beat you. So yeah, I'm very happy. The weekend was very, very good. I did a very bad start. I was so far from the group, the leader group, but then I was going step by step. I knew that I had a good pace, so lap by lap I was looking at the other riders, how they were riding, and finally in the last 2 laps I pushed 100%. The condition was so hot, but finally I took the victory, and it's so good to be back on the top of the step. Thank you. Bom, estou muito feliz, foi um final de semana perfeito, eu consegui a pole, fiz uma largada muito ruim, mas aos poucos eu fui me superando, vendo como estavam os adversários e aos poucos buscando o grupo do líder, e realmente é muito satisfatório voltar a vencer aqui em Valência. Estou muito feliz, obrigado à minha equipe, e vamos para a segunda bateria agora.
A great race there for Eric Granado, but here are the highlights of the Moto2 European Championship. This was the first running of the race. It's Hector Garzo who leads the way, but Odendaal got shoved away around the outside. He started from inside the second row. Here was Jason Uride who went down the order. Likewise, Jurka Makivka, unfortunately failing to finish. But a great race it was for Hector Garzo. Fantastic. There was a great aggressive move up the inside from Eric Granado on Ricky Cardouse for the second position in the rostrum. Cardouse wasn't too happy about it, but nonetheless the tables turned in the latter half of the race as that duo caught up to Hector Garzo, with Cardouse taking the lead away from the Tech 3 rider. Cardus then led the way, but here came Eric Granado up the inside of the number 14 of Garzo. Meanwhile, this was the move on the penultimate lap between Garzo and Cardus. Up the inside into turn number 3 once again, exactly the same move. And that was the first win of the season for the Moto2 European Championship rider of Eric Granado. A great race for him. They'll have the podium and then we'll guide you through that final championship result. The first time we've seen a Brazilian flag on the Moto2 European Championship podium in 2017. A great race there for Eric Granado. He will be understandably absolutely delighted with that, as you would begin to expect, and quite well deserved, let's be honest. So riders now making their way to the podium.
Repsol entregará el trofeo al representante del equipo vencedor, Raúl Jara.
These riders, of course, unlike the the Junior Moto3 World Championship that we had just a few minutes ago, are old enough to spray champagne. They're the Promo Racing team just collecting their trophy. A brilliant race it has been for them. Their first one of the season.
Entregará el trofeo al primer piloto en la categoría.
Then the third place man, Hector Garzo. Another podium for the Spanish rider. A great result it will be for him. He's currently sitting in second in the championship. His third podium of the season.
Héctor Garzó.
There he is, collecting his trophy. Second place man of Ricky Cardus.
El director del circuito, Gonzalo Gobert, hará entrega del trofeo que acredita en la segunda plaza a Ricky Cardus.
There he is, Ricky Cardus, collecting his trophy on the podium. I wonder whether they'll get him some leathers that match his bike as well.
Vicepresidente de la FIM Europe, entregará el trofeo
and then the winner, Eric Granado, taking his first win in the Moto2 European Championship since the opening round in Valencia last year. A brilliant race for the Brazilian rider. Fantastic to be back on the top step it is for him.
And good to see that flag out there too.
Absolutely. When was the last time we saw a Brazilian flag in the European Championship? Well, of course, it was Granado. Before that, I was just thinking about World Championship, but probably Barros, I imagine.
That's what I was thinking of, Barros.
Ya una vez escuchados el himno del vencedor, es el momento de la celebración con el cava en lo alto del podio del circuito. Ricardo Tormo.
Race for him, and now it's time for the champagne. Let's wait for this.
I'm lucky enough to have one of those trophies. It's one of my favorite trophies. With the you see the bird.
It's a really nice design.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it's part of the Valencian.
Y ahora llega así con el cava, el más rápido Eric.
I mean, let's be honest, we saw in Albacete
que le ha ganado por la mano a Paul, a Héctor y a Ricky.
That's their tradition, though.
In Albacete, because I remember walking, somebody's had a crash into the camera there as well as a front ender or something like that. Here's the championship then. It's actually Ricky Cardus who leads the way in the championship, much to my mistake earlier on. Apologies about that. It's Cardus who leads the way by 5 points ahead of Eric Granado. Hector Garzo in third position with Odendal trailing on 21 behind on fourth place. So the top three by 27 points. Very exciting for those ones. Timaseki recovered, of course, after that crash. He still sits, though, 31 points adrift of Welcome back to the FIM CEV Repsol here in Valencia. The sun is out, the stars are shining in terms of the European Talent Cup. That's the next race up next here. Very excited for this one.
Wow, now that's a big umbrella.
It certainly is, yeah. Bigger than the guy's hat we saw earlier on today. So here then for the European Talent Cup in Valencia, 17 laps for the European Talent Cup riders, a 4-kilometre long circuit, 9 left-hand turns and 5 right. This is going to be very exciting indeed. Sorry about that, we're back. We had a couple of technical issues up here in the commentary box. There we are. So, European Talent Cup then. Let's talk a bit more about this then, shall we? Well, it's been an exciting few rounds in the championship thus far. Some brilliantly unpredictable racing, some brilliantly close racing as well, and that is exactly what we like to see. And this man here, Francisco Gomez, starts the race from pole position. How much are we looking forward to this? You bet we're looking forward to it a significant amount. This, of course, is the new breed of talent making their way into the international motorcycle racing ladder. Currently it's Manuel Gonzalez who leads the championship, but this man here, 15 years old, Francisco Gomez, leading the championship. Oh, leading the field, I should say, rather.
Wow, that would have been fast.
Exactly, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
9th finish in the last races, he's leading the championship. That's great.
Exactly, yeah. He's doing all right for himself. There we are. We see the fans watching on, but Francisco Gomez qualified on pole position. Wasn't the fastest man in warm-up. That was the championship leader of Manuel Gonzalez. 0.3 of a second ahead of Miguel Parra, he was. This is Manuel Gonzalez. He starts from the middle of the second row.
He's consistent, 3-2-3.
Absolutely, 3 podiums, 1 pole position, 14 years of age he is. Keep an eye out for him on the Hal Courier Racing Team. Just to mention, if you are tuning in for the first time in the European Talent Cup, then you'll notice that they're all on identical motorcycles. They are identical from the ground up. Straight out of the box Honda NSF 250R machines, and completely the same in every way, shape or form. No modifications allowed to them, no engine modifications, no suspension modifications. All they're allowed to change are the gear ratios, effectively, and perhaps obviously set up the suspension with the standard forks. There's Miguel Parra, the 15-year-old. 26 is the number he rides with. Consistent finishes, 7th and a 6th in Barcelona.
But always in the front. I always remember him being in the front battling. And you remember this morning we were walking down the pit lane, and we were looking at their garages from the, these boys, and some of the garages were as professional as the Moto2 teams, and it's incredible to see. And then you start going towards the end, and you see the mom and pops, know, teams, which are great to see, because that was always the, what it used to be like when my dad used to race. You put the bike in the back of your van and go racing, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. There is Alex Toledo. 15 years of age he is. Finished 10th in Catalonia last time out, but nonetheless not doing too badly in terms of the championship. Alex Toledo sitting 3rd there on 39 points. I was actually just having a look at the championship the other day, and there is just 13 points separating the top 3 riders in this championship. So we could well see a brand new leader in the European Talent Cup before too long. We'll keep an eye out and see whether that happens.
Now I know why my sister never really liked coming to see my races out in the heat, because it must be just terrible to be up there in the...
Stood there all day. There is Andres Perez, who's looking a little bit see-through today. Not entirely sure where Perez's bike is, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see whether he's just a late comer to the grid.
Issue or something with it.
You can see there, though, that he's been very quick so far. 2nd in the championship, 45 points. 2nd last time out in Catalonia. Took the victory, though, in the 2nd race, Albacete. Just to remind you, there was only 1 race in Catalonia. Likewise, Likewise, there is only one race for the European Talent Cup here in Valencia, whereas in Albacete in the opening round, they had 2 races instead. That brolly, though, is coming in quite handy. We mocked it earlier on. I think it might actually be quite a useful thing for him, however. There's Peter Pavalainen, Finnish rider. Absolutely came on song in Catalonia. 4th position, as you can see, after 2 DNFs in Albacete. No wins, no podiums, but 12th in the championship on 13 points. That podium finish last time out certainly helping him, and looking quick and looking consistent, and 4th in the warm-up this morning as well. So let's see how he gets on. All these riders, by the way, we should mention, are all on exactly the same compound of tyres. They're all on medium compounds of tyres. Here's Simon Jespersen. Was talking to him earlier on this morning. He's got some new boots. When I say new boots, I don't mean new tyres, I mean as in new motorcycle boots. Unfortunately, he had 2 crashes in qualifying yesterday. Starts from 7th place. Was going quite well last time out, but unfortunately his clutch broke in Catalonia, hence the DNF you can see on your screen there. But as you can see, very quick so far in the championship. 1st in the opening race, won the 1st ever European Talent Cup race, and 5th in the 2nd race in Albacete, and we'll be looking to try and make amends and hopefully get a good finish on the board. He said he reckons he can fight for top 5. We'll have to wait and see whether that will be the case. Starts from 7th on the grid. Be interesting to find out where this man will get on. Edouard Melgar, number 25. He was in and amongst the battle for the top positions last time out, was Edouard Melgar. And it was going very well for him, but then he got hung out to dry in the final corner. And it all went kind of wrong from him from there on, really, unfortunately. It just ended up falling back towards the end of that group and ended up finishing down in about 6th or 7th position for him. There's Iker Garcia, though, the man who took the victory last time out with the Reale Avintia Academy rider.
Not sure about consistency there. 15, 17, and then boom, a win.
Absolutely, yeah. He came on song in good form, I think, is probably the way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Make a good break in the championship. No, he's really good to see, and I have to say that what the Reale Avintia Academy team are doing is just incredible. They've got 3 bikes in Moto 3, 2 bikes in Moto 3, 3 bikes in the European Talent Cup. I just want to mention this man, Jamie Davis, and I haven't actually spoken to his father this weekend, which is strange because we normally catch up, being some of the only English-speaking guys in the paddock, but I haven't caught up with him this weekend, but I'm sure he's very proud of his son. In 10th position, Jamie Davis, his best qualifying of the season so far. He qualified very well actually last time out in Catalonia, but had a grid penalty for cruising on the racing line, as did so many riders, and starts from inside the top 10, and I'm sure we'll be...
No, he's 13th.
I apologise, let's have a look. Let's have a look. No, he is 10th.
Oh, he was
10th on the grid. There we are. Yeah, there's Beatrice Neela. She had a really good race in Catalonia. I know it says only 20th on the grid, but she missed the first 2 rounds in Albacete. But ended up getting her first finish on the board in the European Talent Cup last time out. But she's been battling injury. She had a pre-season crash in the Red Bull Rookies, a championship that she is also competing in. And she had a really nasty crash, and she fought through the pain, through the injury that she had. I think it was a broken leg or something similar to that. It was a really nasty incident that she had. And she's doing very well. Another man who did very well and caught our attention quite significantly was this man, Daijiro Sacco. No finishes on the board as of yet. He only made his debut, though, in Catalonia last time out. He was running well inside the top 10. He's
he looks young.
Japanese rider, 13 years of age, as you say, but has got a very Spanish look to him because he's half Spanish as well, as we understand. And starts from 12th position. He'll be looking to try and make some good ground in this race. Just had the tyre confirmation through. As we said, of course, all riders starting on the medium compound of tyre.
It makes a difference on these. The smaller the bikes, I think the more difference it makes on the heat. And here you go.
Let's have a look at the grid then. So Francisco Gomez, Manuel Gonzalez, Miguel Parra on the front row, Alex Toledo, Andreas Perez, and Peter Pavalainen. Keep an eye out for the fast Finn. Simon Jespersen heads row 3, the Danish rider, ahead of a Spanish trio in Edouard Melgar, and the winner last time out, Iker Garcia. Keep an eye out for the number 61 on the Reale Avintia Academy bike. Will he get the drag down to the first corner? Jamie Davis heads row 4, ahead of Beatrice Neela and Daijiro Sacco, Stefano Kristin, Philip Rihashek, and then Matthew Gregorio on row 5. 5, Fernando Hernandez, then Alejandro Diez, and then Aurel Nivalac. And then row 7 is Vincent Falcone, another French rider ahead of Victor Alonso and Maikon Kawakami, who's really struggled this weekend after coming on form in the opening round in Albacete. Jose Suarez, Falcaniello, Andres Fostatek, then Lucas Venderborn, who makes his debut in the championship, more on that in the warm-up lap, then Callum Blackwell, and then Jack Hart and Colin Feldhazen complete the 29-rider strong grid as the revs rise and we get ready to get these riders underway for their formation lap. But as we mentioned, Lucas Venderborn making his debut in the championship, returning after breaking his leg in a pre-season crash. The German rider, he'll be, the Swedish rider I should say rather, he'll be looking forward to trying getting a good finish and some good experience in this championship on the board. We should mention a bit of housekeeping in the form of Samantha Johansson, the Swedish rider who missed Catalonia due to injury, likewise is missing here this weekend in Valencia due to recovering from that injury.
It looks like someone's missing.
It's Andreas Perez who's missing from the middle of the second row of the grid, so that's a big shame there for the number 77 on the Realia Avintia Academy bike. We'll have to wait and see whether he starts from pit lane or whether he's had a mechanical problem. I have to say, I was watching the Cuna de Campeones, sorry,
Cumpleaños, that's
Cumpleaños, his birthday. It's the championship, the birthday. But the Cuna de Campeones championship yesterday afternoon, and there were some technical problems on the grid. The way these guys just run to them, and they're running back, and there's such a frantic height of activity.
Talking about birthdays, it's my sister's birthday, so happy birthday to her if she's listening. But, yeah, that's a first. Cuna de Cumpleaños. That's what they should call it.
Going to go down in history, isn't it? The championship to birthday. Oh, dearie me. Well, there we are. There's the first slip-up of the day. There'll be many more throughout, I'm sure. But just to remind you, Francisco Gomez, Manuel Gonzalez and Miguel Parra on the front row of the grid as these riders start the race. 33.8 degrees is the ambient temperature now. 42.7 degrees is the track temperature.
Like I was saying, you know, it makes a difference with the smaller bikes like these, the heat. And like we saw yesterday in qualifying, I think most of them, most of them did do quicker in qualifying 1, and you know, which was less heat. But just to let you know, warm up this morning, which is the coolest out of the whole weekend at 9:40 a.m. Most of them, about 80% of them, did quicker in warm up than their qualifying lap times yesterday. So that just shows you that heat makes a difference.
Yeah, I can well imagine. So riders then completing their warming up laps in just a few moments' time. Let's just remind you of the championship before we go into this one. It's Manuel Gonzalez who leads the way on 52 points. Andres Perez, who doesn't look like he's starting this race, at least not from his grid position, is in second place on 45, so that could see a big change in the order. Alex Toledo's in third place on 39. Just behind him, though, is Simon Jespersen, still on 36 from his Albacete points haul. He's trying to fight for top 5, and we could well see anyone, really, inside the top 4 of the championship changing positions. Maikon Kawakami is in 5th place in the championship, but he starts way down the order in 21st position. Meanwhile, there is Francisco Gomez. Tall old rider he is as well, just being 15 years of age. He's got a good amount of height on him, which is not a good thing on these motorcycles, really. You want to be small and minute, really, which is what we've seen a fair bit down the order with the 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds. But, of course, as you get older, you get taller. So... well, generally that's the case. It's not happened for me. I've not grown since I was about 14. I don't know about you, but there we are. So Francisco Gomez, Manuel Gonzalez and Miguel Parra on the front row of the grid. The second row, Alex Toledo, Andreas Perez, or a vacant space where Perez should be, and then Pierre-Tu Pavalainen, who will get the drag down towards the first corner. European Talent Cup here in Valencia. That vacant space on the grid for Andreas Perez. We'll have to wait and see whether he's able to start the race from the pit lane. But Gomez, Gonzalez and Parra on the front row of the grid. The green flag then is waved at the back. In fact, no, I apologise. It's a yellow flag that's waved at the back because somebody has had a bit of a problem there. Somebody's stalled right at the rear end of the grid. That looks like it could be potentially Maria Bello, who's making her debut.
I think she was on the wrong spot.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. There we are. We'll have to wait and see what happened there. Nonetheless, we wait then for the race to get underway. The green flag is waved. The red lights come on. European Talent Cup in Valencia is underway. A great start from Manuel Gonzalez in the middle of the second row. Francisco Gomez also gets away. Well, big crash though in the middle of the pack. A huge incident involving a couple of riders. Oh, goodness. Good thing to see is that they're up and okay. They just came together. But Manuel Gonzalez leads the way ahead of Francisco Gomez. Let's have a look and see who is involved there. It's the number 93 In and amongst the mix there, I can't quite see from just looking at my entry list as well. There's Michael Kawakami on the right-hand side. Number 33, I apologise, who's in there. And that's... I can't quite see from my... Philippe Rihashek. So, yeah, Rihashek and Kawakami caught up in that incident. Let's have a look, see if we can see what happened off the start here, Dakota. Let's see. They're very close on the grid. So, Rihashek, we're looking at number 33. Oh, he got... bumped over and then just went into Kawakami, didn't he?
Yeah, he swifted left a bit and clipped, I'm not sure who he clipped, but then as soon as he clipped him, he basically fell over and hit the other kid. So hopefully I think they're okay anyways, but moments like that on the front straight are always dangerous. We've seen a couple in racing, and the outcome's usually not so good.
No, certainly isn't.
A lot of action actually happening in the front straightaway.
Absolutely, yeah, really going off. Miguel Parra now leads the way, we should say, just giving you a bit of an update. Miguel Parra leads the way ahead of Francisco Gomez, ahead of Manuel Gonzalez, who right behind him is Alex Toledo as well. And just behind Toledo, looks like he's Pierre Pevelainen. Indeed it is, the Finnish rider. So keep an eye out for those guys. They're all lining a cert at the moment, and this is probably the class where we would see the field perhaps being the closest of the day. Meanwhile, Gonzalez has a bit of a look up the inside of Gomez, but can't quite find a way through from third position there. Now they've got the slipstream though, and this is where it's going to count for these riders as they come over the timing line to complete their first lap out of 17 here in Valencia. Great start then from the number 26 Miguel Parra. That's going to change as well. Very close indeed as Gonzalez holds on to third place, nearly gets a nudge by Gomez going into that first corner. Incredibly close between those guys, and then all further back it's happening as well as Toledo sits in fourth position. Just behind him is number 27 of Diaz. So Diaz on the number 27 machine, holding on well, and actually has made a really good start there. So very interesting to see for Alejandro Diaz.
Gone underneath Gomez.
Yep, got his way through into turn number 3. Nicely done there for Gomez. And that's somebody else who's gone down. Who's that? Is that Davis? Oh no, Jamie Diaz and Iker Garcia. So two very big names in the European Talent Cup down after the opening lap. That's a very big shame there. We'll have to wait and see whether the incidents were connected. Here we go with Gonzalez looking at the inside of Parra. Parra not relenting at all, not giving him an inch of room. Very close racing indeed between these guys. None of them finished on the... in fact, no, I apologise. Gonzalez finished in third position on the podium last time out. But a great race it is turning out to be for these riders. They're just putting a bit of daylight between themselves and Gomez now as well. And Gomez is really having to incur the wrath of Alex Toledo in fourth position as well. So keep an eye out for that. Lap turn 17 we are on here in Valencia. Very close indeed as Gonzalez comes up the inside into turn 13. Has a think about it. Nudges his nose up the inside, but it's not really the place where you want to be getting past.
No, and especially now on the front straight with, slipstream so easy for these guys to pass each other. If you went underneath them, I think it'd be easier just to pass them on the straightaway like he's just doing now. So, but again, the race is really long, and he probably wants to see where he can pass to see maybe for the last few laps where is the best place to pass.
Absolutely be interested to see what will happen. Daijiro Sacco, meanwhile. Oh no! Gonzalez crashing out the lead. It's spectacular start. He loses the front of turn 2. Just after setting the fastest lap. Manuel Gonzalez for the Hound Courier Racing Team goes down at turn number 2 from the lead of the race. Oh dear, what a shame for the Spaniard. He was looking good, and that now hands Miguel Parra the lead of the race. Are they going to get him back in, or are they going to push him off the circuit? The team cannot believe it. The marshal's pushing him on, but will he be able to get the bike started? He's only a small rider, and it takes a bit of effort to get one of these bumps.
Come on, it's got to start. It's got to start.
It takes one of these guys a bit of effort to bump start it. They're just, oh dear, what's going on? There's a bit of confusion going on, and he's out of the race. Manuel Gonzalez, he is not a happy bunny. I wouldn't like to be involved in that debrief.
And especially, it hurts more when you're a kid too, like that. You really want it. He knows he could have, he's up there all the time, so he knows he could have probably had a good race. But I'm not quite sure. I didn't really see the crash clearly. It looked like he lost a front and rear at the end.
It was strange. It looked like it was a bit of a mixture of the both between turn 2. It's a late apex through that corner though, and he was taking a wider line, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's even too. So yeah, we'll have to see, hopefully, a replay of it.
So now it means Francisco Gomez leads the way. It should have been Miguel Parra, but he's lost a bit of ground over the last half a lap or so. So Francisco Gomez, from pole position, leads the way. Miguel Parra in second place. Alex Toledo coming back on fourth after a difficult race last time out in Catalonia. He is in third position. You can see there on the number 55. Doing a good job there as well for the Cuna de Campeones team. Meanwhile, some great overtaking taking place further back. Also, Alejandro Diez, Peter Pemberlein and Edouard Melgar also caught up in a bit of an overtaking duel as well from fourth down to sixth position. So it's effectively a six-way scrap really between these guys, which is incredibly exciting. Through the right-hander we go, and then into the left-hander, the back straight. Bit of a look over the shoulder there for Alex Toledo, the number 55. Having a good race so far is Toledo. He deserves it as well because he's been fighting really hard
for that first place.
Exactly. He competed in Pre-Moto3 last year in the RMFE Championship, and the other Spanish Championship, has made the jump up to the European Talent Cup this year. Likewise, a lot of these Spanish riders, the likes of Francisco Gomez, they've all come through the Spanish hierarchy of championships, as it were, and it's great to see that they're opening it up to the rest of Europe as well. We've got the likes of the British Talent Cup, and of course the Asia Talent Cup, where applications are now open for that as well. So if you're perhaps a budding young rider and you want to get yourself involved in motorcycle racing,
is there an age limit?
I mean, mate, you can give it a go if you want. I want to see you fit on one of those motorcycles.
They just look so much fun.
They really do. I wouldn't mind a quick go on one of those, but I'm good at crashing motorcycles and not staying on them. That's my problem, you see. We'll have to wait and see.
I remember when touching your elbow was like a crazy thing, you know, happening. And now 12-year-olds are touching their elbows. It makes me feel so old in racing.
Back in your dad's day, it was never like that, was it?
Oh, no.
Sat sitting up and...
Yeah, you're lucky enough to touch your knee, you know, and they didn't even have knee sliders back then. It was basically duct tape around their knee, and there you go.
Exactly. How times change, how motorcycle racing evolves, and we're ever grateful for it. Miguel Parra has a sneaky look up the inside, just taking in the attention to still leads the way, thwarting the throaty noise, I should say, of those Honda 250 engines into the right-hander of turn number 4. Great race it's been for Gomez, with Parra and Toledo very close behind. They're just trying to break themselves away. The top 4, a little bit of daylight going between themselves and Pemberlein and Melgar, who are battling for 5th and 6th position respectively. But into the left-hander we go and onto the back straight, and you wouldn't necessarily see any overtakes taking place here in Moto2, but you might see it here in the European Talent Cup, because those slipstreams really are effective. There is the number 77. Is that Andres Perez? So Perez did make the start of the race then. Here's race direction, number 74. That is Daijiro Sacco, is it not? Yes, indeed it is. Right penalty for a jump start. So that's a real shame for him, because he didn't finish the race we had in Catalonia. And now he's going to get a jump start. He's going to go right towards the rear end of the grid, exactly as Francisco Gomez had in Catalonia.
I remember that. And remember I told you, on these bikes, it's a hell of a long ride through pit lane, and to lose 20-odd seconds is nearly impossible for them to, you know, to gain back, especially, you know, now 12 laps to go. Like you say, he's going to be way back in the grid.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. 12 laps soon to become 11 as they come over the timing line remaining. The board is now out for race direction. There we go. Daijiro Sacco comes in. He knew he jumped the start. He didn't even need to see the board from race direction, did he? Straight down pit lane. He won't be very pleased with that, I'm sure. I can hear him thundering past our commentary box as well at a measly 37 miles an hour. He doesn't look too pleased, I've got to be honest with you. But nonetheless, back at the action here comes the number 27 of Miguel Parra. Having a look up the inside in fourth place. There's Sacco coming out of the pit lane now, back into contention. Well, I say in contention, he's right at the back end of the grid, and Maria Bello has gone down the order as well. So the female rider who was making her debut in the European Talent Cup doesn't look like she's going to finish it, unfortunately, which is a big shame there for her, because she was a very promising name going into this weekend, a rider who's competed, of course, likewise in lots of Spanish championships. And has been very closely affiliated with the likes of Beatriz Nida, of course, who we've seen in Moto3, and also the likes of Maria Herrera as well, perhaps trying to emulate what they were doing, and it's just not gone her way so far. She's raced in the Copa Honda Championship, which is something we've seen a lot of riders doing on those 300cc championships. There, though, is Francisco Gomez, your leader. It's been a good race for Francisco Gomez. He needs a good race, needs a good result as well. I mean, just looking at the championship, Gomez not doing too badly at all, but he's had a bit of tough luck. He's not inside the top 3 inside inside 10th place is Gomez as well. Just 25 points on the board for him. No victories, not a single podium this year, of course, after that jump start he had in Barcelona. So he really needs that progress and to just try and do that. He has a look over his shoulder. Wrong place, really, because that's going to upset the aerodynamic balance and perhaps allow the likes of Parra to have a bit of a sneaky look up the inside.
And just to show you how close this, this class is, all the top, 7 guys are all basically 1/10 from each other and doing 44.8s and a second slower than their best qualifying time, which I think the heat's affecting a bit. But then again, it's actually also good to see Hernandez in 8th. Starting from the pit lane is not an easy thing either.
Absolutely, yeah, and Perez as well. We're not entirely sure what happened to Perez on the grid when he started from the rear end of the field, but yeah, incredible race there for Andreas Perez. If he's up into 7th position, we didn't see him on the, as we say, we didn't see him on the grid in his 5th place starting slot.
Sorry, I meant Perez.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I meant Perez. Sorry.
There's Alejandro Diaz on the number 27 for the Honda Impala team. Competed, of course, in the Red Bull Rookie Selection event last year, so he's a rider that's got some good pedigree. Also raced likewise with a lot of different people in the RMFE Moto3 Championship last year with the team Honda Impala. So it's a team he knows well, it's an outfit he knows well, he's gelling really well with it. There's Edouard Melgar on the other. It's a Grupo Ricardo Kame machine. Likewise, his teammate is Ferran Hernandez. There's DF on the Honda Impala outfit. To the right and then the left. Team 7 out of 17. The race is sort of settling down now as well. The riders sort of finding themselves into that rhythm.
It must be a long race for these boys, 17 laps. But again, it's like we saw Moto3. This is even harder to break away. You'll never. I think we haven't seen one race with one guy, breaking away. There's a Cuna cumpleaños.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm never going to live that down, am I?
I'm never going to forget that now.
Meanwhile, number 55, Alex Taleo goes up the inside of Parra into turn 1. Parra has another look up the inside into turn 2, but can't quite make it stick as they go deep on the brakes into that corner. You can't see the camber on that corner there, but it really does help those riders hold on to that nice tight line. It's a beautiful corner. Likewise, turn 3. It's only when turn 8 comes about, really, that the circuit sort of drops away and becomes a bit of a horrible corner.
Yeah, and people must think, oh, these boys must not be pushing these, until the last 3 laps, but I guarantee you they're pushing now,
And it's the heat that's going to affect these guys as well. It's the hottest day of the year that we've had so far. And a lot of these people, the likes of perhaps the Scandinavian riders, aren't used to racing in such extreme heats that we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. The Spanish are used to it because they live in this weather. But then again, I think they're used to it. You get used to it throughout the weekend. Barcelona was a hot one too. So, and I don't think it's as hot as Barcelona. It doesn't feel as hot as Barcelona. Barcelona was a hot one, wasn't it?
It was a hot one, yeah. Again, likewise with here, there wasn't any wind there either. So it was a very hot weekend for us. Certainly, we were quite glad about the air-conditioned commentary box, which by comparison was quite arctic. Yeah,
I kind of feel bad going down to the podium, and interviewing these riders who are just
not hot or sweaty.
No, and I'm like, are you hot? I'm like, no, I've been in the booth for like 20 minutes in 14-degree weather.
Cooling down your core temperature.
Yeah.
Second place up for grabs, though, as Miguel Parra slots out of the slipstream against Alex Toledo. They're under the bubble into the first corner. They'll be going in a few moments' time. Who's going to be the latest of the last breakers? On the brakes they go, and carrying so much corner speed into there. It's so deceiving, that corner. You don't believe it. They're still
turn 1,
third, fourth gear, aren't they?
Turn 1, when I used to race 70s here, used to be flat out. So it just shows you how fast. You used to go about 140 in turn 1, so you can imagine how fast. It doesn't look fast on TV, but like you said, when you walk it, it's really open. It really opens quickly.
Percy Pevelainen had a bit of a look up the inside of Edouard Melgar. That's a battle that's going on for P number 5. Should mention that Simon Jespersen has got himself up into 8th position, sorry, 9th place, I should say. Rather, he's got a bit of company in the form of Andres Vostatek behind him, and just in front of Jespersen actually is Ferran Hernandez. There is Edouard Melgar going hard on the brakes into the left-hander. Good season it's been for Melgar. As we said, lost out quite dramatically last time in Catalonia. Got hung out to dry in that final chicane. There was always an inevitability, really, with those machines of the bike, so many of them going into that corner, and lost out really significantly. So looking to try and make amends. Sitting in 4th place, not quite the podium scrap, but the top 3 though now, Dakota, breaking away a bit.
Yeah, like I was just about to say, the field looks like it's breaking up a bit. These 3 boys right here, you know, Gomez, Toledo, and Parra were quick already from lap 1. They seem to have a little bit more than the rest of the field. But Gomez, I must say, has been leading most of this race. So, but then again, it'll be interesting to see the last few laps where Parra and Toledo are stronger than him, and see if they'll actually try to make a move. Parra looks like he's trying to see how quick his bike is on the front straight, see if he can, you know, make a move into turn 1, maybe in the last few laps.
Here's Toledo up the inside on the brakes. Don't do a Gonzalez through there, my son. Gets it stopped, thankfully, and holds on to 2nd place. So it's a good race for Toledo, this, and it could catapult him to the front end of the championship. We'll have to wait and see what happens for the number 55. But Francisco Gomez absolutely commanding this race out in front. In terms of lap times, it was a few tenths of a second slower than Miguel Parra's. So lap 10 out of 17 we're on here in Valencia. Don't forget, of course, you can keep up to date with everything FIM CEV Repsol, www.fimcvrepsol.com for more information. You can also get the live timing of this race on there as well if you really want to keep up to date. Perhaps there's a certain rider that you're supporting, but do get in touch with us throughout the course of the day on Twitter as well, at CEV Motorcycle. We'd love to hear from you, love to hear your tweets and your thoughts on the racing that's taking place. It'd be really, really exciting to see what you're thinking about the racing that's going on, especially here in this European Talent Cup.
Looks like Melgar has cut the front group again.
It has. We saw this though in Catalonia likewise, and likewise in Albacete. Big moment there for Alex Toledo. He gets himself all out of the seats, and he's going to lose a bit of straight line speed. Will Parra think about a move around the outside? No. Thinks better of it, but will have the advantage, and of course the speed going into that slipstream. All depends on drive out of that final straight, however. There's a really close racing going on, but not as much overtaking as perhaps we were expecting. I thought the racing would perhaps see a few more overtakes, but the guys just biding their time very nicely. I should say that Pevelainen is having a look at the inside of Melgar for 4th place, gets it done and dusted, does the finished rider. Nicely done into that first corner. But Francisco Gomez holding onto the lead of this race. Toledo in 2nd place. Parra has a sneaky look up the inside into turn number 2 once again. There's a prime overtaking opportunity there, but there's not really a corner, as we had an incident there between Lucas Venderborn and Daijiro Sacco. That's a disaster there for Sacco, of course, who had a ride-through penalty earlier on. Let's see if we can see what happened. We just catch the end of the incident. They've just come together, haven't they? Whereabouts is that on track? That's just trying to catch it.
I have a feeling Sacco, you know, you can imagine Sacco, a fast rider, is coming through the field really quickly, and he's probably gone underneath him and lost the front or something, collected him.
That's a real shame there for both riders. Lucas Venderborn doesn't finish his first race in the European Talent Cup. That was actually at turn number 8. So that was the hairpin bend, the off-camber hairpin bend. It's easy to lose the front into there in defence of Daijiro, but nonetheless, 2 races and 2 very, very difficult races for Daijiro Sacco. 2 DNFs for him, unfortunately. But now 6 laps remaining, 5.5 or so, as we go into turn number 13 as well. It's so close between these guys. They're all lapping really consistently as well. Tyre wear doesn't seem to be an issue, but of course they're all lapping in the same sort of pace that it will become an issue for all of them at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And if the first one's going to be going slow, the rest of them are. So, like you said, but it looks like this is going to be a 5-rider group till the end with what is it? 6 laps to go.
6 laps to go now as we come over the timing line, so we're very close indeed. Will Gomez be able to hold on to the lead, because he's just quick out of the straight? No one's really able to catch him.
Like I said, you know, Gomez has been leading this thing for most of it, so he looks comfortable in the front. No one's really tried to make a move to him.
Somebody's made some good ground, actually. I was just about to say.
That's Pevelainen.
Yeah, Pevelainen, who's got himself from 4th, 5th, up into 2nd over the last couple of laps. That's a great race there for the Finnish rider. He'll be looking to try and take his first win in the European Talent Cup. So the top 2 riders not having taken a win in this championship so far. It's, of course, a brand new championship for 2017. Don't forget about the British Talent Cup that launches in 2018 as well. Applications for that have now closed as Miguel Parra gets himself back up the inside. Big moment. Yeah, that was Edouard Melgar. got himself all out of the seat, and now he drops a bit further back to Alex Toledo. Here we go then, once again, as Pavalainen has a look on the brakes, but can't quite find a way through. Very close indeed. Don't forget, after this, we've got another Moto3 race for you, the second of the day, and then it's the final race, the Moto2 European Championship, but that one will be the full 17-lapper, unlike the 12-lap race that we were treated to in the earlier stages of the day because of the red flag that was thrown in the first race. That'll be the same that we've seen here in the European Talent Cup, which is always good to see. Great to see so many people that have turned up to Valencia as well. It's a really wonderful circuit to be a part of. A lot of people are a bit critical about it because it's just full of grandstands all around it, but I have to say I really like it as well. I think if it perhaps had a few more trees and a bit more scenery and the like, I think a lot of people would really love it.
Yeah, and especially if you come here for the World Championship, it's a great race to come to because it's the last one of the season. A lot of people come to it. A lot, meaning a lot, and there's a lot of people that sit outside the grandstands, and you'll see like it's just full of people, and it's a great racetrack to come to be honest. And it's one of my favorites. A lot of people, like you say, don't like it, but I do, and it's a great racetrack, like you say, to walk and watch and look over for a fan.
Exactly, change of lead now, finally, as Miguel Parra gets himself up into the front end of this race. The number 26 having a good run out there on track. He's, of course, a very competitive rider, competed in pre-Moto3 last year in RMFE, but that was with the Estrella Lethia team for Miguel Parra. So he is a rider that is certainly used to doing very well. Look at the front end compression on Gomez, despite the suspension fully down there, wasn't it? There was no room at all. Exciting to see. So through the right-hander and then into the quick left we go. That looks like a mighty part of the lap on the brakes into there. But is it an easy corner to lose the front end, would you say, through there?
There's two corners in this racetrack that's really easy to lose the front. Is that corner right there where you just said, but a little bit earlier, right on the, it's not turn 11, it's turn 10, the little kink, because you come after about 4 or 5 lefts, and it's going to be your first right, and it's a fast one too, where you brake, and you're not braking up straight up, you're braking a little bit leaned over. So it's I've crashed there, many people crashed there. You've seen a lot of crashes in MotoGP, and the outcome of it is not really pretty because it's a really fast corner, like he said.
So over the timeline we go now. 4 laps remaining here in the European Talent Cup. Pierre Pevelainen pulls out of the slipstream. He's going to get 2 in 1 into the first corner. He's going to think about it, but Dahl's better of it. He runs it a bit wide. Is that going to allow number 9 of Francisco Gomez to get back through on the brakes into turn 2? Not quite enough. But
Melgar and Diez have lost some ground too. They've swifted back a bit from this group lead. So it looks like it's going to be in between these 4. And it's going to be all a slipstreaming game.
5th and 6th places respectively are DF and Melgar at the moment, so the top 5 occupied by those guys. Good race also for Perez, considering where he started. He's now up to P7, just ahead of Jespersen and Hernandez. So 4 laps now remaining, a 4-way battle for the lead in the European Talent Cup. Place your bets, ladies and gents, because it's going to be an exciting end to this race. Have to wait and see whether Miguel Parra can do the business, or will he out the likes of Francisco Gomez or indeed Pevelainen, who's looking mighty there in 2nd position.
I always love these situations where it's 4 guys fighting for a podium, 3-place podium. So it's always a good, crazy few last laps, and it's always nice to see.
So 4 laps now remaining here in the European Talent Cup. Into the right, then the left we go. And then towards that final section of the lap. No smoking and rear end sliding on these bikes. Nice and in line. That's the name of the game in Moto2. This is interesting to note the difference between a Moto2 and a Moto3 bike is the fact that you have to be so smooth and carry momentum on a Moto3 bike.
Yeah, and even these bikes, like I said, I think I said in Barcelona, I got the chance. Here's a replay.
Let's have a look. This was Pevelainen trying to bite off more than he could chew. How close was he to the back of Miguel Parra there? Didn't manage to make it stick, fortunately, otherwise that could have been a very nasty crash there. Watching on the team in more anticipation, bit of nervousness as well.
I think that was I think that was a nervy smile. Like I said in Barcelona, I had a chance of trying a 300 like these, and they have no power at all. So it's so important to carry that corner speed and high RPM, to basically gain, you know, ground, because there's just no power. So as soon as you open the throttle, and if you make a small mistake in this class, it's a big mistake in the other class.
Here's Para up the inside into second place. So Para moves himself ahead of Peverline at the moment. Now Francisco Gomez has taken over that lead at the front of the race, holding on nicely. But here comes Toledo on the brakes as well. He's trying to find a way through into turn number 8. That off-camber corner. Really hard on the front end through there. 3 laps, 2.5 naturally now remaining here in the European Talent Cup. We thank you so much for joining us here in this race, because it's coming down to a very climatic end. Don't forget, we've got the second race of the Moto3 Junior World Championship along the way very, very shortly. And then after that, we'll have the final race of the day in the Moto2 European Championship. Bit wide there for the leader of Francisco Gomez. Manages to hold the line very nicely, however. And then Peverlainen is really closing up. I think Peverlainen could win this. 3 laps remaining for the Finnish rider. He is going to see the red mist descending. Out of the final corner, over the timing line we go. Here is the European Talent Cup from Valencia. The teams willing the riders on. You can see the arms waving on the left-hand side of your screen. Who's going to lead the way into the first corner? Peverlainen ducks out of the slipstream. Will he be able to duck later on the brakes? No, not quite. My goodness, that was very close indeed. Manages to hold on to it though, and here comes Para, because all the while these two are battling, it's going to allow Para, as he does so, up the inside into the hairpin. Into second place goes Miguel Para then, holds on to that rostrum for now. Holding on to the lead of the race is Francisco Gomez. Interesting to note though as well, the different riding styles that these guys are taking. There is the team watching on. They will be absolutely chewing their nails down to the bone at this stage of the race. 2 laps remaining just under.
Yeah, these final laps are just like the first few laps. It's so scary, and if you leave a little gap, they're just going to come right underneath you like we saw.
Here we go then into the left-hander, so just over a lap remaining here at the European Talent Cup in Valencia. Place your bets, because it's going to get very tight and exciting indeed. Para has a bit of a dart up the inside into the hairpin, but can't quite find a way through there at the moment. Miguel Para holding on at the moment to second place. Alex Toledo as well. He could be a bit of an outside chance for the lead in this race to come through as well. And going on to the final lap, when you're going on to that start-finish straight here, do you want to be the rider that's leading, or do you want to be the rider that's attacking?
Well, I've been looking through the race, and it looks the finish line's really close. It's not too far away from the last corner. So I've been looking every lap, and it's really tough to get the slipstream across the finish line. So to be honest, I'd prefer to be coming out of last corner first, not second.
Here we go then, final lap of the European Talent Cup. Who's going to lead the way into turn 1? It's still Gomez, but here comes Peverlainen up the inside of Para. Through the first corner we go. Will Para get a better exit? No, he doesn't. Here we go into turn 2. Gomez leads the way. Para in third place, trying to change that into second. They go into the hairpin. Gets the move done and dusted. Nice and clean there from the Spaniard. Gets the move absolutely beautifully, and now they're going to have to really try and attack to get themselves into the contention for the lead of this race. I think Toledo's just a little bit too far back at this stage in 4th place, but the leader of the race, Francisco Gomez, pieing for his first win in the European Talent Cup, trying to get himself out of 10th place in the championship.
There goes Para.
Here goes Para up the inside. Miguel Para, a brilliant move that was there from the Spanish rider. Likewise, a rider who's not finished on the podium, and Peverlainen as well on the number 12. Here we go on the brakes into the turn number 8. No, dear, Gomez goes down, and he takes the number 12 of Peverlainen with him. There was nowhere for the Finnish rider to go, and that means then that Alex Toledo wins, or will win. He'll lead the way. Look at the disbelief on their faces. Oh dear, but Alex Toledo, against all circumstances, on the final lap, I said he was too far away unless something happened, and exactly that is what happened. Gomez loses it on the brakes. Peverlainen gets himself up into that strife, and now it becomes a 4-way scrap to a 2-way scrap. The final corner then awaits Alex Toledo, but it's not over yet. It's going to be a drag to the line. Miguel Para is going to try and dart his way through, but to the line, the race does go to Alex Toledo. What a win here in the European Talent Cup in Valencia. What a race from the Spaniard. Miguel Para takes second place, and in the gravel trap is Peetu Pervalainen and Francisco Gomez. They will be absolutely apocalyptically cross with that one.
Toledo just went from 4th and just won the race.
Incredible, isn't it? You don't see that happening very often.
That's probably the best feeling ever for him.
Absolutely. A race in the most unexpected of circumstances. I think he's pretty pleased with that one as well.
100%. I'd be too. And it's from the Cuna of Campeones.
Exactly, yeah. The Cuna de Campeones team, they are pretty happy. They're doing burnouts on the bikes as well. Wonderful. I can't wait to hear what Alex Toledo's got to say. His first ever win in the European Talent Cup here in Valencia. What a race from the Spaniard. And actually, we didn't mention Alejandro Diez. This man here, number 27, takes his first podium of the season as well. What a race there for the Spanish rider. So 3 Spaniards occupying the top 3 positions. Great guns there for Alejandro Diez. Brilliant to see. So Alex Toledo then, the race victor in that one after just over 23 minutes. I wouldn't want to be in the debrief for Francisco Gomez or Peetu Pervalainen. Nothing Pervalainen could have done through that corner. We'll see a replay, of course, on the highlights reel very, very shortly indeed. Of course, we'll get the podium out of the way, then we'll have the highlight, or sorry, we'll do the highlights reel, then we'll have a look at the podium, and then, of course, we'll go into the second race of the Moto3 Junior World Championship. But there is the race victor in the most unlikely of circumstances. Alex Toledo. What a race it's been from the 15-year-old. He's from Tarragona in Spain. He's around about an hour and a half from here. And I don't think he's too displeased with that one there either, do you? So just completing their cooling down laps are the riders. Dakota's headed his way down to Parc Ferme to interview this man here. The race victor, 15 years old, perhaps what you could call him as one of the elder statesmen in the European Talent Cup. We've got riders of 12 and 13 years of age in here as well. But here are the final results then. Alex Toledo, Miguel Parra, Alejandro Diez completes the podium. Edouard Melgar just missing out once again with Andreas Perez, Simon Jespersen, Ferran Hernandez, Andres Fostateg and Vincent Falcone also benefiting from the demise of Gomez and Pervalainen right at the very end of that race. They were just inside the top 9. However, completing the top 10 position was Beatrice Neela, her first ever points in the European Talent Cup. We did mention her throughout the course of the race. Sorry about that, Beatrice, but there was so much going on at the front, we hardly had a chance to talk about it. But Beatrice Neela, her first ever points inside the top 10. Gregorio Novelak inside 12th position. Callum Blackwell with his first points of the season in 13th place. And then comes Stefano Christian in 14th with Victor Alonso rounding out the final points paying positions. Jack Hart just misses out in 16th place. And Jose Suarez in 17th as Alex Toledo celebrates with his team. What a way to do it in style. Alex Toledo, his first ever win here in Valencia in the European Talent Cup. Look at that, he's delighted, and you can't say you blame him either. And a great race also. Alejandro Diez also very, very pleased. Some smacks on the backside, some good celebrations there. You will be very, very happy with that one. Can't wait to hear what Alejandro has to say in the post-race interview. As we mentioned, don't forget, of course, Moto3 Junior World Championship coming up very, very shortly indeed. There he is, Alejandro Diez. What a race. Gets the Dunlop winner's cap. Absolutely wonderful. You can see the temperatures rising now, 33.8 degrees it was at the start of that race. Tyre life didn't seem to be an issue, but of course they were all on the medium compound of tyres, so it didn't really affect them as much as it would have done if they had been on, of course, different compounds of tyres, as they were all effectively wearing at the same rate. But nonetheless, a very exciting race. You can just see on the left-hand side of the screen there on the first floor, it says, "You've made history." Well, that certainly happened today here in the European Talent Cup, and it's going to be very exciting to actually see what's happened in the championship. But now Dakota is down there with the race winner, Alex Toledo.
Alex, wow. Crazy last lap from 4th to 1st. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, incredible. At the first part of the race, I have some problem with the bike, but I learned my adversary, and I push very hard in the last lap, and he crashes, and I can win. Thank you to all the sponsors, people, and my family.
Thank you, and now in Spanish, please.
Bueno, he hecho una buena salida. Al principio de de la carrera tenía algunos problemas con el tren delantero, pero bueno, he aprendido de mis rivales, los he estudiado un poco y al final, bueno, he tenido un poco de suerte y se han caído. Y bueno, darle las gracias al equipo, a la familia y a todo el mundo en especial.
Well, you can't say he didn't try hard there. He sounds pretty out of breath, doesn't he? Here's some highlights then from the race. It was Francisco Gomez who got the jump from pole position. Manuel Gonzalez also got a good start on the number 18, but there was a massive crash off the start line involving Maikon Kawakami and Filip Rychaszek. Unfortunately, both riders would not continue, but they did. They were up and okay, which was the fortunate thing about that incident, as all the riders made it through the first corner. There was also contact further back down the order. That was between Iker Garcia and Jamie Davis. Big shame there for both riders failing to finish. Some big names in the championship falling in this race. Meanwhile, Francisco Gomez got dropped back to third position as Manuel Gonzalez made his way up into the lead of the race. It was all looking so good for Gonzalez for a good amount of time, with Miguel Parra very close in tow. And then it was coming into this corner here where he lost the front and lost the rear in quick succession, span down the road and didn't manage to get going again. Manuel Gonzalez failing to finish the race and in turn losing the lead of the championship. That left then the likes of Miguel Parra, Francisco Gomez, Alex Toledo and the like to get themselves up in contention for the lead and the race victory. Over the timeline we went. Pietro Pervolainen was also looking like a big threat in fourth position as well, as Alex Toledo made his way up into P number 2. Over the timeline we went once again. Keep an eye out for number 12 of Pietro Pervolainen, who was very close behind. Then comes Miguel Parra ahead of Alex Toledo. Meanwhile, Francisco Gomez led the way in the middle stages of the race as it began to settle down ever so slightly. We really thought that he might manage to romp away with the victory, but that was not to be, because up the inside came Alex Toledo in the latter half of that race. He looked good with Alex Toledo as they came over the timing line once again to start the last lap of racing. Pietro Pervolainen also looking very racy indeed. He managed to move his way up into second place from fourth on the start of that last lap. Into turn number 1 we went, looking very good indeed for Pervolainen at the moment. Then Miguel Parra went up the inside of Pervolainen, moved his way up into second position in that race. Into the right-hander we went. Once again, Parra on the attack, moving his way ahead of the number 9 of Francisco Gomez. It all looked so good for so long for Francisco Gomez. Over the timeline we went. Here we go, trying to bite off perhaps a little bit more than he could chew there with the number 12 of Pietro Pervolainen, not managing to find his way through into the lead of the race, up into second place. And here we went then on to the last couple of laps of racing. Into turn 1, it was Gomez who led the way ahead of Pervolainen. Here came Miguel Parra though, up the inside of the Finnish rider. What a great race going on there between those guys. The team watched on in anticipation, as did we here in the commentary box, and it was very hard on the brakes. He just collided with the rear end of Alex Toledo. Toledo nothing else to be taken out, but unfortunately Pietro Pervolainen having nowhere to go, handing Alex Toledo his first ever win in the European Talent Cup. A great race for him, a great race for the team. And you can see he was understandably delighted with Miguel Parra finishing in second place and Alejandro Diez completing the podium in third.
En la prueba disputada en el circuit Ricardo Tormo.
Well, what a race we had there, Dakota. That was very exciting. The first all-Spanish podium we've had all day as well.
Yeah. His smile on Alex's face was funny because he was like, I didn't know I was going to win this from fourth place, you know, because you could see that he was kind of a little bit far back to win it. But yeah, hey, you know, the luck of the draw. This is racing, anything can happen. And he's the one who won it. So
there we go. Alejandro Diez collects his trophy for third position. Doesn't look too unhappy with that.
FIM CEV entregará el trofeo al segundo clasificado, Miguel Parra.
Every time I interview one of these boys, I feel like, are you old enough to be riding a bike?
Yeah, it's quite surprising, isn't it? I've got to be honest with you. I mean, I could have imagined doing that at 12, 13, 14 years old.
Alex Toledo.
And these guys are able to do it as well as they do. It's just an incredible feat.
Representando a la compañía Repsol, entregará el cheque de carburante gratis para el vencedor de la carrera, Alex Toledo.
So feel that I don't think he'll be using much. Good Christmas. I think it's a good Christmas present for his family.
I mean, the problem is if you have to like post it to a family member, you're not going to fit that check in the post box, are you?
No.
Y ahora el momento de celebrarlo en lo alto del
podio. Was that the remix version? Because it sounded very quick. Spanish
like, hey, we gotta go.
Ahí están con la gaseosa.
Moto3's out,
Los
so
jóvenes
hurry up.
Pilotos. Exactly. I can imagine they're in a bit of a rush. There's the caseta being sprayed and thrown over. It doesn't go as well as champagne.
No,
that one, does it?
they're just throwing it.
Yeah. They've got no other choice. What a race in the European Talent Cup. What is this going to mean then for the championship? Well, we'll find out. But there is the race victor. A fantastic first ever win in the European Talent Cup for Alex Toledo. Just posing for the photograph.
I think he's leading the championship.
We'll have to wait and see, because I got that wrong last time in Moto2, so I want to get it right this time.
I have a feeling he is.
Let's have a look then, shall we? Here are the championship standings. Alex Toledo does lead the way in the championship. Absolutely bang on there, Dakota. But by 8 points to Andreas Perez, who managed to recover after not starting from his start position. Manuel Gonzalez, despite that DNF, is in third place, with Miguel Parra moving up to fourth. Simon Jespersen holds on to fifth position. 18 points adrift after finishing inside the top 10. Edouard Melgar in 6th place, Alejandro Dief in 7th after that 3rd place finish. Maikon Kawakami in 8th, Johan Uvinia having a difficult weekend here. Ike Garcia inside the top 10, unfortunately failing to finish after that contact with Jamie Davis. Francisco Gomez, Andres Fostatek, Matthew Gregorio, Pietro Cleverleinen, Jamie William Davis. Then comes Ferran Hernandez, Vincent Falcone, and Beatrice Needler with her first ever points in that top 10 finish. Keep an eye out for her in the latter half of this season. Stefano Kristin, Aurel Nivelak. Then comes Farrell Cantiero, Colin Felthazen, Callum Blackwell, who took his first points this weekend as well, and Victor Alonso completes the championship standings in 24th position. But what a race, what a European Talent Cup. Up next, it is the second race of the day for the Moto3 Junior World Championship, live here from Valencia. Join us in just a few moments when we'll bring you more coverage of that. So just to remind you, of course, you can keep in touch with everything FIM CEV Repsol on Twitter at CEV Motorcycle. On Facebook, it's facebook.com/FIM CEV Repsol, or just type in CEV Repsol into your search bar. Or you can visit the website to find out all the latest information about the championship and keep up to date with all the latest goings on. Of course, there's been a couple of technical partners announced for 2018 in the form of Del Orto and the like as well. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the form of going into the next season, of course, with the European Talent Cup, Moto3, Moto2, etc. Very excited to see how that gets on. As we said, Moto3 race along the way for you in just a few moments' time. Pit lane is now open. Riders exiting pit lane, and then we'll get ready to get this race underway. How exciting is that going to be? Well, if it's anything as exciting as race one, then very is the answer. Dennis Foggia, of course, taking his first ever win in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. We're excited to bring you coverage of that race. So, riders now going back out of pit lane and heading themselves on to the grid. They'll do their sighting lap, and they'll head on to their starting positions. Of course, the starting positions are exactly the same as the ones we had for the first race, but Moto3 up next. Welcome back to the circuit, Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. It's round number 4 of the Junior Moto3 World Championship. We're halfway through the season in 2017, and I can't believe how much it's flown by already. As you can see, riders now exiting pit lane for the second race of the day. The 4-kilometre long circuit for these riders to behold. A anti-clockwise layout, 9 left-hand corners, 5 right, 18 laps in total. for the Moto3 Junior World Championship. We saw, of course, Dennis Foggia taking a commanding victory by 3.8 seconds to Alonso Lopez and Jeremy Alcoba. In fact, the best battle that we saw on track was for second position. It got very, very exciting towards the latter half of that race. As you can see, the crews now heading their way out of pit lane. But Dakota, the track temperature's got warmer. It's now over 33 degrees, nearly 34. What should we expect from this race, do we reckon?
Well, slower lap times for sure, like we saw yesterday in qualifying. Racing's going to be, I think, the same, but we might see some change in positions. Here's the highlights of race 1.
Yes, indeed. So it was Vicente Perez who started the way from pole position. The two Asia Talent Team riders in the form of Cooney and Istihar starting on the front row as well. Into the first corner we went. Dennis Foggia made a great start for the middle of the second row to get himself up into second position. It was a very exciting race indeed for all of these riders involved. Into turn number 2 we went with Perez still leading the way. Then we saw an unfortunate crash for Clement Rouge. He went down the road at turn number 2. Meanwhile, Foggia managed to get himself up ahead of the number 63 of Vicente Perez into the left-hander. A nice little overtake there, and that is where he would stay until the end of the race. Vicente Perez then had to battle with Kazuki Misaki and Aleix Vieux, who made his way up the inside. The Red Bull Rookies rider doing some good jobs out there on track. Meanwhile, Foggia led the way with a comfortable advantage as Aaron Palenko went down the road at the final corner after contact with Jaume Lucia. He wasn't very happy about that, as you can see, and that was his race ending in the gravel trap. An unfortunate way to conclude his first race, but he got a chance to make amends for race number 2. Meanwhile, further back, the positions were all changing in the form of Alonso Lopez muscling his way up the inside, and Jeremy Alcoba on the Estrella Galicia bike also finding a way through as Aleix Vieux sat up at the end of turn 2, the sign of a technical problem that would hinder him later on in the race. Meanwhile, we saw riders going down. Rory Skinner had a collision, unfortunately ending his race in the gravel trap. A big disappointment there for him. He'll be looking to bounce back and make amends for race number 2. As Aleix Vieux got himself up into the podium position once again, he held on to second place for a good amount of time. Into turn number 8 they went. Everybody holding on very nicely for there. Dennis Foggia, you can see the advantage that he had was clear as day. As sitting up out of turn number 6 was Aleix Vieux. A big shame there for the Spanish rider. He ended up having a technical issue and finished down in 12th position in that race. And then as we came on towards the final few laps of racing, Perez had a good advantage. Messia also looked very quick as well, but don't discount the likes of the Estrella Galicia trio as it was then with Garcia also in amongst the mix with Foggia and Alcoba just ahead. Garcia looks very menacing indeed, but then going onto the brakes, he lost the front into turn number 8, going down the road. It was an unfortunate end and a disappointing end to the 14-year-old's race. Dennis Foggia, though, came over the timing line to take his first ever win in dominant style here in Valencia. Second place would go the way of Alonso Lopez just by the skin of his teeth. Literally 1,000th of a second separating those riders. As close as you can ever get in motorcycle racing, with Jeremy Alcoba in 3rd position, completing the podium here for the Junior Moto3 World Championship race number 1. If it's anything like that in race 2, we should be set for a very exciting time.
So yeah, like you said earlier, you know, it's going to be a lot hotter race than this morning, and it'll be interesting to see if you know, Dennis can repeat what he did in race 1. It's going to be difficult, but here's Vicente, who's had a okay season, I think.
Good, yeah, nice and consistent. Ace looks pretty good out there. One pole position, of course, that he's had, of course, that's here in Valencia, so he's looking good. So Vicente Perez starts from pole position, but what I'm interested in there, Dakota, are the two Asia Talent Team, Asia Talent riders, because they start from second and third, respectively, but they didn't make the progress that we thought we'd see in the race, and here they are.
No, and this is what I told you, you know, earlier. I had to speak with Aoyama, and he says that they seem to be, you know, just really fast when they have a new tire, but as soon as that tire starts to wear out, they start, you know, they can't keep that fast pace, and like, you know, Dennis and the rest of them can. So I mean, they were at the front group. It'll be interesting to see now with these conditions if they'll be able to stay in that front group. But anyways, for these boys out here, these fans, it's incredible how hot it must be for them. And here we have, in I think it's 3rd place. Yes, Andy Farad, 7th place in the last race. Here's one of the guys I was talking about. with Aoyama, and he's had an okay season. He's fast. We all know he's fast. He can do the lap times. The question is if he can, you know, stay consistent. So, boy, it's getting hot out there. These poor kids out here, I feel for them, seriously. And here in 4th place, we got Alcoba. Jeremy, who's, yeah, hot. Who's had a good season, you know, winning in Albacete. 3 podiums out of the 5 races. So he's definitely one to look out for. And him and his 2 other teammates, Lopez and Garcia, who are starting 9th and 10th. We're up there too at the front with him. So it'll be interesting to see if they can have a good start and do the same. Here's the race winner from last race, Dennis Foggia. Great race he did in race 1, you know, leading it from lap 1 and basically beating everyone by 4 seconds, right, Tom?
Absolutely, yeah, it was an incredible race from Dennis Foggia, and what a way to take his first victory as well. We saw, of course, in Barcelona, he was just beaten on the line at the last race, of course, the second race in Barcelona, and ended up finishing in about 8th position in the first race, unfortunately, after a really difficult time, being demoted down a few positions because of running wide. Here's a man who I thought would do better, though, in the opening race. Started from 6th position, finished in 9th at the end, but really struggled in the mid-stages of the race, Raul Fernandez.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, you know, doing the World Championship in that, I thought he was going to do a little bit better than that, but anyways, you never know what happened in race 1. We don't know everything, but bon appetit to you two, because I'm starving.
Yeah, we don't get any food up here in the commentary box, we should say. Well, we do, but it's later on that we get it, and obviously we can't eat it whilst we're on air, because I'm sure you prefer us to talk about the racing
instead of our munching.
Yeah, exactly, rather than our lunch. Here is Aaron Palenko. Now, he will be going into this race with a vengeance, because he failed to finish that first race through an incident that I don't think
it was fault.
No, I don't think he was at fault. I think it was unfortunate incident. I don't really think there was anybody to blame, because there was nobody doing anything intentionally, you know, no malicious.
Unlucky for sure.
Yeah, exactly. If you didn't see the incident, basically what happened was out of the final corner, he ended up making contact with another rider, and then ended up going down the road in quite spectacular fashion. He was okay, fortunately, but just so frustrated, you know, weeping down by his bike, effectively. Here is a race for you. Now, he has had perhaps one of the most difficult starts of the season I have ever seen in my life. He finished in 12th place. Last time out.
With a half an engine.
Exactly, yeah. Something went wrong there. We don't know what happened with his bike. But just 16 years of age, as you can see, 3 DNFs on the bounce. He finished a race in Catalunya in race number 2. But unfortunately, it's just not hooked up for him at all this season. I really thought he'd be a very serious championship challenger after what we saw in Albacete for the opening round. But it's just not turned out to be. There's Julian Simon on the right-hand side, but next to him is this man, 15-year-old Alonso Lopez. 2 wins so far this season, a second last time out by 1,000th of a second, and second in the championship on 70 points as well. It doesn't really get much better than that, does it? No,
and he's, like you say, he's very consistent, and it's good to see Julito there. I think he's down here in Valencia a lot of part of the year, so but it's good to see him, you know, working with Tito Rabat in the World Championship, and also involved here in the Spanish Championship with Lopez.
Exactly, yeah. It's great to see Julian Simon. He's one of those riders that he's really good. And obviously, as you say, he's working with Tito as well. And I think he's never going to retire either. He's one of those riders that's going to retire but never will officially. Here's Garcia, Sergio Garcia, who was very unlucky in that last race. Crashed out with just a few laps remaining. Was fighting for that rostrum position, but unfortunately, nil point for the Spaniard. I'm not quite sure what the Spanish is for that, so I refer to French instead.
I was wondering what you were trying to say there. Now I get it.
I should have waited for one of the French riders to come on, but there you go. But nonetheless, Sergio Garcia lining up a bit further down the order than perhaps we would expect for Garcia on the the inside rather, I should say, of row number 4. Just alongside him is this man here, Makar Yuchenko. Yuchenko had a ride-through penalty a time penalty, I should say, not a ride-through penalty, added to him 5 seconds after the race for exceeding track limits quite consistently, as it turns out, which is absolutely fair. We've seen it happen quite a lot.
Foggia knows about it too.
Foggia's, I think he's going to be on some thin ice in this race if he's not too careful. There is Jaume Masia, of course, the guy who crashed out of the podium in Le Mans. It was a very exciting race, but they managed to make amends for it with 2 podiums.
He's had a really good consistent season.
He has, yeah, 5th in the championship for him on 63 points. Very exciting indeed. We've just had the tyres come through, and it's caught me by surprise a little bit, actually, because I'm
more softs in the rear.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that on the warm-up lap in a few moments' time. We just wait for the grid to clear, then, and we'll run you through the grid in just a couple of moments' time. All the anticipation now is building for the Junior Moto3 World Championship, and we saw Foggia romping away with it. Do we think he could do it a second successive time in Valencia?
I mean, he's probably hoping so. It isn't going to be easy because here's the line out.
Yeah, let's have a look at the grid then, shall we? Vincente Perez, Kazuki Misaki and Andy Farid on the front row. Jeremy Alcoba, the race winner of race 1, Dennis Foggia, and Raul Fernandez on row 2. Aaron Palanco, Alace View and Alonso Lopez are on row number 3. Keep an eye out for Lopez and View as well. View especially because he'll be looking to bounce back. Likewise, Palanco actually in 7th position. Also, as we head further down the order, it's going to be very interesting to see how Sergio Garcia gets on, because of course he didn't finish race 1 either. Makar Yuchenko starts from 11th place after that penalty that he received in race number 1, and Jaume Masia was also in and amongst the mix. Lorenzo Petracca 13th, Yuki Cooney 14th, Rory Skinner in 15th. Further down the order, Eduardo Sintoni, Yari Montella, Stefano Neppa, Bruno Palesi Iranci, then comes Gabriel Martinez Brego, Nicolo Carrera, Celestino Vietti Ramos, Dan Jones, who scored his first point last time as well. Row 10, Gerard Riou, Matteo Casadei, who crashed out last time, Andy Verdois, Lorente Cavalieri, Florido, Gadini, and then comes 13th row, Jason Pasquire, Filippo Bellini, Clement Rouge, Megley, Josh Owens, Ivan Rodriguez, Van der Laafmaert, and then is Gianluca Scorza. So
that's probably the longest grid that you've ever have to spoken about.
The problem is they move so fast that you can't fit them all in, so you just have to, I have to start paraphrasing and just giving them all in.
And start memorizing them.
Exactly. No, it's part and parcel of the job, isn't it? So warm-up lap is now on, and it is very warm indeed. 34 degrees bang on at the start of this race.
Hottest part, and the track temperature is 45 now. It was 42 this morning, so 3 doesn't seem a lot, but when you're out there, it's a big difference.
Exactly. So it's interesting to know that all the riders, or a lot of the riders, have gone with softer tyres.
Yeah, it seems to me that maybe the soft works better in the heat, but it didn't really play a big difference in race 1. You know, nobody really shuffled back. But the track temperature actually went up 9 degrees from this morning.
Yeah, exactly. It's ambient temperatures up 4 degrees, track temperature up 9 degrees, so it's quite hot. Yeah. Actually, only 2 riders this morning, Jeremy Alcoba and Alonso Lopez, were on the softer tyre.
And they're still on the soft tyre, but Vicente Perez is the only one that's added to that.
Exactly. So it's still a couple more riders than I was expecting.
Oh, and View too.
And View, yeah, exactly. So Alace View, I think he's just going to have to go all guns blazing, really. He must have, I mean, he competed a fair amount of the race, so he must have, he completed the race in total, actually, so he must have known that his tyre life wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
But that said, somebody said to me, you know, the hotter it is, generally the better the softs work over the race as well.
Yeah, and that's why I think many more have switched to the soft. But then again, you know, Foggia stayed with the medium, and it'll be interesting to see how he does in this race then.
Exactly. So riders making their way to the grid. There is the pole man, Vincente Perez. He'll be looking to try and get himself back on to the top step of the podium. We'll have to wait and see whether it's possible. It was Dennis Foggia, Alonso Lopez, and Jeremy Alcoba on the podium last time out. On the front row, it's Vincente Perez, Kazuki Misaki, and Andy Farid. So there we are, the tension building, the heat is rising, 34 degrees here in Valencia, air temperature, 45 degrees track temperature. What will happen then? Look to the left-hand side of your screen, wait for the red lights to come on, we wait for the flag to go, we wait for the red lights to go, lights out, and away we go in the European, the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Great start then from Vicente Perez. He got a good getaway off the front row of the grid. Looks like Palenko has also made an equally good start, and keep an eye out for the fast starting Dennis Foggia. He's up into P3 by the first corner, so great start there from Dennis Foggia. He gets himself away very well indeed. Jeremy Alcoba into second place. The two Asia Talent Team riders have lost out significantly off the start. It looks like it's going to be very close indeed through turn number 2. Everybody holds on very nicely, but Vicente Perez holds on to the lead of the race ahead of Jeremy Alcoba and Dennis Foggia. Good start there from those guys, and then it's Kazuki Misaki in 4th place with Aaron Palenko holding on to 5th position so far. A good start there for all involved, bit wide there for Makar Yuchenko, who gets it all out onto the rumble strips, has to come back on and loses a bit of ground as well. Very close. So somebody's down in the middle of the corner. It looks like it was black and fluorescent yellow bike. I don't think it could be Jaume. Looks like it could be either Jaume Masia or it will be the other Cuna de Campeones machine. I'll have to wait and see. It's definitely one of the Cuna bikes, and it's Angel Lorente that's gone down at the final corner. Sorry, at the turn number 6. That's a disaster.
Still kept it in gear.
So he's trying to get it back out of that gravel trap, isn't he? He's using the bike. Yeah, it's Angel Lorente on the Mir Racing chassis that's gone down the order. Big shame there for Angel. Hopefully he can get himself back in contention in this race. But nonetheless, a very, very exciting time that we're having here with Vicente Perez leading the way at the end of this first lap. Dennis Foggia is now up into P2. He's ahead of Jeremy Alcoba as we come over the timing line. 18 laps gone. To go, rather. Sorry, 17 laps that will be now. I'm getting way ahead of myself here.
I was going to say, that was a quick race.
Exactly. Here we go with Dennis Foggia. Then he hits the front. So the Italian from Rome gets himself up into contention for the victory of this race once again. He hits the front. Here comes Palenko, though, in 4th place. He's trying to get himself ahead of Kazuki Misaki. Here comes Alcoba, late on the brakes to try and find his way through against Vicente Perez. But Perez relents for the time being.
And there's that small gap again.
Here comes Dennis, Jeremy Alcoba gets himself ahead of Vicente Perez. Nicely done there from Jeremy Alcoba. Good little bit
sit-ups.
Yeah, good little bit of racing going on though. So lap 2 out of 18 we are on. Everybody's made a relatively good start. Just trying to have a look and see if anybody's dropped back. Here is the overtake that took place between Alcoba and Perez just a couple of moments ago. Here we go, nicely done there. Just a bit of a wave as well.
I think he was apologizing for turn 2, I think. But you never know.
Exactly.
He might be just saying, hey, let me go.
Exactly. So, well, the best one I ever saw was when Rossi was against Biaggi at Suzuka, and he flipped him the royal wave, as we should probably refer to it as.
Now you get fined for that.
Yeah, exactly. So Dennis Foggia leads the way. Speaking of Italians, and Valentino Rossi leading the way on the VR46 Junior team, but Jeremy Alcoba's really muscling his brain now as around the outside goes Vicente Perez through turn 13. Wow. That's an unprecedented move. You don't see that happening on the through there, but he gets the move done and dusted. So Perez on the Reale Avintia Academy KTM machine into second place now as we get ready to come over the timing line. Kazuki Misaki in 4th place, but how long for? Because Palenko is looking very racy in P number 5 as well. Hard on the brakes we go into turn number 1, clicking down to 4th gear. Everybody holding on very nicely indeed. Sergio Garcia has also made some good ground as well. He's now up into 4th place.
Jaume Macias shifted back to 12th, so not sure.
Not a good start there for Macia.
From him, no.
So big shame there for him. Meanwhile, we saw a nice overtake take place there as View got ahead of Andy Izdihar. Well, I can't get my words out for this race. I just need to put my teeth back in is what we need to do. So it is Dennis Foggia that leads the way ahead of Jeremy Alcoba. Alcoba, he's looked good actually over the last couple of races. He's actually looked good all season, come to think of it. He is going to be a serious championship threat. Into the left-hander we go. Lap 3 out of 18 we're on. And Dennis Foggia, he's not checking out as much as we thought he would do. He dominated this first race, didn't he? Absolutely romped away out in front, but he's looking not necessarily on the back foot, but the riders behind Alcoba and Perez are really able to close up quite well, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure what well, Alcoba keeps looking back for and talking to Perez. He just gave him another, wave. Not sure if he's saying, "Hey, come follow me and not, stop passing me," because remember what happened in race 1. Foggia left, so. But Foggia, like you say, he looks really comfortable where he's at, and he's just, the lap times they're doing now are out. So Foggia just did a 40. The lap before that was a 41. So they're doing high 40s, which is 0.5, 0.6 slower than what they were doing. This morning in the race. So it just shows you how hot it is out there.
Oh, here comes Alcoba. That was a late lunge up the inside. He was thinking about Vicente Perez, but didn't manage to find his way through. It was just, that was going to be a Barcelona turn 10 moment all over again, if ever there was going to be one.
Yeah, and it's so easy in turn 2 to have that situation, because here's the fastest lap from Sergio, 140.7, but it's so easy in turn 2 to break way too deep and go way past your brake marker, just because you're coming out of turn 1 so fast. And then suddenly have to stop for turn 2, and it's not an easy stop because it's a really tight left-hander.
Very impressed with Sergio Garcia's progress. He started from the head of row number 4. He was quite a way down the order by his standards, in 10th position on the grid, and has made his way up into 4th place. Again, he's going to be looking to try and get some payback, really, and get himself up into that podium. But he's going to be so disappointed in crashing out in that last race. And of course, it's all about confidence in these early stages for these guys, right?
Yeah, and that's after crashing out in race 1, you kind of, it's always a bad feeling. You feel bad for everything, for your bike, because if you had a good feeling with your bike and it just tumbled through the gravel, and that you never know if everything could change, and you kind of feel different when you go back on the bike that's completely repaired. But then again, here we go with Garcia. He's, he feels okay. He's just, reached his teammate Alcoba like he did in race 1, and it'll be interesting to see if he can stay with them.
Exactly. So we're already 5 laps in out of 18 here in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and already Foggia is looking to try and take that advantage. Be a dominant double for the Italian if he's able to do so, but he's going to have to really try and push hard to break that gap and to manage to get himself off the back end of Jeremy Alcoba. Alcoba's looked really good, and Vicente Perez had a bit of a moment there on the brakes. Meanwhile, just looking a bit further down, there's some good stuff going on. There is inside the box for the Reale Vinta Academy team. There is Jeremy Alcoba of the Estrella Galicia junior team, and of course they've got a great system going all the way up to MotoGP now. The Estrella Galicia team, and likewise Reale Vinta Academy have got a good system going on with MotoGP as well. But Estrella Galicia, in terms of Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, it's the perfect system to be involved in.
Yeah, as well as the Tech 3 team, and I think we're seeing more and more teams like that that are creating these teams in Moto3 for young riders to come, young talented riders, and then they pick out the best one to go up and move up to the World Championship, which I think is a great idea. Great idea for opportunities, and Estrella Galicia's got three young kids there, and 2 of them I know are really talented, and Alcoba is one of them.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys get on then. So into the first corner we go. The race, I want to say settling down ever so slightly, but it's kind of not, because they're just lining a turn. They're just biding their time nicely at the moment. That's the name of the game. I have to say, Aleix Vieux, I think he's just going to play it safe for this race as well. He says,
nice interior from Alcoba. These 2 are just passing each other over and over again.
They're very close, aren't they? So Jeremy Alcoba now moves up into 2nd place ahead of Vicente Perez. Perez now down into the final spot on the rostrum. Through the right hand we go. Aaron Polanco also looking pretty good there as well. He's in 5th position as well. Just behind him is Aleix Vieux. On the brakes we go into turn number 6. There's the 2 Asia Talent Team guys who started on the front row of the grid. Unfortunately slipping back ever so slightly in that first race. Battle for 7th place going on between them.
They always seem to be together.
They do, yeah, they always seem to
qualify qualify 2nd and 3rd. Now they're running together in, in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw, of course, last time in Barcelona, Kazuki Misaki leading the way and then crashing out just 2 laps later, didn't we, as well? I mean, they do run together, these guys, as well. They're used to it as well. And they're going to have to be careful, because Yuki Kuni, as well, who's just behind Jaume Masia, is
also coming.
Exactly. And Jaume Masia, actually, is having a quiet race so far. I don't know whether it's the tyres or the setup of the bike. Maybe they've changed something and it's just not being hooked up. But they're sitting there in 10th position so far. Here we go. Dennis Foggia had the lead taken away from him as Alcoba went up the inside into the final corner. They're going to be nearly side by side over the timing line, and Foggia had the tighter line, so will he be able to have the advantage on exit? We come over the line now and head in towards the first corner. Still Foggia with the advantage, but here comes Perez looking up the inside into the first corner, gets himself ahead of Jeremy Alcoba, and that is looking like, is that Garcia or Nesbitt that's gone down? Can't quite see from here. It's definitely one of the Estrella Galicia bikes. It's Alonso Lopez. Oh dear. Alonso Lopez goes down at the final corner, exactly the same place where Aaron Palenko went down in race number 1, and that's 2 DNFs for the Estrella Galicia junior team here. A big disappointment. If there is a silver lining to the cloud, then at least he doesn't have far to walk to the pit lane.
And he was, he was doing really good races. He had a good consistency. He only had that one-off crash, or I think it was a crash, was it? So he won't be happy with this one for the summer break.
No, exactly, yeah. Alonso Lopez, he ran wide, didn't he, of course, at that first corner, and ended up slipping down the order. So a big disappointment there for him. What's that going to mean for the championship? Well, we'll have to wait and see by the end of this race, because it's anybody's guess at the moment.
And here goes Foggia again. He's creating that small little gap here and there, and he's always good at this. And these bad guys, if they keep, passing each other, it's going to happen again what happened in race 1.
It really could, and that's the exciting thing about Moto3, though, is that it's going to be a battle somewhere in the field for us to focus on. Now it's taking place between second as Alcoba and Perez, Garcia and Palenko do battle. They managed to drop Aleix View just behind as well, so second down to 5th, occupied by not a huge margin. Over the timeline we go, so 10 laps already completed. Here,
no, 8 laps complete.
8 laps complete.
10 laps to go.
I apologise. I'm getting all out of sorts for this race as
You're
well.
fast.
Things are going on. Oh dear,
no.
That's Nesbitt that's gone down at the final corner. He's had an incident there with what looks to be, I can't quite see from here. It's very difficult to try and find out, but that's a big shame there for Charlie Nesbitt. Hopefully the ride's okay. It's Dan Jones that the two Britons have collided. Unbelievable.
No.
Let's have a look, see what happens. Here we go, into turn 13. High side for Jones, and Nesbitt has nowhere to go. And he got collected by Nesbitt's bike as well. Charlie Nesbitt, a big shame there for him, but an even bigger shame for Dan Jones. We really hope that he's okay. That's a disappointing end to his day after he finished on the podium. Sorry, on the podium, in the points in the first race.
Yeah, that last corner is catching a lot of people. We've seen already a few crashes already, and
there is Dan walking away. So it's good to see that he's up and okay, if not a little bit winded. He's top lad as well, actually.
Yeah, really tall for a Moto3 rider. Must be, but you could see, high sides are always painful because especially for him, such a tall kid, flying up in the air and landing straight on his hip or whatever is definitely.
We don't have a small high side on the Moto3 bike because of just because of the contact patch on the tyre, and when it grips, it flies.
Yeah,
it really does.
It's basically a racer's worst fear is crashing on a high side, because the outcome of it isn't gonna be pretty unless it's a front crash. But even the front crashes, you can get some high speed ones. So.
Certainly can happen. So lap 9 out of 18. So we now are halfway through the race. Dennis Foggia trying to check out already. Meanwhile, going on further back as well as number 34 of Yuki Kuni moves himself up ahead of Aleix View. View runs a bit wide, and now he's going to fall into the clutches of Masaki. Into turn number 2 we go. I apologise, not Masaki. It's Yuki Kuni rather, who's just Andy Barrett is the hardest ahead of him. Yuki Kuni, who is just behind him. So there we go. Turn number 3 we are.
Dennis is the only one on the 40s, even though he's running just a 10th quicker, but his gap's now increased to 0.7 from Alcoba, so he's always fast halfway through the race, and we got some information here from Race Direction.
That's Aleix View who's got a 5-second penalty, so from 7th place, Aleix View, 5-second penalty, so he's either going to have to pull the pin or just try and get as best as he can, because he's not going to finish inside any sort of respectable position at the moment. If he's 7th at the moment currently on the road, with a 5-second penalty he's been given by race direction for repeatedly exceeding track limits. Just behind him is Yuki Cooney, and of course Cooney won't know this at the moment as well, so Cooney's going to be trying to find his way through and trying to get ahead of him.
Veal just told Cooney to follow him to catch the guys in front, so that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, really, does it? So of course they're not aware of that whilst they're on the motorcycles at the moment. Some great racing going on though, up and down the order.
And I don't know if you know now, in MotoGP it's allowed to basically send information.
The dashboard messages, yeah.
Yep, on the dashboard. So, for example, situations like this, it's a great way to communicate with the rider, because we only have extended amount of information given on a pit board. So
must be easy to miss that pit board as well, surely.
So many times, you know. There's. I think that's the reason why Barber we saw in Germany not come through pit lane, because he kept putting box on his signboard, but he never looked at it, and that's the reason why he got black flagged.
Yeah, it was a big shame there for Hector Barbara. Coming back to the race though, Dennis Foggia leads the way at the moment
with the 40.8 the last lap, so he's the only one, like I said, in the 40s still. The rest of them running in the 41.1s, and he's now got a second lead, Tom.
Absolutely unbelievable performance here from Dennis Foggia. He wanted to take 1 victory. He's going to take 2 if he carries on the way he is. But Jeremy Alcoba, what can we say about him in 2nd place as well? He's just been absolutely sublime this season. If he doesn't win this championship, or at least finish inside the top 3, something will have had to have gone seriously wrong in the latter half of the season for him. And of course, these guys are going to be thinking about what they're going to be doing next year. Will they want to be spending another year in the World Championship, the Junior World Championship, I mean? Will they want to be moving up to the Moto3 World Championship? I mean, it's not always that easy though. We've seen the likes of the world champion last year, Lorenzo Della Porta. He ended up going up to Moto3 with the Aspar Mahindra team. Hasn't really made that much of an impact this season. By comparison, Marcos Ramirez, who finished 2nd in the championship, has gone up and been very competitive. Podium last time out in Sachsenring.
But Aspar's with Mahindra?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's another factor, you know, that kind of... Mahindra are suffering a bit, as we see, as well as KTM. Right now, the dominating bike in Moto3 is Honda. Honda, you know, made a big step already. Oh, there's a big gap already from Alcoba and Perez to Garcia and Polanco. So it seems like these two are going to be battling for that 2nd and 3rd place. And the last lap times are basically everyone's running the same lap times in 41.0s and 41.1, and this gap now is at 1.18. So interesting for Foggia. You know, he seems to be consistent and likes this track.
He really does, yeah.
He's been fast, you know, since lap 1. So
it's a circuit, of course, that he's got experience at as well, whereas the likes of like Garcia probably will do, but not on one of these motorcycles as well, and also the likes of Alcoba and Perez. You can see how much of their experience is helping them, because of course they've been around this circuit before on the Moto3 machinery, and of course they'll have been testing here and the like as well, as Perez looks to try and get himself ahead of Alcoba. 2nd place is the battle that they are going for. Some great racing going on further down the order as well. Still Cooney and Izdihar, sorry, Andy Farid rather, I should say, battling in 7th and 8th place respectively.
Veal's in the back of that now.
He is, and it's just damage limitation for Veal now, isn't it, really, with this time penalty?
Oh, someone's coming in.
Is that Messia that's coming to the pit lane?
That looked like Messia.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'm going to have a look out the commentary box window whilst we do that as well, and see whether it is. It does look like it is going to be Jaume Messia coming into pit lane. And so a technical problem, and indeed a disaster of a day for the Cuna de Campeones team, because 2 DNFs in one race. So Jaume Messia into pit road with a technical problem. Something's gone wrong on his motorcycle. Is it going to be tyre wear at this stage?
No way. I'm trying to listen to what he's saying, but
let's have a look. Rider number 5, black flagged. Oh, okay, so he's been disqualified. They're having a good word. There's no explanation as to why he's been given a black flag, but he's been given a black flag regardless. So it's disqualified from the race, but we don't know 100% the reasons as to why. I'm just trying to retract my memory and see if there's anything that's happened.
You know, that team, the Cuno Campeones, is a Valencian team, so having two DNFs here is not, for that team, is probably their worst outcome.
Yeah, it's not going to be very good. Meanwhile, Denis Foggia, he's checked out already, hasn't he? He's looked absolutely brilliant in this race.
This is one guy that will have a good summer break, finishing off, you know, hopefully 2 first place and 2 first dominating, because he's basically dominated all these guys, and it's not an easy class to win a race from, you know, that far away.
Yeah, indeed it is not. So lap 12 out of 18 we go on to over the timing line with the leader Denis Foggia on that KTM. Surely it's only going to be a matter of time before he makes his debut in the World Championship.
Foggia just did a 41.3, and the rest of the field are running 42s.
Wow, that's incredible.
So he's just gained another second in 1 lap, so now he's 2.8 seconds away with 5 laps to go.
I just want to know though, actually, what tyres is it? He's on the medium tyres as well.
Yeah, he's on the medium, and the rest of them are, I think, is Perez also on the soft?
Vincente Perez.
He is.
Yeah,
so that's clearly showing you that, you know, that soft rear tire is probably making that difference of pace.
Yeah, he's really starting to struggle now, isn't he, to try and hold on to the back of Jeremy Alcoba.
They're all running wide and hitting that green asphalt turf, and you need to be careful. You can get penalized, like we saw with View.
Exactly. So 6 laps now remaining. Well, just under 6 laps now as we get ready to go into that final sector of the lap. Incredible race it's turning out to be here in the Junior Moto3 World Championship. There is the number 14 of Sergio Garcia with Aaron Polanco very close behind. Polanco doing a good job actually as well, considering his confidence will have no doubt been knocked after that crash he had in that first race.
No, 100%. He's actually, he was actually my teammate when I raced in Moto2 with Aspar, because he used to race Moto3 with Aspar, and he's gotten so big since then, and as a rider, he's also improved a lot. So it's good to see him up here now. And after race 1, he'll be happy with this. But I'm thinking about Masia. I'm not sure why they've given him the black flag. Seems like he's been maybe he did a really bad passing move or something.
They seem to be gesticulating that there was something wrong with the conduct of his riding. So
yeah,
which is obviously what you get about that before, as opposed to a technical infringement generally. They haven't said if there's anything that was wrong on the motorcycle. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. We might hear from race to race and after this race, but do stay tuned, because we'll find out more information about it, because that's a big thing as well. One of the main title protagonists, I'm sure you would refer to
he
him
was
as
5th in the championship.
Exactly. Exactly, that's where it starts to get interesting. So 5 laps now remaining. Alcoba and Perez is the main battle on track for 2nd position. At the moment, these two are going to be exchanging paint, I've no doubt, by the end of this race. Polanco, then comes Garcia, then is the number 33 of Yuki Kuni. Yep.
The 3 Asia Talent Cup riders are coming.
Exactly.
And they're, again, together.
They seem to like it, don't they? Just flying in formation.
Not just 2, all 3 of them.
Why wouldn't they? Well, there we go. So Denis Foggia, it's been a great race from him so far. And that is Kazmar Udin. So that's 2 races and 2 DNFs for the Malaysian rider. Big shame there for him. He retired from the first race with a crash, and the second race also ending with a crash. Let's see, front end into turn number 6.
Yeah, and he was deep.
In fact, that was turn number 2, I apologise, not turn number 6.
Passing underneath, he went deep.
He slaps himself on the helmet. He knows that it was his mistake. He rides back to pit lane. But yeah, a big shame there for Kazmar Udin. And that's somebody else that's gone down at the final corner. Can't quite see who it is from this angle. Is that one of the Astra Honda bikes? It was number 34, it's Andy Farid. So it's the Asia Talent bike of Andy Farid that's gone down, the Indonesian rider. Surely high side or front end? Front end, do we reckon? Yeah, it's already gone before he's even reached the apex of the corner. Easy to do.
Easy to do. We saw it already many times. And it's unfortunate since he was running not too bad in 8th place. But Foggia now has got the 3.6 lead, extending that lead every lap more and more. And wow, he's just been doing great.
So 4 laps.
A really lonely race, I must say.
Absolutely, yeah. He's led from pretty much start to finish.
A lonely day for him. No passing, no anything.
Exactly. I'm sure that's exactly how he would want it, though, in terms of the racing. He'd want to clear off out in front, but it doesn't make it an exciting duel to the victory for us in the comms box. But nonetheless, it's good to see Foggia doing a really good job out there on track. So Sergio Garcia is just inside the top 5. Yuki Cooney now in 5th place, and of course due to Andy Farriad's demise, everybody moves up a position. So Masaki in 7th, Aleix Vieux in 8th place, Yari Montella is 9th, and Jacito Garcia for the FAL 55 racing team moves into the top 10. And it's interesting, though, because we've not seen... normally in Moto3, we see groups of riders, don't we?
Yeah, and especially in race 1, you saw Group 2 was pretty big, too, wasn't it? Behind... Oh, here's another...
This is another instance, and riders... This is all 5-second penalties, surely. Yes, indeed. So, rider 17... I'm just going to have to go through my entry list and just confirm through the riders. So that's Ricardo Rossi. Number 42 is Filippo Fellini, if memory serves me correctly. Then 69 is Rory Skinner, and then number 7 is Nicola Carrero.
Wow.
Sorry. So 4 riders with 5-second penalties. What is that going to mean in terms of the race? Well, we'll update you afterwards, because there's so many riders with penalties that it's going to be hard to keep track.
There's
of
already
who's
6
doing
riders,
what.
yeah, and these boys over here better not be touching that green stuff, because they'll be out.
Exactly. Well, the one advantage is that if Foggia is able to increase the gap over the next 3 laps or so, if he got a 5-second penalty, it wouldn't make any odds for him.
No, but let's not hope that.
No, exactly. Let's not. Let's hope for the best for Dennis Foggia. There he is, the likeable Italian from Rome, Italy, 16 years of age. He's got to be thinking about a move up to the World Championship with the Sky VR46 team, a great academy to be a part of. Of course, they've just signed their first rider into MotoGP in 2018 in the form of Franco Morbidelli, and he will move up with the Estrella Galicia Mark BDS team as well. Be interesting to see what motorcycle he'll be on, because there have been some wild rumours flying around that he could end up on a Suzuki with Estrella Galicia Mark BDS, or whether they'll end up on a Honda, but there won't be a factory Honda as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, and you never know. You know, a lot of people talk and just to stir things up, but until it doesn't come out in paper, you don't know what really is going to happen.
No, exactly. We should also mention, in terms of Moto3 as well, for 2018, Mahindra have announced that they're pulling all competition from the Moto3 World Championship, which of course will apply for the Junior World Championship that they have some factory backing for. So the likes of the Leglise Mahindra team and of course the Aspar Mahindra team, they'll likely be pulling their backing from that, which will be a bit of a shame really, because Mahindra, of course, they've only won, I think, 1 race in the last few years in Moto3, so they've opted to go and focus on electric racing. So a big shame for the Indian manufacturer, but who knows, we might end up seeing them back in Moto3 in a few years' time after they've had some time to reevaluate their racing programs. Of course, that will what essentially that will mean is either we'll see the bikes being probably sold to another team for a good amount of money, so we might see some more Mahindra machines on the grid for next year in the form of a privately run team. Big moment there for Vicente Perez, meanwhile, as he goes into the quick left-right kink.
Every time I see Foggia on TV, he just looks like he's riding on an in-lap, and he just doesn't look like he's pushing at all. And but clearly, it just shows you how in some racetracks, some riders, you know, they feel better than others, and don't have to, you know, do as much effort. And it's just the way you feel in every racetrack. It depends also, you know, the cornering on. Or the layout of each racetrack is different on people's riding styles. That's also makes a difference. So last lap with a 2.9 second gap. I mean,
look at this, though. The battle's holding up for second place on the last lap between Perez and Alcoba. Alcoba got a great exit and great drive out of turn number 1. Will he be able to find a way through against Perez into turn 2? Can't quite find an opportunity at the moment. Nothing being presented, but Perez runs wide out of the corner. Is that going to allow Alcoba through? Yes, indeed it is. Onto the rumble strips he goes, and Alcoba gets himself up into second place on the last lap of the race. All he needs to do now is cruise it home, not make any more mistakes, and he will be in with a chance of taking that second position on the rostrum. Looks Looks like Foggia sweeping his way through, looking effortless, looking smooth, looking calm and comfortable, is going to take his second win of the day. Meanwhile, Polanco has been done over by Yuki Kuni on the last lap or so. And Kuni's managed to get himself up into 4th place, so that's a great result there for the Japanese rider. A well-deserved result for the Asia Talent team as well. It'll be interesting to talk to Alberto Puig after this race and find out what his thoughts are on how the team has performed. There is Foggia, though, just a few more corners from home for the 16-year-old.
I bet she's got the biggest smile behind that helmet ever.
I can't imagine he'll be too displeased. So, yeah, we saw the number 52 of Jeremy Alcover getting through of the inside of the third-place man now of Vicente Perez, who ran wide out of turn 2, and it has turned out to be the case that Alcover, all he had to do was keep it calm, keep it comfortable. Meanwhile, all eyes on this man, the number 71, Denis Foggia, over the timeline to take a second victory of the day in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. His second win in the class as well. A brilliant way to bookmark his authority on the championship. 50 points, the maximum for Denis Foggia. Second place goes the way of Jeremy Alcover. Third is Vicente Perez. Fourth, Yuki Kuni. Fifth, Aaron Polanco. Sixth was Kazuki Misaki. Seventh of Sergio Garcia. Eighth was Aleix Vieux, who finished the race. And there we are, a nice bit of dabbing from Denis Foggia as well. Lovely celebration. Wonderful. 10th place was Jacito Garcia, his best result of the season so far. And Denis Foggia, 2 wins in 2 races for the Italian rider. We'll hear that national anthem ringing out over the track once again. There is Jeremy Alcover, the Spanish rider for the Estrella Galicia team. Another podium for him. He won't be too displeased with that one at all. And then Vicente Perez to his right. There he is. Just congratulating him, Perez, with a good podium after starting from pole position. Surely only a matter of time before he ends up taking his first win on board that KTM machine. Very, very good race in terms of Moto3. Perhaps not the closest race that we've seen all season, that's for sure, but nonetheless it was very exciting, easy to work out what was happening as well. I say easy to work out, it wasn't really in some ways, because we're still waiting for the news about the riders who've been given the 5-second time penalties and how that will affect the running order, because of course it's going to change the finishing order, I should imagine, quite significantly. So once we get the final confirmation of that one, we'll guide you through it. But don't forget, Dakota will be down there with Denis Foggia, the race winner, in a few minutes' time, once the riders have made their way back into Parc Fermé. And then we will get ready to, of course, get the final race of the day underway in the form of the Moto2 European Championship. The full 17-lapper, in theory, for this one, as opposed to the 12-lap shortened event that we had in the first race earlier on this morning. And, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, the track temperature is getting ever so hot now as well. So it's going to be a very exciting time. So there's Foggia celebrating with a nice wheelie. Riding back into pit lane. So a great race here for the Junior Moto3 World Championship. Denis Foggia with his second victory in his career in the Junior Moto3 World Championship, and his second win of the day. The Valencian circuit belongs to the dominant Italian. What a way to do it. And just being congratulated there by his fellow competitor of Matteo Guidini, fellow Italian, of course. Probably know each other quite well. There we are. All the eyes are on this man, Denis Foggia. What a way to do it as well, in dominant fashion. His team look very, very pleased with that, and quite rightly so. You begin to imagine. You can see a few clouds overhead, but not a hint of the sun going away or these hot temperatures ceasing to be. But brilliant. Denis Foggia, congratulated by the Dunlop team as well. A fantastic race for the Italian. He'll be down there, as I said, with Dakota in a few moments' time. Moto2 European Championship on the way very, very shortly. So it'll be interesting to see how we get on with regards to that championship. Because, of course, the first race If you haven't caught it earlier on, we won't surprise or spoil the result for you, just in case you want to go and watch it. But nonetheless, I can assure you it was an absolute cracker. Went right down to the very last lap. You hear the bikes thundering down pit lane. Just making their way back to their pit garages, and of course they'll be starting their pack up very shortly. So after the time we go off air at around about 3:45-ish, there and thereabouts, just before perhaps, then they'll already have been packed up. So here we go. Final results in the FIM CEV Repsol Junior Moto3 World Championship at Valencia. Foggia, Alcoba, Perez on the podium. Yuki Kuni with his best result of the season in 4th. Aaron Palenko was 5th. Masaki was 6th. Garcia was 7th. Yari Montello was 8th. And Josito Garcia was inside the top 9 on the number 20. His best result for the FAL 55 racing team. 10th was Petraka, 11th was Yuchenko, 12th was Fernandez, 13th Viu, 14th Farid, 15th Ramos, 16th Bruno Ararachi, 17th Rory Skinner after that penalty. He finished inside the points on the road, but unfortunately that penalty ended up going outside of the points. Stefano Nepper in 18th position, so that is how they all sit in terms of that one. So let's go down then to Parc Fermé and talk to Dennis Foggia. He's with Dakota.
Dennis, wow. Race 1 was easy, and this one looked easy too. You just seem to have a better pace than everybody else. How was it?
I'm very happy for this result. To win in Valencia, I'm very happy. I don't know, I'm very happy.
Thank you. Now in your native language, please.
Sono contentissimo della gara che ho fatto. Il team ha lavorato benissimo. Posso solo ringraziarlo con queste 2 grandi vittorie e torniamo a casa forti e in Estoril cercheremo di rivedere almeno il podio. Ciao.
Dennis Foggia victorious, but here are the highlights of the race. Well, it was Vicente Perez who led the way off the front row of the grid. He led the way into the first corner as well. But Dennis Foggia also made a great start from the middle of the second row to get himself up into 3rd position, whilst Jeremy Alcoba neatly slotted himself into 2nd place. Further back, they almost to make it through the first corner, but for one, unfortunately, the run rider going down the road there. Looks like it was Yari Montello. No, I apologise, it wasn't. It was Angel Lorente who went down, of course, at the first corner. That jogged my memory. So, Foggia led the way. It looked like there was going to be a good battle between himself, Alcoba, and then Vicente Perez, but we saw, of course, in the latter stages that wouldn't be the case. Meanwhile, didn't stop Vicente Perez trying. He found his way around the outside of Jeremy Alcoba, muscled his way through into 2nd place, and looked like he could be in with a good threat. That soft tyre on Perez's Realia Ventura Academy bike, looking like it could be a very exciting time. Meanwhile, there was Alonso Lopez. He went down at the final corner. Unfortunately, big shame there for him. Into the first corner, however, here came Sergio Garcia. He lashed onto the back of that group. Meanwhile, into the final corner, this was a massive smash for Dan Jones and Charlie Nesbitt. Dan Jones high-siding out of the corner. Charlie Nesbitt being caught up in the incident. Unfortunately, nowhere to go for the Estrella Galicia Mark BDS rider. Then comes Dennis Foggia, once again leading the way. Jeremy Alcoba and Vicente Perez leading the way were those 2 riders in that battle for 2nd position. They managed to break away from 4th place as well. They held on to their advantage. Speaking of holding on to advantages and actually increasing it, was the KTM machine of Dennis Foggia. On to the final lap we went. It was very exciting indeed between between Alcoba and between Perez. Foggia led the way quite comfortably into turns 12. Then he headed into that long left-hander of turn 13. Over the timeline we went once again. The 2 riders in 2nd and 3rd place exchanging positions as much as you like. They were finding their way through. As soon as Alcoba was up the inside, then he managed to find his way back through. That was Kasmar. You didn't scratch. He lost the front at turn number 2. Big shame there for the Malaysian rider, and that was Andy Farid who lost the front at the final corner of turn number 13. Big shame for him. Meanwhile, Foggia led the way as Vicente Perez muscled his way through against Alcoba, but Alcoba wasn't going to take it lying down. They went into turn 2. He found his way through, then up the inside on the final lap of racing, and over the timeline it was Dennis Foggia, his 2nd win in as many races here in Valencia. A dominant double for Dennis, ahead of Jeremy Alcoba and Vicente Perez in 3rd position. But what a great way to do it here at the FIM CEV Repsol. Denis Foggia victorious. The riders now heading their way onto the podium. He's going to get used to wearing that #1 cap, is Denis Foggia. 2nd place of Jeremy Alcoba, 3rd of Vicente Perez. Of course, be presented with their trophies. And then, of course, they'll have the national anthem, then they'll be spraying the Casera. He looked pretty speechless there, Dakota.
For the interview, he's like, please don't make me do it in English again. I'm like, I'm sorry, you're going to have to, because you just showed me that you can speak English. So he's, and then he was so speechless because he just didn't know what to say. He just, I don't think he knew he was going to win by that many seconds, both races. So, and it took him a long time to win, and he finally got 2 in a row.
Exactly, it really doesn't get much better than that at all. There's Jeremy Alcoba receiving his trophy. Alcoba's had a great run
de la comisión
of the season so far. We'll look at the championship results, of course, after the podium ceremony.
Denis Foggia.
There, though, is Denis Foggia collecting his 2nd race winner's trophy of the day. Probably go nicely on the mantelpiece back in Rome. Don't forget, of course, we've got the next round coming up in Estoril in just 2 weeks' time. Here we go, then, with the gas card.
He's going to be able to,
He doesn't need to pay for fuel for the rest of his racing career, I don't think.
El himno de Italia. Es el momento de celebrar ese podio de honor con el Cava. Allá está Vicente
Denis Foggia on the podium there. All the riders being presented with their Casera.
Bueno, tenemos esa fotografía para el recuerdo.
Nice race.
En lo alto del podio del Ricardo Tormo.
Nice they've got the Casera over as well. What's gone wrong there? It's all gone wrong.
They haven't even started spraying it yet, and it's all gone.
Here we go then with the championship standings. So it is now the new championship leader of Denis Foggia. He leads the way, 25 points going into Estoril, ahead of Jeremy Alcoba and Sergio Garcia. Alonso Lopez, 41 points adrift. Vicente Perez in 5th. Jaume Messier, 6th place, 49 points away. So it's really not very close at all at the top now. Denis Foggia, the commanding man in the championship, 25 points, a whole race victory ahead. But don't forget, of course,
that is a comfortable lead.
We get 2 races in Moto3 Junior World Championship, so it's not necessarily as close as perhaps we would imagine. So it could be very exciting to see what happens. Aaron Polanco in 10th. Rory Skinner in 11th. Apibot Montanon not racing this weekend. He moves down the order. Raul Fernandez gets up to 20th position after what's been a difficult start to the season for him. Bruno Balesi-Archi in 21st. And just the last points playing position is Mattia Casadei. Unfortunately, just with that 1 point on the board, he was battling for the podium in Catalonia and unfortunately crashed out on the last lap. Big shame there for Casadei. But regardless, that is how the championship sits in the Moto3 Junior World Championship as we head into Portugal. Well, that was very exciting. Up next, we've got the Moto2 European Championship race number 2. We're very excited for this. Join us. It's along the way in just a few moments. Welcome back to the 2017 FIM CEV Repsol last race of the day here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. We're in Valencia in the south of Spain. It's great to have your company. My name is Tom Brooks. Alongside me for this weekend is Dakota Momola. And we've seen some very exciting racing throughout the course of the day. Here is the circuit, just in case you haven't seen it. 19 laps for the FIM CEV Repsol. That's because, of course, we had a few taken off for the earlier race due to the red flag. Second length of 4 kilometres, and then it's 9 left-hand turns and 5 right. Of course, it's an anti-clockwise circuit, so more left-hand turns than there are right, which is interesting in itself because, of course, it puts a lot more strain on the body. But nonetheless, very, very exciting track is the circuit of Valencia. The circuit Ricardo Tormo, named after, of course, the double 250cc, the double 50cc world champion, I should say. The riders now making their way out of pit lane here in Moto2. We were treated to a thrilling Moto2 race last time, Dakota, with Eric Granado taking his first win of the season, his first win since last year. Here are some highlights. Let's have a look then. It was Hector Garza who started from the middle of the front row. He made his way down towards that first corner in the lead. A brilliant start it was for the Tech 3 rider. Meanwhile, Granado got a bit shoveled out wide as Jason Uribe went down, and likewise did Jukka Makubka. Into the left-hander we go as Ricky Cardouse battles with Eric Granado. Bit of an aggressive move there from Granado, and Cardouse not liking one bit of it at all. As we go then into the left-hander, and then Cardouse started his attack on the number 14 of Garza. He tried to find his way through up the inside and did manage to do so. Meanwhile, there is David Sanchez on the Suter. He had a good race 12, finishing in 4th position. A good result there for the Spaniard on the Suter. There, though, is Eric Granado. A great race it was for him as he found his way through up the inside against number 88 of Ricky Cardouse to go on and take the victory. A brilliant race it was for him. Second place with Eric Granado, and third was Hector Garza. Fantastic way to start the day for the Brazilian rider. Of course, a shorter race that we had due to the red flag because of an incident involving one of the riders being stuck on the circuit. And it was fortunate that all riders are okay, but nonetheless a shortened first race, which is going to make this second race, Dakota, even more interesting because they're going a bit into the unknown, really.
Definitely, like we saw in Moto3, you know, it's a hotter conditions from race 1. Anyways, in qualifying, they went quicker in the heat, so it didn't really matter. And Eric seemed to be, the quickest in both conditions, hot and cold. So I think he just needs to start well, have a good start, since he didn't have a really good start in race 1, and had to do a lot of work to gain those positions back. But no doubt about it, he's been flying fast. And I think that Ricky also has been really fast all weekend, and making that mistake in the last lap that cost him first place. Hopefully he can maybe hold Eric and make it a little bit tougher on him.
We'll be interested to see how he gets on. You can see everybody watching on in eager anticipation. The sun beaming through the umbrella. The fans, I can imagine, are probably a little bit on the warm side today as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of necks that are going to be red. And seems like the wind's picked up a bit, which, it happens a lot here in Valencia. The wind starts picking up towards the afternoon a bit here. For some reason, I'm not sure why.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what happens. There's the race 1 winner, Eric Granado. Brazilian rider on the number 51, now leading the championship. Just on his sighting map before he heads to the grid. It's a hive of activity on that grid, isn't it, as well? There's so much going on. And,
because I'm working, for Cal in the World Championship, you don't understand how hot it gets on the grid. Like, you already think it's hot, near the boxes, but on the grid, it seems like it's like 10 degrees hotter. I'm not sure if it's because of the, just how many people are around you, the tire warmers, the starters are on, and you're just there, standing there, and you're just dripping sweat without even moving. And even the riders, just standing there with their leathers and that, you can imagine how hot they must be.
Yeah, you certainly can. So there is the poleman, Eric Granado, coming to the grid. I do wonder whether he can make it 2 out of 2, because, of course, the first race isn't really an accurate representation of what we've had so far in Moto2 this season. In terms of what I mean by that is in terms of the first race was shorter, so therefore tyre life is different and so on and so forth. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And once we get the tyre confirmation from Dunlop, then we'll obviously know more about who's opting for what tyre. But I'm excited to see how Granado will get on.
Yeah, in Barcelona, he seemed to suffer once the tires started wearing out a bit. I'm not sure if it's his riding style, because he seems to, you know, back it in the corners a bit more than the rest of them. But he look at his consistency. He's actually doing really well too. Yeah,
exactly. As I said, in the championship hunts, to the leader, 65 points he has, second in the championship, so a good charge it would be for him. And I don't think many people have really considered him that much of a championship challenger going into this 2017 season. It's interesting to note that, isn't it? There's Hector Garzo. He starts from the middle of the front row on board the Tectoire machine. 19 years of age, first ever year on a 600. Look at those results on the right-hand side. Second, fifth, third. He's not doing too badly at all. I'm sure he's going to be on his way to a seat in the World Championship before too long. You can see they've all got the towels that have probably been in the fridge or the freezer or something like that too.
100%. That's what most riders want, a really cold towel around their neck. And if you can, you know, keep your body as cool as possible before the race, it can even, you know, make you feel better before the start of the race, instead of being already exhausted before you even start.
Exactly. So 19 years of age is Hector Garzo. 29 years of age is Ricky Cardús, the race victor, double race victor from Catalonia. He's having a good run so far this season. Of course, just missed out on that race victory to Granado on the last lap in the Moto2 European Championship. Be interesting to see how he gets on this weekend. Meanwhile, this man heads row number 2. It's David Sanchis, who replaced, of course, Augusto Fernandez earlier this season. Just to the left of him is Carmelo Morales.
Doing a good job on the Brawley.
Indeed, yeah. Nicely done. He was doing that earlier on today. Suits him as well. So, Carmelo Morales, of course, the reigning Superbike champion here in the CEV.
He's nearly blown away from the wind.
David Sanchis, as we said, replaced Augusto Fernandez. Fernandez went to Speed Up to replace Axel Bassani. And he's been having a difficult time of it, actually, has Fernandez as well. So it's interesting to see how he gets on. But regardless, looking good. There is Odendaal, Stephen Odendaal, the South African, the reigning champion from 2016. On board the NTS, his girlfriend Denisa alongside him. 24 years of age is Stephen Odendaal, already a European champion, 4th in the championship. Not the defence he really wanted. He wanted to have won a race by now, or at least have taken a podium, but it's been a difficult start to the season for the South African rider, mainly because, of course, he's on a new motorcycle. Last year he was on the Kalex machine on an AGR run Kalex, but this year he's moved to the NTS bike, a brand new chassis that they want to bring into the World Championship. So it'll be interesting to see if he can improve. There's Dimas Eki, the Indonesian rider, took his first and Indonesia's first ever podium, I believe, in international motorcycle racing, if not definitely in Moto2. That's both in the World and the European Championship last time out in Catalonia in race number 1. There are the fans watching on. They've all got the brollies out as well. It seems barbaric to have an umbrella in weather like this.
A black umbrella. That's what I want to know. Doesn't that create more heat?
You'd imagine so, but there we are. There's Federico Fellini. He's had a good start to the season. You can see there his consistency has been pretty good, actually. Inside the top 10, 7th, 6th, 9th, etc. So he's been doing very well as of late. He's been competing, of course, in the World Championship. He replaced Lorenzo Baldassari at the Saxon Ring, did a couple of wild cards in Barcelona and Mugello. So not doing too badly at all, and he lines up 7th on the grid on the Team Chiatti Forward Junior Racing Team Kalexes. And alongside him is this man. Giving it full gas, he is as well. Keep an eye out for Lukas Tolovic. It's his teammate, of course, the German rider who did very, very well indeed in the first race. Got himself up into 3rd position and finished in 5th at the checkered flag. His best race of the season so far. Just 17 years old is Lukas Tolovic. And he'll be looking for a good result here in this last race of the day. Still good to see so many people who are at the circuit in the grandstands.
I'm not sure if these are racers' moms. And oh, there's, I think that's, yeah, Joe's girlfriend.
Joe Roberts there, who's been...
Not sure what happened to him in race 1.
I think he crashed out, didn't he? He's been suffering from illness.
Oh, she's nearly flown away. I'm telling you, the wind's picking up quick.
Yeah, it looks like it. So there is Joe Roberts being told to go a little bit more aggressive.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, for this race. Yeah, he's been battling illness as Joe's strep throat he's had. He's been on antibiotics and all sorts. So, of course, with that podium he took last time, we'll be hoping to be able to do that again. If he's able to, though, will be another matter. And unanimous verdict that all riders are on exactly the same compound of tyres. The number 2 Dunlop and the number 1 rear Dunlop. So here's the grid: Granado, Garzo, Cardouse, Sanchis, Odendal, Eki, Fellini, Talovic and Joe Roberts completing the 3rd row of the grid for Moto2. What's going to be interesting is further back. Keep an eye out for these guys here: Jason Uribe, Mark Luna and Corentin Polari, Hiroki Ono, Xavier Cardeluz and Marcel Brenner, Oscar Gutierrez, then Jurgen Bakivka and then Fausto Granton. And then towards the rear end of the grid, 21 riders on the grid. Pontus Sturlin, the last of the Moto2 runners, then the 2 stock 600 bikes in the form of Paul Dufour and Philippe Legallo. 2 French riders on Yamaha R6s from 2017. So, come on, Dakota, put your money where your mouth is. Who's your money on for this one?
Ricky. I'm not sure why. I think because it's going to be a longer race. Ricky seems to do better in the longer race. Just, you know, by experience, I think. Because talking to him in Barcelona, I was talking to him after he won both races. He said for half of the race he sat behind the top 2 because he knew that their tire wear was going to go away quicker, because by the way they were basically banging on the throttle from 0 to 100. They were just, you know, using the tire up way too quickly, and he was not even going to a full throttle, he said, till 3/4 after the race. And I think my money's on him. Not sure you.
I reckon we're going to see Hector Garzo taking his first win for this one. I'm prepared to bet tapas tonight. So
sounds good.
Whoever loses buys the tapas as we're in Spain. Why not? So there we go. Let's get ready to get these riders then underway on their formation lap. It's the last race of the day at the circuit, Ricardo Tormo. We thank you for sticking with us throughout the course of the day. It's been an exciting 4th round of the championship here for the FIM CEV Repsol. Just having a look at the track temperature. You just mentioned there, Dakota. It's gone down ever so slightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's because of the wind. It's getting more and more windy, and be interesting. I'm not sure which way the wind's going, but you can see the trees out there. They're really moving. It seems like it's going headwind on the front straight. So you never know. It might play a factor on these boys.
Could be very exciting to find out. Ambient temperature's gone down to about 32.6 degrees as well. So, of course, the track temperature dropping with the ambient temperature. So we'll have to wait and see what happens then. Of course, we saw that last lap. Brilliant race between Cardouse and Granado last time. Will we see the same in race number 2? I'll have to wait and find out, but very excited to do so. Hot weather conditions, beautiful sunshine here as well. It's been absolutely gorgeous all weekend. Aside from Friday, actually, when we had sunshine and some rainy patches. There's a bit of rain here on the Friday, so it's like wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, apparently, which is the worst conditions you could ever want to ride a motorcycle in.
Oh, horrible. They also have practice on Thursday.
Thursday, and yeah, it was dry on the Thursday, but on the Friday.
Yeah.
So, which is the official time practice.
Yeah, those conditions are always horrible to ride in, because, you know, a slick is too slick, but a rain tire is too rainy, so they just wear out quick. Yeah. So there's just really no point going out. So, but anyways, there's some paper flying across the track. Well, here we go, race 2.
This is going to be an exciting one, isn't it? So there is the pole man on your left of your screen, Eric Granado. Just in front of him is David Sanchis, who starts 4th on the grid. lining up in the middle, or the front of the second row. So who is going to get the drag down towards the first corner? You can see the sun beaming down here in the European Moto2 Championship. Granado, Garzo and Cardus on the front row of the grid. Sanchis, Odendaal and Eki on row number 2. Look to the left-hand side of your screen. Wait for the 5 red lights to come on here in Valencia. Moto2 is underway. A great start there from Odendaal, and Granado also getting a good jump. And here comes Garzo, the quick starting Tech 3 rider. Is he going to get the drag down to the first corner? Doesn't look like it's going to be, as we head in towards turn number 1. Good getaway from Granado. He manages to hold on to the lead of the race, manages to retain his pole position, and he's out in front. But Eki also with a brilliant getaway. Dimas Eki into 4th place, and Lucas Tolovic once again into 3rd position off the opener. Brilliant start there from the Forward Junior Racing rider. 3 riders have lost out in amongst the mix there as well. But here comes Garzo, already looking to try and find his way through against Tolovic. He's up the inside, ruthless move into turn number 5 on the Tech 3 machine, and finds his way through. A brilliant bit of overtaking there from the Spaniard. Everybody holding on very nicely in the opening stages of this race. No incidents as we've seen so far. Everybody getting away very well indeed. Here we go then into turn 7 and turn number 8. It's Granado with the advantage ahead of Garzo, ahead of Tolovic at the moment. Eki goes defensive. He has to hold off from Sanchis and Odendaal, who are trying to find their way through. But 19 laps for these riders to go, and it is Granado there, Dakota, with the advantage on the opening lap.
Yeah, and I think he's got a good chance here because his biggest rival, Cardus, is shuffled back to about 7th or 8th, so he's got a lot of work to do to catch them. But Garzo is actually not too bad right behind him, and great start from Luke to Tolovic and Dimas Eki.
Disaster of a start for Cardus, as you said there, Dakota. Really big shame there for him. Here we go then, let's get ready to come over the timing line, and now taking and changing the lead is Hector Garzo. So the Tech 3 Mistral man goes into the lead of the race ahead of Eric Granado. So a brilliant bit of overtaking into the first corner. Into turn number 2 we go. He's wide. Oh, down goes Corentin Polari. That's the rider who's gone down. Oh dear, big shame there for Polari. Loses the front end, and that is his race run, I'm afraid to say. The Frenchman in the gravel trap, the number 9 on the Transformers machine, ends it in a very disappointing way. He'll be disappointed with that. You've got to be as well. He was running very well. He's again a guy who made a fast start. Let's have a look at the replay. He's sitting there in 4th place on your screen. Here we go.
I'm not sure if you saw that, but Garzo kind of shifted Granado out towards the outside of the track, which made him run wide.
Was ever so slightly aggressive,
just a little bit, just showing him that.
But he's already looked, he's jumped now, because also Tolovic ahead of Granado as well, so that's caught us by surprise. So
I'm not sure if Tolovic got him underneath in turn 2, him going so wide.
I have to say, Tolovic does not hang off that bike a lot, doesn't he, as well? He's like proper body to the ground style of riding. Look at Hector Garzo though, into turn number 12 and then into turn 13. Really run it over that curve, don't they? That's a proper elbow out style for Garzo, whereas Tolovic has got his whole body hanging off of that motorcycle. So lap 2 out of 19 that we are on, getting ready to come over the timing line once again, and now with the advantage is Hector Garzo. Tapas is on you at the moment, Dakota.
And there goes Granado. He just passes Tolovic and tells him to follow him because he knows he's fast and he knows he can, catch him. But Tolovic, he is a big kid.
Yeah,
he looks like a big kid.
It's the same though with Lorenzo Baldassari. He's the only person I've seen that can make a Moto2 bike look small.
Yeah. That doesn't happen often either.
No, fastest lap in the early stages for Steven Odendaal. So good bit of riding there from the reigning European champion. He's been not struggling so much with his NTS chassis, but not getting the results that he would have wanted to have gotten. It's a unique, it's not a unique chassis, it's a basic chassis design, as it were. It's still a steel frame and so on and so, aluminium frame and so on and so forth. It's not a steel trellis or anything along the lines of that, but nonetheless, it's proving to be a little bit troublesome for them in the latter half of the races. The battle for the lead now really intensifying as Granado has closed right up over the last couple of corners.
And Cardus has moved up to 5th, so he's slowly coming back to the front group after shifting back to about 8th, and Joe's just steady on 9th, hasn't really improved. lap times at the moment are a little bit slower, but it'll be interesting to see what lap times they do in this lap.
Certainly will be. So into turn 13 we go. Look at that style from Tolovic. Honestly, I could watch that all day, but it's not doing him any favours at the moment because Odendaal's closing right up onto his rear wheel. Odendaal runs a bit hot into turn 13. Is that going to allow anybody from behind to close up and get a bit of a sneaky move on him?
Granado went through Garzo in the last corner, but there goes Garzo on the front straight.
Great aerodynamics on that Tech2R machine, isn't there? It's really good. Oh, here comes Granado up the inside once again. But Garza's going to get it back on the exit. Surely they're going to go nearly side by side. Down in towards the hairpin of turn number 2. Granado with the fastest lap into turn number 2. He goes on that Calyx. He's got that thing hooked up and singing, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, and, you know, he's done a 36.1 in these hot conditions yesterday. So, you know, 37.2, fastest lap of the race, still a second off his lap time. I really think he's just, you know, cruising right now. And I think right now, open field, nobody in front of him. I think he'll be able to do his normal lap times and create a gap. That's my feeling.
You can see already the daylight that he's put between himself and Garza, though. It's only been a couple of corners, but there's already 2 bike lengths between both riders. And now it's going to be down to Garza to try and hold on to second place, or at least hold on to the podium. But Luke Tolovic as well. I mean, he's just done so well. I'm really impressed with the number 3, the German rider. Really is a bit of a force to be reckoned with as well, and it's good to see because we haven't seen German riders, at least in terms of the Moto2 World Championship, doing that well as of late. We've seen Cortese struggling, although he did qualify on the front row in the Saxon league last time. He did slip back quite a lot, and then Schrosser as well, also not having the most ideal season on the Suter, finding it a bit difficult for them. So it might be interesting to see how Lukas Tolovic would get on in the World Championship before long. But he's coming under pressure from Odendaal from behind as well, isn't he? And Odendaal likes that wide line in the corner, but I was actually chatting with another rider the other day, and we were sat having just having a drink in the cafe actually nearby, and I said to him, "Oh, who do you think's getting a good exit? We're watching the Moto2," and he said, "Oh, you know, Odendaal's got a really nice exit out of the final corner, and really nice up the inside of Tolovic into the first corner as well." Here he goes, nicely done there from the reigning champion. He's up into that podium. Oh my goodness me, that was a very late bit of overtaking. Good thing for Tolovic to notice him there, though. Absolutely brilliant. So
Sanchez is on him too.
2 positions in 2 corners, nearly make that 3.
Nice
up
pass.
The inside. Whoa, good bit of overtaking there for Tolovic, and Cardus gets him straight back at the next corner. Anything you could do, I can do better. Oh no, Garzo! Hector Garzo's gone down from 2nd place in the race. That's
turn 6.
Unbelievable. I hope we get a replay of that.
Turn 5.
That's a quick old place to go down as well. It's not a nice place. Oh, that's such a shame for the Spaniard. We were singing his praises. It looks, is it on fire? There's some smoke coming out of it. Is that the fire extinguisher they've had to put out on it? Yes, it is. It could be a mechanical failure, and he might have just had to drop the bike in the gravel. We'll have to wait and see what happened. I'm just trying to see discuss. Here we go. Let's have a look. This was actually a move between Sanchez and Tolovic. Oh, Sanchez and Tolovic. Is that gone down?
That's gone right after that.
Yeah. So have they gone down?
Yes. Right after that.
So that must be oil on the track then. It must be Garzo's.
No. He went underneath him here.
Ah, okay.
This is 3 corners after Garzo's crash.
Right. I apologise. Sorry.
No, he's gone underneath him, but went way too deep and collected him.
That really spreads the fielder and gives all of the Christmases at once.
And Tolovic was doing so well on his race, and
an incident that was completely not his fault at all. He ends up going down. That was a disaster.
And now look at the gap between Odendaal and Granado.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is a bit like last year, isn't it? Really, that bike is a very second-hand suitor. Tolovic's machine also looking pretty beaten up as well. That's a real shame for both of those guys. You see the fairing being carried back there by the marshal, and now it's going to be an easy cruise to the victory, surely, you'd imagine, for Granado, unless Odendaal can pull something out of the bag.
Well, at the moment, Eric's the only one in 36s. Like I said, his comfort zone's the high 36s, and the rest of them are just doing 37s, and Carduz is on a 38 too. So at the moment, I don't see anybody really challenging him. But it'll be interesting to see if Carduz can actually catch Steven, who's now in 2nd place. But it looks like Steven's going to finally, hopefully, get his podium that he's really been eagerly wanting after 4 fourths.
I think not just in terms of it being a good result for the team, but also I think in terms of it being a good result for himself, good confidence boost as well, because I think he needs that, and I think that the team are going to need that. It gives a huge morale boost when a result like that comes through.
For sure, and that's what, like you said, that's what you need. As a rider, mentally also it helps him, and we all know he's fast, so he doesn't really need to prove much. We all know he's fast, and it's just whether the bike's capable of doing it or not.
Well, there is Ricky Cardouse, who's sitting in third position. He's got quite a significant gap to Fellini. Fellini could take his best result of the season so far, actually, in fourth place, with Hiroki Ono not too far behind, with Dimas Eki in sixth place as well. Dimas Eki doing a good job there inside the top six, the Indonesian rider, so he'll be pleased with that if he can get on to that. He said he wanted to fight for the championship and the podiums this year. It's not perhaps going to be the championship charge that Eki wanted, but nonetheless, consistent top 10, top 5 finishes on occasion. Perhaps even the podium would be a really, really good bit of result for him. So let's wait and see what happens for there. There we are with Hiroki Ono, who's actually being catching Fellini over the last couple of corners or so. This is going to be a nice little battle going on for fourth position in this race. Fellini on the Forward Racing Kalex, Ono on the NTS machine, and Dimas Eki on the Kalex as well. So Kalex, NTS, Kalex. Out of the corner we go into the sweeping right, and it's difficult because I'd say Fellini's bike looks like it's moving around a bit more than Ono's.
Yeah, but it also could be, riding style, using the rear brake a bit too much. Suspension setup, everyone has different suspension setup. Might work better than for one riding style than others. But he does tend to have a more movable and, sliding riding style than the others. Comfortable 2.7 lead from Eric. Like I said, in the 36.9, and everybody else with Steven with 37.3 and 37.1 from Ricky. Ricky's already in the back of him.
Yeah, this could be damage limitation for Odendaal. The fortunate thing is he's got such an advantage over Fellini and his teammate Ono behind that we should see him at least getting on to third position as well. But
I think, Ricky will be not so happy with that result. Okay, it might be a good result, but I think him not having a great start didn't help at all, having to go through 4 or 5 riders and losing that gap with Eric. Because after race 1, he was right behind Eric till the last lap.
Into turn number 8 we go. That tricky left-handed hairpin. Odendaal and Cardouse lining astern, nose to tail they run through turn 9 into turn number 10 and then turn 11. Such a good part of the lap this as well. It's one of my favourite corners on the track because you're braking and turning at exactly the same time, and surely it's only a matter of time before Cardouse finds his way through. It's a case of when and not if, by the looks of things at the moment, between the South African and the Spaniard. Sliding that rear end through the tricky left of turn 13, downhill on the brakes into 14 they go, and then over the timing line. Really good race this has been from these guys as well.
10 laps to go.
Exactly, and much like we had with the first race as well, as all riders are going to get points if they finish the race. Here comes Cardouse up the inside into turn 1, gets the move, done and dusted. He's now ahead of Steven Odendaal. Will Odendaal think about fighting back into turn 2? Doesn't think about it too far. Into turn 2 they go, and out of it now on the loud throttle. Very close indeed, and he's not relenting at all, is he, Odendaal? He's really trying to hold on to the back of the Kalex, but not finding a way through at the moment.
This, Eric's has been at another level, I think, this weekend.
It's like Foggia we saw in Moto3, though, isn't it? Exactly the same as that. He's been likewise in another level. We've seen it, though, so many times before in the World Championship, and why should we expect anything different in the European Championship? I was actually talking to somebody the other day as well, and they were saying about Triumph, of course, who are coming into Moto2 into 2019, whether CEV are going to be running Triumph engines next year, or whether they're going to be running it in 2019 or 2020, or when they're looking like... And I honestly... I'm none the wiser about it, but I heard a few sort of conversations that perhaps we might see some special dispensation going on with the likes of perhaps manufacturers like Kalex and Suter bringing in a Triumph 675 engine and putting it in a Kalex frame that they've built to try and get a year of testing under their belt, which would make a lot of sense.
I mean, for the sport, it would be great. You know, the more manufacturers we have, the better. The only problem is Honda, we all know, is going to be very hard to beat.
Exactly that. I think it would be more for testing purposes as opposed to anything else, but it would be interesting to see if they were going to do something like that. It would be pretty cool as well. Here's Ono. He's really on the back of Fellini now. Likewise, just behind him is Dimas Eki, so 4th, 5th and 6th place. Nose to tail at the moment, just a couple of tenths of a second separating both riders. See whether Ono is able to get ahead. Ono with the older style fairing, hence why he's got the colour scheme of the team and the sponsors, whereas Odendahl is using a newer style of fairing, and it's not been painted up yet, hence why he's running just the normal black plastic, the black colours on the fiberglass machines. Somebody just getting out of the way off the racing line. Looks like it's Philippe Le Gallo just moving off the racing line. Nicely done there from Philippe. But Eric Granado leads the way, 3.7 seconds, his advantage.
That's Joe. Joe's just starting to catch a little bit. Eki.
Yeah, Robertson 7th place, 8th place is just behind him. Actually,
he's just under a second from that group, so it'll be interesting to see if he can catch him. He seems to be. So, and right behind Joe is Gutierrez and Cardelus, who crashed out in race 1.
Yeah, Xavier Cardelus will just be looking for damage limitation in this one, won't he, really? So here is Federico Fellini. I have to say, I'm wondering what's going to happen with him, because in terms of his Moto2 World Championship performances, he's not necessarily been cutting the mustard as much as you would imagine he would do, given how well he's been doing in the European Championship.
I mean, for me, it's for him time to move up to MotoGP World Championship class in the Moto2. You know, he's done already a few years here in the Spanish Championship. I raced with him in the Italian Championship, as well as the European in the Stock 600 class. And, you know, there's a time where you got to move and try. You need to try out the whole season. And I know he's a good, talented rider, or else he wouldn't be where he's at now. But anyways, you also need to see who's available, which seat's available also, because right now I know everything's full. There's not one seat available left in Moto2. It's not like you can just add a team that easily. But yeah, like you say, it'll be interesting to see which way he goes next year in 2018 and which decisions he makes.
Certainly will be exciting. I do wonder whether this man, Ricky Cardus, could ever make a full-time return to Moto2. Of course, he's been racing with KTM for this year. He replaced the injured Brad Binder at a couple of rounds. Didn't do himself a disservice at all. Here we go, race direction note. That's rider number 18 with a 5
Cardelus. Oh no.
It goes from bad to worse for Xavier Cardelus, doesn't it? It's a disaster for him. He's sitting in 9th position so far. What's the gap to his nearest rival? Just under 5 seconds, and it's Jason Uride behind him. So he's going to have to pull the cork out of the bottle here, isn't he?
100%. And we've already seen this a lot already in Moto3 and now here in Moto2. So Ricky's already created a 1.2 gap from Steven. You know, he's on the mid 37s, but Eric's just flying right now. He's 37.0 every lap, and he's just in like I said earlier, he's just in another world.
Yeah, Eric Granado.
And it's like you said, it looks like, you know, Dennis in Moto3.
Effortless.
Effortless. Exactly.
I've never seen anything quite like it in terms of Eric Granado as well.
And it's a great feeling as a rider to win effortless like that.
Exactly. He'll be doing himself.
You just don't understand why you can't do it more often.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. He's quick on his day as Granado as well, but he's just not...
Oh, that's Cardelus, I think.
Yeah, that's Cardelus going up the inside of Oscar. Sorry, I apologise. I'm just trying to see who that was. Couldn't quite catch it from here. Oh, it's up the inside of Oscar Gutierrez, I apologise.
And Joe's caught that group.
Yeah, so he's really pushing now.
So now he's with Foligny, Ono, and Icky.
Yeah, so he's going to be right on the rear end of Joe Roberts before too long. There is your race leader, just on lap 12 out of 19 rather. So not too long left in this Moto2 race. Anything can happen, don't forget. It's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that Granado is going to run away with this race. He's got a comfortable margin at the moment. Ricky Cardouse, though, not necessarily breaking away from Odendahl as much as I thought he would do, but still breaking away nonetheless. It's a good second or so between both of those, or half a second or so between both of those riders. And personal best lap for Odendahl last time around as well. So he's...
Yeah, Odendahl's pushing. He's gone 0.3 quicker than Ricky.
But he's worried, though, because he's looking behind.
Yeah, so... But he has nothing much to worry about. He's got a 10-second, gap between him and Foligny. So... I don't see a problem with that. And, Ricky's now 4.6 seconds behind Eric. So Eric's just got a nicely comfortable lead too. So, but like you say, Steven's not giving up yet. I think he really wants that second place. I think he deserves it after, he's always been close to that podium finish.
Well, the tapas is on neither of us tonight because...
no, I don't know why none of us chose Eric, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
That would have been the easiest
You
choice.
feel like a fool for doing something like that.
He won race 1.
Yeah, exactly. But there we go. Such is life. I'll have to be interested.
No tapas.
No tapas for us. We'll have to make do with some fast food or something like that. Cardouse in second place. Be interesting to see whether that gap is going to close down between Granado and himself. There's 4.627 seconds, as you can see on the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment. But will that gap be changing before this race is out? Will it be going down? Will it be coming up? Well, will Odendahl there on the number 44, the NTS machine, be taking that manufacturer's first podium of the 2017 season? 6 laps now remaining, as you can see.
0.6. So he is closer to Ricky, with 6 laps to go.
Indeed, yeah. Cardouse has actually dropped off the back a bit more of Granado. They lost 0.3 of a second. So whether he made a mistake on that last lap, maybe in the first sector or something that we didn't see, or whether Odendahl is just absolutely pushing. I think the difference is that Cardouse is really strong in this first sector, and I think Odendahl's stronger in the final sector.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening too. And but anyways, it's the overall lap, and you can see right there he's 0.3 quicker than him in the overall laps, which it makes sense, and this is why he's getting closer and closer to him.
It's going to be exciting to find out what happens between these two. They're very good friends as well, so I'm sure they'll be looking forward to a nice celebration on the podium. Odendahl there, third position on the rostrum for the first time on the NTS, potentially. Some great races going on further down as well. Very impressed.
Great battle for fourth.
Yeah, exactly. Between Foligny, Ono, and Roberts now as well.
And Eki.
Yeah, he's closed right up onto the back. So there's 4 riders battling for fourth place as well. It'd be really cool if we could catch up with some of that action, because we saw it a few laps ago, and we'd love to see how that was progressing.
And Roberts has just gone to 6th. So he's done actually really good from crashing in race 1 to being really sick all weekend. And I think if he can get 4th, which is his I think best reachable position, I think he'll be happy with that.
Can't complain at all. Weather here at Valencia has been absolutely stunning all weekend. Really, really wonderful.
The gap between these two is just lingering there at 0.7.
Yeah, Odendahl a little bit slower on that last lap as well. Just a 1/10 of a second or so shy of Cardouse's pace. And that could be all that matters, really, couldn't it, at the end of the day? That could, it's 5 laps remaining. Odendahl's really going to have to try and battle with it, or is Cardouse just going that little bit quicker? That's the thing. I think Cardouse has probably accepted the fact that he's not going to be able to win the race, but second isn't a bad feat at all. I'll have to wait and find out. It is round 3 of the European Moto2 Championship, round 4 of the FIM CEV Repsol overall, but round 3 of the Moto2. So, of course, next time out we go to Estoril, a new track on the calendar. We haven't been there before.
No, MotoGP used to go there.
Yeah, it did until 2012, I believe. So.
And it's a great place, great area near the beach. Great racetrack too. So it's actually, I'm actually happy to go there because it's always been a nice place to go.
Well, we went to Portimao last year, and I love Portimao.
I love the racetrack. The area is a little bit difficult to get to.
Yeah, I've heard some things.
It's a little far away from everything, especially for the fans. But as a racetrack, is actually one of my favorite tracks. That's one racetrack I recommend you to walk.
Yeah, that's properly hilly.
That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, exactly. I'll come back with legs like Usain Bolt afterwards, probably. So yeah, next time out, of course, we are in Estoril. 23rd of July is when we'll be there. Just 2 weeks' time, whilst the rest of the MotoGP grid are on their summer break. We don't have anything like that. We've got 2 weeks, and then we're going to Estoril, and then the summer break for the FIM CEV Repsol takes place over August. So we've got a big long break over the August period, and then we're back in action in September in Jerez, I believe. So should be quite exciting by the sounds of things.
Yeah, we'll have a big schedule, you know, the ones that have to go to World Championship. But definitely, I mean, after this race, you know, that we got 2 weeks, no, 1 weekend off, and then we got Portimao, Estoril, not Portimao anymore. Sorry. And then we have, you know, a few week break. So for these boys,
well, it is for. Well, I say it is for some people, a few week break, but we don't have that.
We don't have that
because we're in MotoGP.
Yeah, exactly. For these boys, it's going to be great. They'll be, you know, they'll have a chance to go back to their country, relax, enjoy some holidays, and then get back to training and get back at it.
Exactly. So here is the leader then, Eric Granado. What a race it has been for him.
It's Joe Roberts in 4th. Just gone through Ono and Foligny.
That's absolutely mega. There's quite a big gap between himself and Odendahl. What sort of lap times is Robert setting? He's closed up that gap really.
Well, he's doing 38s, low 38s, while the rest of them are doing basically 37s. Eric's basically backed off a little bit because I think he knows, you know, 4.5 second lead. Doesn't want to make any stupid mistakes. An easy win for him, I think. So.
Well, here is that battle for 4th place. Here is Joe Roberts just at the forefront of your shot, with Hiroki Ono very close in tow. Then comes Foligny Eki, and just behind Eki is Oscar Gutierrez.
Good ride from Joe. And Stevens actually backed off a bit the pace, and he's 1.3 now behind Ricky. So his chances are becoming slimmer and slimmer with 3 laps to go for that 2nd place.
I'll have to wait and find out and see what happens. I apologise, it's not Oscar Gutierrez behind Xavier, it's Xavier Cardelus just behind Eki as opposed to Gutierrez. Gutierrez just in the background of your shot there. But Joe Roberts, what a race this is going to turn out to be for him. A heroic ride, 4th position. If he finishes there, I think he would have bitten your hand off at the start of the weekend with that one.
Yeah.
Considering how sick he's been and...
no, like I said, yeah, and hopefully, I think his dad's doing better because he did not have a good weekend, and Barcelona breaking his leg, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I was talking to him, and he said it's been a horrible weekend for him, just battling through sickness, trying to ride. He couldn't do more than 3 laps consecutive, let alone 19. Two-time 19 today. I think after today, and I think he's going to Ibiza tonight, so I'm not sure.
I mean, there's priorities, and then there's Ibiza, really, as far as it goes. But if that's what works for him, then go to Ibiza.
And, I think he needs to relax there for a bit.
Yeah, cure your strep throat.
Not sure if he's going to recover in Ibiza.
No, there's recovering, and then there's, I'm sure, what he's going to get up to. But there we are. Sitting in 4th place is Joe Roberts as well, but really being hounded by Hiroki Ono. Ono's doing a great job. This is the best performance we've seen of him by far throughout the course of this season. Very impressive indeed. There's Granado, the leader. 2 laps to go. Penultimate one he is on now. Into turn number 8. And you're going to have the pleasure of interviewing down at the podium as well. And you're going to, I can't begin to imagine what you're going to ask him is, how on earth did he do it? Is he cutting the track or something? Because he's just...
I know, he's just, I mean, demolishing everybody, these 2 races. And like I said, when you have it, and nobody can take that away from you.
Well, 2nd place of Ricky Cardelus and 3rd of Stephen Odendahl won't be anything too bad at all. They'll be very pleased. through, though, the penultimate corner we go with the race leader, Eric Granado. Just one more corner separating him from starting the final lap of racing here at the European Moto2 Championship in Valencia. Out of the final corner we go now, and over the timing line. What sort of speed are these Moto2 bikes hitting on this start-finish straight?
Not 100% sure. I got a feeling it's going to be close to 260 maybe. Something close to that.
What's that in old money, in miles an hour?
Miles an hour? Huh, you caught me there. So 100 is, I know, 160. So it's got to be like 160 mile an hour.
Right, okay.
Something like that.
That's a good amount of straight line speed, though. It amazes me how much they don't back off into that first corner.
Oh, and then
every time.
Know, I think it's, you know, you go down to turn 1 and put 4th gear maybe, go down 2 gears and then click it to the left and open throttle from 0 to 100 as quick as possible. So turn 1's, you know, fun. For us, it's weird. The quicker the corner, the more fun we have. But for me, the last corner is the most fun corner because it's the, you know, where the rear spins the whole way around when your knee's on the ground. That's the most fun for us.
There's Odendaal then, Stephen Odendaal, the reigning 2016 European Moto2 champion. Looking set for his first ever podium with his brand new team on his brand new bike, the NTS chassis. It'll be a first for them. They'll be very pleased with that, I'm sure. As well, as I said earlier on, they're looking at bringing that bike up to World Championship. So it will be exciting to see how it fares in the world of Moto2, potentially in 2018, maybe even 2019. We'll wait and see how it goes, but what a race it has been for this man, Eric Granado. Absolutely dominant from start to finish. The number 51, Eric Granado. It's 2 out of 2, the double for Eric Granado here in Valencia. A brilliant race for the Brazilian rider. Second place goes the way of Ricky Carduz, and Stephen Odendaal gets his first ever podium with his NTS machine. A great way to end the race there. Absolutely wonderful. A fantastic end to it, and Joe Roberts is going to get 4th place just by the skin of his teeth, ahead of Hiroki Ono. A top 5 finish for the Japanese rider. Hiroki Ono in 5th place, 6th was Dima Secchi, 7th Federico Fellini, 8th Xavier Cardelus, 9th place will be Oscar Gutierrez, and then 10th is Jason Uribe. So a brilliant way to conclude the top 10. And there is the race winner then, Eric Granado. Absolutely wonderful. Just over half an hour's worth of racing for the Brazilian rider. The double is done. I don't think Ricky Carduz is too unhappy with his second position in that race. Try as he might, he couldn't catch Granado. It was unfortunately not to be for him. But regardless, a very, very exciting race indeed. There's Odendaal, Stephen Odendaal, with his first ever podium on the NTS machine, and I'm sure he is going to celebrate like crazy tonight. So the riders now on their cool-down lap. They'll be going towards Parc Fermé. Then we'll hear from the riders, or we'll hear from the race winner, this man here, Eric Granado. And after we've heard from Granado, we'll have a look at some highlights of the races whilst we get the podium ready. And once the podium's done, then we'll guide you through the championship standings in Moto2. There we go. Eric Granado, what a way to do it. Posing for the photographs as well. First time he's taken a double victory in the Moto2 European Championship. Didn't take one last year, so a brilliant way to fight back and bounce back. And it'll be exciting to hear what he has to say regarding that race and that performance, because he really did romp away with that one. Good to see that we managed to get the full race distance in as well of 19 laps, as opposed to the 12-lap one that we had earlier on this morning due to the red flag. There's Hiroki Ono on the left, on the number 76. Try as he might, couldn't quite manage to get the better of Joe Roberts in front of him. And here we are then, Odendaal into the pit lane, then followed by Granado, and with a stoppie to end it as well. And you can hear just how delighted he and the team are. A Great way to do it. They're all saying things in Portuguese, so I'm not going to be able to understand that much of it, I'm afraid to say, but being congratulated by his team. There we go. He's not unhappy with that one at all, is he? Eric Granado takes the 2 wins of the Moto2 European Championship here at Valencia. Ricky Cardo's in 2nd, then comes Stephen Odendahl in 3rd, Joe Roberts 4th, Ono in 5th, Eki 6th, Fellini 7th, Oscar Gutierrez in 8th, then Xavier Cardelus recovered to 9th position after a very difficult first race, even despite that penalty in the second race. Jason Uribe inside the top 10, Mark Luna in 11th, Fausto Melanton in 12th, Pontus Derlin in 13th. The first of the stock 600 runners home was Paul de Four on the Yamaha. Then Philippe Gallo was 15th with Garzo, Talovic and David Sanchis unfortunately failing to finish, and likewise Correntino Polari on the Transformers machine. That's the final results then for the Moto2 European Championship. Let's go down then to Parc Ferme and speak to Eric Granado. He is with Dakota.
Eric, wow, you make that look easy. I'm not sure if you're cutting the corners or what, but congrats on today.
Yeah, thank you. It was not easy. The race was so long, looks like 40 laps. But finally I was looking to the informations from the team, and I was calm and doing my rhythm. In the last 10 laps, the exhaust was broken and was touching the floor, all the left corners, and I was very scared to don't finish the race. So I was like, please God, let me finish. And finally it was possible. So yeah, it's amazing to win 2 races in a row, and thank you so much for everybody and for my team, and yeah, so good.
Thank you. Now in your language, please.
Bom, foi mais uma corrida incrível. Pareceu fácil, mas não foi nada fácil. E de fora pareceu que tava indo muito bem, mas parecia que a corrida era interminável, e realmente estou muito feliz. No final eu estava com muito medo de não acabar a corrida, porque o suporte do escapamento quebrou e estava encostando no chão todas as curvas para a esquerda, mas eu rezei bastante nas últimas voltas para conseguir terminar e conseguir essa vitória seguida. É muito gratificante. Obrigado a todos que acreditam em mim. Valeu.
His highlights then from the race. Eric Granado started from pole position with Hector Garzo and Ricky Cardo's alongside him. Cardo's made a bit of a mare of his start, whilst the leaders led the way into the first corner in the form of Granado and Garzo. Further back though, it was all happening as Talovic made his way up into 3rd position as well, and then Garzo took over at the front end of the field. The Tech 3 rider looked calm, looked confident and comfortable. Granado was not going to take it lying down. Here we go then into turn 2. Granado was pushed out wide as Correntino Polari chunked it down the road at the second corner, losing the front end on his Transformers machine. And then we cross back to the battle for the lead between Hector Garzo as Granado found his way up the inside into turn number 1. Ran it a bit wide, but Garzo managed to get the advantage back, but then disaster. The gravel trap awaited for the Tech 3 rider, and he ended up finishing his race. This, though, happened just a couple of corners later as David Sanchis lost the front end, went straight into the back of Lucas Talovic, ending both of their races in the gravel trap. Disaster for all involved, and a very disappointing end to their days. Meanwhile, Granado rocks away out in front as Odendahl played cat and mouse with Ricky Cardo's. Cardo's would eventually manage to get himself ahead, as we can see down into the boards in the first corner. After the start finish straight, he was later on the brakes, had trap position and moved his way up into P2. Then further back there was a great battle going on for 4th position as well. Federico Fellini coming under pressure from Hiroki Ono and Dimas Eki. However, don't discount the likes of Joe Roberts, who were very close behind. There, though, is Eric Granado, the race winner. He was comfortably out in front, as you can see. The team watched on in great anticipation, as did we here in the commentary box. Meanwhile, Cardo's got ahead of Odendahl and stayed there for the duration of the race. A brilliant way to take another podium here in the European Moto2 Championship. Then we heard from Granado that the exhaust fell off just before the end of the race, and you can see there, we didn't really notice it too much. It was sparking along the ground and had fallen off ever so slightly there, so it looks like it's just come free from its mounting. So He was very lucky, was Eric Granado, that nothing went seriously wrong with that. Meanwhile, here is Odendaal. He was on the attack into third position, holding on to that dream first podium in the European Moto2 Championship. Here we go then with Eric Granado sliding his way around turn number 13 over the timing line, and it was the win for the Brazilian, his second of the day here in Valencia. Well, he was delighted, so were we in the commentary box, and he seemed pretty delighted in that interview with Dakota as well.
Yeah, he said the exhaust pipe was hanging a bit, and he kept touching it on the left-handers, but anyways, it didn't make him slower, did it?
No, exactly. He still robs away and actually managed to increase his advantage over the last couple of laps as well. So the podium then, Granado, Cardus and Stephen Odendaal. Odendaal, I didn't realise how tall he is in comparison to the likes of Granado as well. He's third position on the podium, but he's nearly as tall as Granado, despite being half a foot lower.
Yeah, and great podium, you know, 3 different countries. Always nice to see that. And here's Steven's first. No, that's not.
It'll be the stock rider of Paul de Fort, collecting his second trophy of the day. The stock 600 rider, good result for him.
Stephen Odendaal.
Here we go then, Stephen Odendaal.
He'll be happy with that.
He will be very pleased indeed. It's a lot of hard work that's gone into this project. He's been in the wind tunnel. They've been testing a lot as well. It's a great way to do it.
Al segundo clasificado, Ricky Cardus.
Ricky Cardus in second place. Good result there for the Spaniard. Not quite the double win that he had in Barcelona, but nonetheless, not a bad result at all.
Vencedor de esta segunda manga de Moto2, Eric Granado.
And there's Eric Granado taking his second winner's trophy of the day. Fantastic, what a way to do it. So we now wait then for the Brazilian national anthem to ring out over the circuit, but not before we get the fuel cards coming in as well. And this is somebody who probably will be able to use it.
I love those fuel cards. I want a couple too.
El himno de Brasil.
Don't we all?
Un aplauso para ellos, ese cuadro de honor, la segunda victoria
Eric Granado,
de Granado en esta jornada de
winner
hoy.
Again in Moto2 here in Valencia.
Están.
They'll pose for the photographs, then we'll have the champagne being sprayed. Don't forget, we'll give you the championship update in the European Moto2 Championship as well. That'll be very exciting.
En esa imagen para el recuerdo,
looking forward to that.
Paul, con Steven, con Ricky y con Eric.
Good to see Paul de Fort also involved in the photo, the French rider.
Para combatir el calor, la celebración con el cava.
And now time for the champagne, coating the camera as well.
Straight at the camera.
I don't think Dorna are going to be too happy about that. No. I'm not going to lie to you.
Or the cameraman.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the risk you take when you do that. Oh, what a jibe.
That's what I would do. I would just hold on. I'll hold it until the end where everyone has no more ammo and just spray them.
What a way to do it. So here we go then, the championship standings in Moto2. Ricky Cardus leads the way, 90 points, but tied Eric Granado after that dominant performance here this weekend. So 2 riders on 90 points. Stephen Odendaal now moves into third place. He's just a race victory adrift, 25 points away. In third place was Garzo. That DNF in that last race is 27 points away. Roberts holds on to 5th place. He's still vaguely in touch as well. Iwasaki in 6th, Federico Fellini in 7th, Hiroki Ono in 8th, and Hafiz Sayarin, who of course won the opening race in Albacete, still sits there in 9th position. Oscar Gutierrez in 10th, Lucas Tolovic with that DNF in 11th, Xavier Cardelus in 12th, Marcel Brenner 13th, David Sanchis is 14th, Jason Uribe 15th, in 15th, Augusto Fernandez, who's not competing in the championship, in the World Championship, now is in 16th, Corentin Polari in 17th, and Mark Luna is in 18th. 18th position. 19th place, Pontus Derland. 20th, Fausto Granton. Then comes Paul de Boer, the stock 600 rider, with Philippe Nagallo and Jurka Mikivka in 23rd position. Well, what a way to do it. What a weekend. What a day of racing it has been here in Valencia. And what has your highlight been, very quickly, Dakota?
Just the domination from Granado and Dennis Focha.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, thank you ever so much for your company over the course of the day. I've been Tom Brooks. Alongside me has been Dakota. We'll see you in Estoril.